out of my way.
Oi, watch who you're pushing, Governor.
Ah, Sir Henry. Season's greetings to you, sir. We haven't seen you here at the Mausoleum Club for many a week.
Yes, Felch. Did anyone follow me in here?
Are you all right, sir? You look like you'd just seen a
A gatter? Oh, where?
Sir, are you sure that you're all right?
Yes. Are my companions here?
I think you will find them in the smoking room, sir, sitting in those deep leather armchairs and looking at the gravel prices.
Good. Thank you, Felch.
Oh, can I take your hat and coat, Sir Henry?
Yes, here you are.
And your scarf?
Yes.
And your watch, sir?
Here you are, Felch. Look, I'm in rather a hurry.
Go right through, sir.
Thank you.
I see pebbles have gone up. Welburn, old man. Merry Christmas. Draw up a deep leather armchair.
Thank you. My friends, I need your help.
What is it, old man?
It's this armchair. It'll take 5 of us to move it. Thank you.
Do you think the bubbles burst on loose chippings, Welburn?
Look here, I haven't the time.
I bought you your usual selection of cakes, Sir Henry. I know how much you like them.
Felch, show me that Cakestand.
Eh?
Oh, for a moment I thought it was... No, I have some time yet.
Well, what's the matter, old boy?
It may surprise you to learn that I haven't tasted the fruit of the pastry cook's oven for the last 3 weeks.
But, Welburn, you're always a regular cake demon.
Ha! How ironic. Perhaps I'd better tell you my story.
Oh, good. Is it about pebbles?
The Demon Cakestand of Beastley Chase. A tale from the Mausoleum Club by M.R. James Hendry and Edgar Ian Brown. With Stephen Fry, Ballard Barkley, Royce Mills, Sheila Stiefel, Michael Ripper, and Nick Revel.
My story begins 30 years ago, almost to this very day, in the winter of 1872. It was Christmas, with all that the Yuletide season brings to the London streets. Hot chestnuts crackled over braziers, geese and turkeys jostled together on the poulterers' racks, swimwear was being sold at half price. It was then that I was irresistibly drawn to a display of woodcuts in the window of an antiquarian art dealer. I should explain that I was at the time a young student with an almost unhealthy interest in what our French neighbours are pleased to call les fruits de la pâtisserie.
Is that gravel?
Well, no, cakes.
So it was not then immediately apparent why an ancient woodcut should have held such a fascination for me. But you may be assured, gentlemen, that same evening I was in my lodgings, feverishly tearing the wrapping off my queer purchase.
Oh, look, Sam Mercy, Mr. Welborn, it's right. Park it out, no mistake.
Mrs. Jays, I thought I left instructions that I was not to be disturbed.
Oh, no, but I brought you some of my freshly baked fondant fancies.
Very good. Oh, delicious.
Oh, what's that you got there?
It's a wobbler.
Beg pardon?
A woodcut of Sir Robert de Beastley receiving King Henry VI at Beastley Chase.
Oh, it's a bit mucky, isn't it?
Yes, Mrs. Jays. These stains, could they be blood?
Nah, looks more like jam to me.
Jam? Oh, good heavens, you're right. It was a jam like no other I had tasted before. It was as if all the strawberries in paradise had been plucked by the angels, boiled up and left to set for 24 hours, then put into those little jars with a greaseproof...
Oh, look, sir. The picture's becoming clearer. What's that in the background?
Where?
Just move your tongue a bit. There, it's a cake stand.
A cake stand? Mrs. Jays was right. It was indeed a medieval cake stand. And maddened by the addictive quality of the jam, all desire for Mrs. Jays' earthly confections left me. I made arrangements to visit Beastley Chase that very week. I was conveyed by train and by the insane hope that I might trace the source of this otherworldly preserve, which I surmised was connected with the mysterious artifact depicted in my woodcut.
Beastley Station, all change.
I approached the station cab with a merry heart. But would that I had shared the coachman's foreboding. Beastly Chase, driver, with all speed.
Oh, I don't want to go there, sir. But turn back, sir. I ain't going anywhere near Beastley Chase, sir.
Oh, why not?
Because I'm on my way home, sir.
There was nothing for it but to press into employment those two pedal extremities of my nether limbs, or, as our Roman forebears put it, to ambulare. Beastly Chase was in sight, and I decided to leave the gravel path and cut across the graveyard of Beastley Priory.
Now, how much did the gravel cost, Welburn?
Yes.
However, I had not gone more than a few paces before I was stopped dead in my tracks. It was the vicar. Good afternoon, Padre.
Hello there.
Is this Beastly Chase?
That's right. Oh, yeah. Well, here's Lord Beastley now. Cheerio.
Mr. Wellborn.
Yes.
Lord Beastley. I see you met the Reverend Paget.
Yes, Quirko.
Outstanding mimic, though. Did you do the charge of the Light Brigade?
No.
You see, he maintains that religion isn't just stuffy prayers and catechism. God likes a bit of fun, too.
Yes. Now, about the cakestand.
Yes, the cake stand. Have you got the woodcut?
Yes, in this package.
Good man. Welch here will show you to your room. Can I take your coat, son?
Yes.
Your cigarette case?
Here you are.
And your cufflinks?
After I had made my ablutions, I received instructions from Lord Beastley to bring him the woodcut in half an hour, in the library.
Next. These are overdue. That'll be 3 halfpence, please.
I found him perusing an ancient tome which he seemed anxious to conceal from my gaze. It was a history of the Beastley family, wherein I read of Sir Robert de Beastley, who had all the attributes of a goodly knight, stout in arms, learned in the arts, and able to prepare a lemon syllabub in less time than it took to recapture Calais. It was rumoured, however, that his culinary skill resulted from an unholy compact with the demon whose name was Felkoth. The story went that he kept his confections fresh using a satanic cake stand, and by this method imparted a blissful and supernatural flavour to all his cakes. It brought him great riches, until one Yuletide, Sir Robert disappeared, and with him the cake stand. It was clear to me then that whoever discovered this artifact would be the master of untold wealth. As I closed the book, I lifted my gaze and saw Lord Beastley give the woodcut more than a casual degree of attention. He was licking it.
That's...
Lord Beastley, what's the matter?
It suddenly tastes evil, like the devil's earwax, or perhaps artificial cream.
Let me see. How queer. It was apparent that his lordship's salivatory linguations had uncovered more of the depiction than was visible heretofore, and I suddenly noticed a new feature of which Lord Beastley was evidently not aware.
Aha! Oh! Well, more of this tomorrow. I have to, I'm quite sleepy, actually. Good night.
How fortunate, I thought then, that his lordship had decided to retire at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, for, in the picture, I had descried a window giving onto a graveyard, and, following the line of the cake stand vertically upward, I found it intersected with a particularly distinctive tombstone, shaped like a meringue surmounted by a single cherry. Would that I had been blind that day. Seized by a rapture beyond my experience, I reached into my pocket, pulled out my gentleman's folding shovel, and, marching into the winter darkness, I made my way into the graveyard of Beastley Priory. Soon I was aware of another presence. My blood froze as a dark apparition emerged from the gloom. Hi, who's there?
Blast! Just Lord Beastley, taking the night air, what?
With a pickaxe?
Yes, with a pickaxe. The fog's very thick.
Indeed, though I prefer to use a shovel myself.
So I see.
Look, Wellborn, there's enough digging for both of us. What say you, we split the fortune 2 ways?
Or perhaps 3, gentlemen?
Vicar!
Correct.
Curse you, Vicar. What are you doing here?
Just on my way to the constabulary to report the desecration of a churchyard. However, I would be prepared to turn a blind eye if...
Yes, all right.
3 ways it is.
Done!
Damn you. In no time at all, we had located the meringue-formed sepulchre, and after 2 hours of digging, gentlemen, what do you suppose we found?
Some loose chippings.
No, you did not come near. We discovered a rusty iron ring embedded in a flagstone.
Good heavens! An ancient vault!
Almost at once, there issued a mighty wind from the chamber, carrying with it the odour of 4 centuries of shoe pastry.
Let me pass.
No, me first.
Stay back, Wellborn.
Just a minute. Where's the vicar?
He must have slipped past. Vicar! Anything down there? I'm going after him.
Wait, there's an inscription on the underside of the stone.
What?
Cave Felcothem, custodian custodi, beware Felcoth, the guardian of the custard.
It's some sort of warning. Vicar! Vicar! This is no time for your childish mimicry.
Vicar?
Vicar!
We gingerly entered the vault. There we found the vicar, sandwiched between 2 meringues in a rich shroud of artificial whipped cream, topped by a generous layer of hundreds and thousands. It was the biggest and most horrible half-holiday treat I had ever laid eyes upon.
Oh, my God.
God had no hand in this. Poor vicar.
Never mind him. There's the cake stand. Replete with my ancestors' sweetmeats, fresh as the day they were baked. At last, I have the secret of eternal trifle.
Leave it, you fool! Can you not hear? Can you not see? It's Felcoth! He's coming for us! Run! And run we did, until we reached the gates of the graveyard, where Lord Beastley hurled the demon Cakestand into the oncoming terror. And there the matter would have ended, had I not read in the Times last Christmas of Lord Beastley's unexpected demise. It appeared that he had died in his sleep, until a post-mortem revealed the contents of his lungs. And what do you think they found?
Was it gravel?
No. It was 1.5 quarts of artificial whipped cream. So, it seemed that after 30 years the terror was still with us. And as summer turned to autumn and autumn turned to winter, my apprehension increased with the approach of the festive tide and its inevitable cakes.
Some more cakes, gentlemen.
Wait! Felch! What happened to the other cake stand?
Haven't you guessed, sir?
Of course! Felch! Felcoth! You're...
Where's he off to?
I shall go and see, sir.
What a strange tale.
Strange?
Yes, why is it that the coachman was at the station if he was on his way home?
Oh, never mind. We'll ask Wellborn when he comes back.
Yes. I see Slate's taken a tumble.
Shingle's not too healthy either.
I say, open up there. Come on.
Yes, sir?
Well, you took your time. I wish to see the chairman.
I'm sorry, sir. There is no chairman here.
But this is the Mausoleum Club.
The Mausoleum Club, sir.
The What? Yeah, so it is.
Indeed, sir, but...
Do you know how many doors I've knocked on before I found this one? Why don't you have a nameplate?
To keep the vulgar element away, sir.
Oh, yes, well, of course, yes. Now, kindly inform the chairman that I wish to become a member.
I have already told you,
Yeah,
sir.
and tell him it's the Honourable Clarence Green.
But, sir...
Have you heard of my father? Lord Justice Green?
A judge, eh?
Yes, well, and I don't think he'd be very well disposed to an establishment that treats his son in this manner.
Very well, sir. Will you come this way, please?
Hang on a second. I haven't paid the cabbie yet.
I don't think you'll be seeing him again, sir.
Tales from the Mausoleum Club, written by Ian Brown and James Hendry, starring Terence Stamp, Joss Ackland, Spike Milligan, Andrew Sachs, Royce Mills, Sheila Stiefel, Michael Ripper, Arthur Smith and Adam Wyde. Episode 1, The Inaudible Man.
Yes, what is it, Felch?
There's a Mr. Green to see you, sir. He says that...
Yes, I wish to become a member.
Does he indeed? Are you sure you have given this desire full and serious consideration, Mr. Green?
Of course. I'm well known in society as a collector of clubs. I'm a member of the Reform, the Athenaeum, the Club of Queer Trades, the League of Washerwomen, and the Seven False Noses. So why is it that I've only heard of the Mausoleum Club?
Mausoleum.
Yes. The Mausoleum Club in rumours and whispers.
You must understand, sir, that this club is a little more exclusive.
Do you doubt, sir, that I, who have taken the terrible oath of the balloonist circle, I can fail to meet your requirements?
It's not quite as simple as that, Mr. Green.
You see, the club has only 2 requirements.
Only 2?
The first is that each member should be able to relate an enthralling episode from his life.
Oh, nothing simpler. And the second?
Mr. Green, you are still very young. Are you sure that your tender years have delivered an incident that will satisfy our rules?
Well, absolutely. Do you suppose that I, who have crossed the Gobi Desert by velocipede, captured Hollenbach's carnivorous butterfly, or wrestled with the sacred giraffe? Well, I have.
Please, hush, Mr. Green. I hardly think these trifles will fulfill the first requirement, let alone the second.
Oh, very well. Well, since your life, sir, has been so full of incident, let's hear your enthralling episode.
Dear, dear, Mr. Green, you are proving hard to dissuade. So be it. Be seated, and let me relate to you the curious tale of the Inaudible Man. My name is Dr. Nathaniel Bates, and 20 years ago, I had a small practice in Harley Street, where I specialized in the treatment of the ear, nose, and throat. Come in, Mr. Hornby. What seems to be the matter today?
I've lost my voice.
Speak up, man. Can't hear you.
I've lost my voice.
What?
Are you deaf? I said.
You've lost your voice.
Yes.
Well, you've come to the right man. Perhaps you'd care to step over to the newly patented electrogalvanator.
Yes, please.
Now, take hold of these 2 handles while I turn the crank. That seems to have done the trick. That would be 10 guineas.
What?
Improving by the second. Come again next week.
You must be bloody joking.
Marvels of science.
Yes, the marvels of science indeed, Bates.
What? Who's there?
No one's there, Bates, but you.
Then where are you?
Me, Bates? I'm here.
What's going on? Mrs. Boyle?
Goodbye, Bates. You shall hear from me again.
What is it, sir? You look all pale.
Mrs. Boyle, do you see anyone in this room?
Yes, sir.
Where?
It's you, sir.
Yes, but is there anyone else?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Me, sir.
That will be all, Mrs. Boyle. It was clear that I had been overworking, or perhaps I was suffering from some heretofore undiscovered influence from the electrogalvanator. But that same evening, as I posted some letters into the nearby pillar box. No, 1, 2, the last one, 3.
Oh, Bates! What were you dropping those letters?
What?
Can't a fella get some sleep in his own pillar box?
Who's in there? How did you get in? Are you a dwarf? Hello? 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 Hello?
Oi, Fred, come and look. There's a geezer here what's talking to a pillar box.
Huh? Nonsense. Nonsense.
Yes, sir. But you know what
They say, Felix qui potuit rerum cognoscere causas.
Eh? A crossing sweeper who quotes from Virgil?
Oh!
Preposterous! I hurried away in some distress, for it was clear now that I was ridden either by madness or an evil spirit. In either case, there was only one course of action open to me: a visit to a practitioner of the newly invented science of psychoanalysis, Dr. I.M. Looney. His professional name, of course.
So, Dr. Bates, what is your ailment?
I keep hearing these voices.
No, this is perfectly normal.
Is it?
Yes, I hear voices all the time. In fact, I can hear one at the moment.
Yes, it's mine.
Oh, no matter. Let's try animal magnetism.
Eh?
Take this cat. Rub it up and down on your chest. See if it sticks.
No. I'm looking for relief, not rabies.
Then I have the very thing. Take hold of these handles while I turn the crank of the electrogalvanator.
No. I really must be off. I have a prior engagement.
No, wait. It's new. It's scientific. Oh, I love it. Oh, darling, I love you, darling. I've always loved you. The Queen.
My prior engagement was a recital by one of my former patients, the blind baritone, Arturo Giordani. It was thanks to my skills as a physician that Arturo's hearing had been rescued from the same fate as his sight. Indeed, his oral capacity was greatly improved by my ministrations. Yet here I was, entertaining a fear for the safety of my own senses that not even Arturo's magnificent singing could dispel.
Half the 3, Professor. 1, a 2, a 3. Nay, then a cigar. The ladies all swoon when I bring it to town. It's long and it's thick and it costs half a crown. The people all cheer when I wave it about, because it's 9 inches long and 4 inches stout. It's such a whopper, so get out your chopper and clip off the tip off my chipper cigar. Beg.
Beg you, Signor! Signor! It was not I! Not I!
The audience were furious, whereas I could scarcely contain my joy. The fact that the intrusion into Arturo's performance was heard by the rest of the audience could mean only one thing: that I was no victim of madness, but of some devilishly clever ventriloquial prankster. But why? And to what purpose? As I hurried home to my rooms that night, the answer was not long coming.
Bates, did you enjoy my little sing-song?
Show yourself, you coward. I'm ready for you now.
Not here. Not yet. Meet me at 9 o'clock tonight in the scrubland, to the west of the Spaniards in Hampstead.
That night, as I waited on Hampstead Heath, I mused on the identity of my unseen interlocutor. Was he some defrocked ventriloquist? Some unemployed magician? Or worst of all, an anarchist with a megaphone? The appointed hour came and went, and still I waited. Then, just as I was prepared to dismiss the assignation as a further mischievous prank, my gaze was fastened by a grotesque apparition. I beheld, silhouetted by the dying sun, the figure of a man. yet with a head so monstrous huge that I fancied myself in the presence of some ogre or hobgoblin. But as I conquered my fear and drew close, I perceived that it was indeed a human being, but whose head was encased in a bizarre apparatus, which resembled nothing so much as an oversized diving helmet. Projecting from either side was a pair of enormous ear trumpets, and from the front a speaking tube of prodigious proportions. The whole was girt about with steam pumps, brass pipes, and valves. He looked a complete and utter chump. What the devil is this? Who are you? Speak, can't you, clown? His speechless mouthings indicated he couldn't, and with much waving of the arms, the prodigy motioned me backwards until we were separated by a good 50 yards.
Hello, Bates. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
There's no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
What is the meaning of this?
What's the matter? Don't you recognize your old student chum?
What?
It's Wyvern.
Wyvern? I thought you were dead.
You mean my little accident when I was hurt in the Galapagos? Well, fortunately, the turtle did not entirely rip out my throat, so I preserved my life, if not my voice.
But you are speaking to me now.
Indeed. In my efforts to restore my powers of speech, I developed a quantum theory of sound, and that's not easy, which resulted in a means of transmitting my voice through the ether in small packets, as it were.
You mean this fantastical apparatus?
Yes. Through Wyvern's patent projector, my voice may only be heard by the intended recipient, whether miles, leagues, or half a world away.
So this explains my strange voices. Arturo's vulgar performance, the Virgil quoting mudlark.
And don't forget my favorite, the man in the pillar box.
But this is marvelous. The transmission of speech without pen, without paper, without telegraphy. What a blessing to man.
What man would choose to suffer my deprivation?
Deprivation?
Yes. You see, in order to function, the projector must be grafted into the subject's trachea. But from that point on, no normal social intercourse is possible.
What?
Bates, the projector will only work at a distance.
So that's why we're so far apart.
Were I to come any closer, I would become totally inaudible.
But surely this is a small price to pay for such a tremendous boon.
Boon? Boon, Bates? Have you tried buying an eel pie at 50 yards? It's hell, I tell you.
But, Wyvern, you're a genius.
Yes, I know. And I'm starving. Got me tongue.
As I brought the famished savant an individual fondant fancy I had been saving for some destitute orphan, I began to realize the enormity of his handicap. A round trip of 100 yards was necessary before he could speak to me again. For Wyvern, tea-time conversation was over. Forever.
Oh, that's better. Now, for your part in this.
My part?
Yes. I need someone to handle my riches.
What riches?
The riches I intend to extort from the government on Tuesday next. If by that time they have not delivered through you the sum of 100,000 guineas, which is a lot of money in these days, I shall declare war on France.
You? But how?
You remember my little parlour trick at the opera? Well, substitute the House of Commons for the theatre, and instead of a blind opera singer, Mr. Gladstone say, and I shall direct the destiny of a nation.
Wyvern.
Yes, brilliant, isn't it? No, I must be going. I shall speak to you again.
I threw myself at the demonic genius, forgetting that he was 50 yards away, and by the time I'd picked myself out of the mire, he had vanished into the night. It was clear that Wyvern's sufferings had unhinged his reason. There was but one thing a dutiful citizen could do, and straight away I proceeded to Downing Street for an audience with the Prime Minister himself. Put Pete down, Constable!
Look out, he's getting away!
I must speak with Mr. Gladstone!
Bloody anarchist! Knock him on the head!
It's all right, I've got hold of his breeches.
Oh no, he's escaped!
Stop! Madman!
Go, come back!
Come here! Oi! Get up!
So running all the way to my surgery, I thanked the Lord for cheap tailoring.
Oh, Mr. Bates. Been on the razzle, have we?
What do you mean?
No trousers. I'll see if Mr. B has any spare.
No, leave me.
He has a nice yellow pair of...
Alone at last.
I'm afraid not, Bates.
Oh, no. Is there no end to it?
What do you think you are up to? Not quite the loyal lieutenant I was counting on.
Shut up!
We were bosom friends in our student days, pulling the wings off moths, discrediting chaplains.
Eh?
To think we once shared the same shaving mug.
What? Wait a minute. You're thinking of Stinker Baines.
Who?
I'm not Baines. I'm Bates.
Bates? Oh, no, not Spotty Bates, the college creep.
That's right.
Oh, bugger. Trust me to get the goody-goody.
Well, now your evil ambitions will come to naught.
Nonsense. You couldn't even persuade the flat-feet at Downing Street to believe you. And Mr. Gladstone speaks on foreign affairs tomorrow.
Then I shall thwart you myself.
Try and find me. Spotty!
I flung myself down in despair, for Wyvern had pinpointed my weakness. Not that I am Spotty, that's all cleared up now, but that whereas his whereabouts would remain a mystery to me, he could at any time ascertain my location through his infernal steam-driven ear trumpets. If only my hearing were as good as his. If only. Mrs. Boyle! Fetch me my writing case at once.
What about the trousers?
Not now, please.
Good morning, Dr. Bates. There's... Looks! What are you doing in the pots and pans?
Never mind. What do you want?
There's a Mr. Blind or Two Road to see you.
Ah, send him in at once.
Hello, buongiorno. I got your message, but I failed to see how a blind man can help you against this monster. It's a creator.
Just bang these saucepans together.
What? Oh, see. Like this.
There. Now our conversation is inaudible to him.
Fantastico.
Now, when Wyvern speaks, as I think he soon may,
Yes.
I want you to point to the direction his voice is coming from.
Direction, of course. I will do my utmost to...
Bates! What are you doing? What is that infernal racket?
There he is. Stop now.
Answer me! Oh. What's going on?
I think...
I thought I'd best check that you weren't plotting mischief.
Please keep him talking.
What makes you think that?
The Prime Minister speaks in 90 minutes. You must be getting desperate.
Nonsense.
Well, you should be. The police will soon be at your door. They're looking for Bates, the trouserless anarchist. And unfortunately, I was able to give them your address.
I've got it. It's over there.
What? Who's that? Who's with you?
Thank you, Arturo. According to my compass, a bearing of 155 degrees.
155.
Now, where's my map and protractor?
Open up in the name of the law!
Looks a mercy, Dr. Bates. It's the police.
Then there's no time to lose. Mrs. Boyle,
Yes.
you must keep them talking as best you can.
Oh, dear. All right, I'm coming. Can I help you, gentlemen.
Give us Bates, the trouserless anarchist.
He's a threat to the Empire.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mind you, I must say he has been acting awful queer lately.
Help, help! Dr. Bates has run amok.
Oh, it's Blind Arturo, the famous singer.
Give us a song, sir.
No, you don't understand. He attacked me.
Oh.
He's in there, completamente mad.
All right, sir. You just wait out there. Come on, men. Hey, but it's Blind Arturo, the famous singer.
But he's outside.
Quick, help me untie him.
No, oh, grazie, grazie. It's Bates. He went mad, took my clothes and tied me up.
Oh, no. Come on, men, out the front.
Too late. He's gone.
Still, we'd better see how Mr. Arturo is.
Oh, he's gone too.
Oh, that old trick.
Arturo! Over here. I'm in a cab. 2 steps up. That's it.
Oh, what a splendid trick. Stupendo.
Drive on, cabby. We made all speed to Richmond Park, where, thanks to frequent goadings from Wyvern, my sharp-eared friend was soon able to effect a second bearing.
I know you're trying to find me, Bates, but you're miles off course, do you hear? Richmond Park, indeed.
That way, rapido!
Good. 105 degrees.
And the Prime Minister speaks in 40 minutes.
Drive on, cabby.
I put it to this house that the introduction of the electro-galvanator to the benighted natives of Borneo will do more than anything else to extend Her Majesty's empire to that savage corner of the globe.
Mr. Gladstone?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should like, with your permission, to make a statement on foreign affairs. But first, a few words about the spread of lewdness that has not only infected our music halls, but is now spreading to the opera house itself.
Can you see me yet, Dr. Bates?
No. There are so many confounded machines here. Trust Wyvern to be drawn to the Crystal Palace.
Ah, il Palazzo Cristallo!
A glass temple to that science which has no morality of itself, depending on
Shut up!
What?
I can hear footsteps, but they are above.
Of course, the roof.
Do you see him?
Yes. Now, my service revolver.
Huh?
Keep still, Wyvern. Keep still.
Seize that man.
It's Bates, the trouserless anarchist.
And he's got a gun.
Damn!
He's heading for the roof.
Out of my way!
No, you can't go up there, sir. Ooh, unless you've got a gun, of course.
Quick, after him.
Yeah, you can't go up there, Constable. The glass isn't safe.
But there's a socialist at large.
Oh, well, in that case, sir, up we go.
To build a society in which there is no place for such lyrics as it's stiff and it's long, and by Jove, is it strong? So come, have a puff on my giant second. And now, with your permission, Mr. Speaker,
I should like to make a declaration of war on our neighbors. Damn you, Bates! How did you find me?
Order!
How the hell did you work it out?
You see, it's quite simple. We took 2 bearings and used triangulation to pinpoint your position on the map. Do you see?
Bates, you bloody swat! You are always wasting your time on trig when you should have been dissecting flies. Spotty! Goody!
Any further taunts from Wyvern were silenced by my moving inside the 50-yard radius of his audibility.
Hey, there he is.
Oi! Keep off the glass! And you, Constable, don't walk on the glass!
Ha! Caught you at last, you devil! We wrestled. And thanks to Wyvern's top-heavy contraption, it took no more than a small push from me to topple him. So, that was the end of Wyvern, cracked open like a lobster on an exhibit of Mr. Graham Bell's telephone, the very invention that would render his discovery obsolete.
So, Europe was saved from war, and the story has a happy ending.
Not quite.
Oh?
I explained everything to the police, of course. But who would believe such an incredible tale? Especially as my only evidence, Wyvern's projector, was intermingled with the remnants of Mr. Graham Bell's exhibit. Wyvern was an innocent technologist, whereas I was Bates, the trouserless madman. As I told you, these events occurred 20 years ago. I was released from Bedlam Hospital last July.
Tales from the Mausoleum Club, Episode 1, The Inaudible Man, was written by Ian Brown and James Hendry and starred Terence Stamp, Joss Ackland, Spike Milligan, Andrew Sachs, Royce Mills, Sheila Stiefel, Michael Ripper, Arthur Smith and Adam Wide. Music was by Max Harris. The producer was Paul Spencer.
What a ridiculous tale. The Inaudible Man, indeed. Do you seriously ask me to believe that nonsense?
We ask nothing of you, Mr. Green.
Well, I can tell a story as well as the rest of you.
We've already told you it's not just a simple matter of storytelling.
There's a second condition of membership.
Yes? Well, what is the second?
All in good time, Mr. Green. All in good time.
What a ridiculous tale. The Inaudible Man, indeed. Do you seriously ask me to believe that nonsense?
We ask nothing of you, Mr. Green.
It is you who are asking us to admit you to the Mausoleum Club.
Then kindly do so, at once, sir. I can tell a story as well as the rest of you.
We've already told you it's not just a simple matter of storytelling.
There's a second condition of membership.
Oh, yes, well, what is the second?
All in good time, Mr. Green.
We need to decide whether you're suitable.
This is the most exclusive club in London.
Oh, exclusive? Then how is it that a scion of the aristocracy like myself is kept dithering on the threshold while a colonial like you, sir, is firmly installed?
Well, sir, what better answer to that can I give than to tell you my story? A story of a journey into the very darkest heart of barbarism.
Tales from the Mausoleum Club, written by Ian Brown and James Hendry, starring Matt Frewer, Jim Broadbent, Richard Pearson, Royce Mills, Sheila Stiefel, Bill Wallace, Ron Pember, and Michael Ripper. Episode 2, Heart of Skegness.
My story begins many years ago when I was a young zealot in the Mormon mission to Europe.
Oh, worse and worse.
I was stationed in Brussels, and one sweltering day in June, I was summoned for an urgent meeting with my superior.
Come on in, Johnson. Oh, goddamn this heat.
Sir! Blasphemy.
Oh, yeah. We've been praying for cooler weather, but I fear our new liturgy is suffering from low penetration.
The Lord will provide, sir.
Until that, the recruitment force.
Huh?
Have you seen the latest fall in our conversion rate?
Good.
Yes, Johnson.
Golly, sir, what's gone wrong?
Well, allow me to illuminate the problem with the latest visual aid.
What's that?
The magic lantern. There now, do you recognize this photographic portrait?
It's Curtis, our medal-winning emissary exhibited at Frankfurt and Paris, I believe.
Yes, this slide was taken during his record-breaking native conversion drive, 3.5 Hottentots per minute.
That fellow must have a whole passel of charisma.
And that is not all, Johnson. We have got $8,000 worth of training invested in that man.
Which is a lot of money in these days.
So we can't afford to lose him now.
Lose him?
We've been getting disturbing rumors from Curtis's latest posting. He stopped sending dispatches in March. And our only news of him came with his monthly requests for Bibles. But even those have dried up.
So what's going on?
We do not know. Some reports talk of illness, others that he's gone astray. We simply do not know. I'm sending you out to find out what's happened.
Of course, sir. I'm ready to go wherever you and the Lord send me.
Right.
Where is it? Africa? The Far East? The Caribbean?
No. Lincolnshire, England.
Where?
A little village called Skegness, the furthest outpost of our English campaign. Oh, dash these flies!
They're all God's creations.
Well, this one's going back to its manufacturer. I got you, little critter. We've chartered a steamer out of Zeebrugge on Tuesday next. It's taking a fresh consignment of Bibles to Skegness. Be on it.
Very good, sir.
The skipper is Captain White, an old sea dog of many years' standing. I expect he's a bit rough and ready, but he'll see you through the worst of it.
Worst of what?
Oh, criminy! The magic lantern, no, quick! Help me put it out! Oh, bring back engravings!
As we hastened to douse the flames, the image of Curtis we had projected on the whited wall of that sepulchral room was gradually consumed by a fire hotter than any earthly furnace, and my heart was filled with dark forebodings of the days ahead.
Hurrah! All away, me hearties! Harder! Are you sailors or schoolgirls?
Pardon me, sir.
What is it, sir?
Might you be Captain White by any chance?
Might I? This gentleman wants to know if I might be Captain White.
What's so funny?
No, sir. I might not. You'll find him yonder.
All right, lads.
Yes, sir.
I want these crates on that boat. I don't care who does it as long as it's done by tea time, because we'll be gone by then. Oh, and do it properly, else you'll put your backs out. Ooh, I can just see it happen.
Pardon me, Captain White?
Yes?
I'm Mr. Johnson.
Yes?
From the Mormon Mission.
Oh, yes, there was a message. Look, I won't shake hands. I've got this terrible blister. Been giving me heck all day. Haven't got a pin on you?
No.
Doctor says I'm to wear gloves when pulling ropes, but they'd rag me something rotten, this lot. Oh, this is Mr. Bannister, the first mate.
Hello, mate.
This is Mr. Welsh, our engineer.
How do?
Well,
he's in charge of all the fiddly bits downstairs. Terribly clever he is. He's got a certificate. And here are the rest of our chaps. Stoker Wadsworth.
You do.
Stoker... Hang on, I can never remember their names. Oh, I do wish they wouldn't spit so. And of course there's Mrs. Jays, but she's probably in the kitchen creating a symphony in halibut. And this is the boat. What do you think of her?
Rose Cottage. It's a strange name for a ship.
Yes, you see, I'm not over fond of water. That's why I had her registered in Basingstoke.
Well, at least she floats.
Well, she does, as long as you remember to keep the holes above the waterline.
On here, steady with that crate of Bibles! We can't afford to damage them, you know.
Clumsy oafs, straight into the mast.
Yes, though I'm glad to see they're showing proper respect for the word of our Lord.
But they might have bent it.
The mast? No, it's fine.
Oh. Do you think I could train a wisteria up it? Well, we tried a clematis, but it wouldn't take.
The Rose Cottage set sail on the evening tide, or as Captain White put it, as soon as the water was deep enough. And as the further coast hove into view, I repaired to my cabin and followed our course on my gentleman's folding map. The heathen strangeness of the names cast a deep shadow to my very heart. Broadstairs, Ramsgate, Herne Bay, an odd sort of route, but I trusted the captain's years of seafaring experience.
Left here, please. Left! Left! Sorry. Port. That's it. Now right. Right, I said! Give me strength. Mind that frog!
Before long, it was time for supper, to which, thanks to the captain's liberal inclinations, the whole crew was invited.
Here, come here. Now. Don't stretch. Ask.
Mr. Johnson, another piece of boiled halibut?
No, thank you, Mrs. Jays. I've still plenty on
Come
my...
Come on, here you are, it's brain food.
Then I should give it to Stoker Wadsworth. Oh, for goodness sake, use a hanky.
Tell me, Captain, do you think we should make port by the end of the week?
Come again?
How long will it take us to get there?
Oh, well, that depends on Mr. Welsh's engines, doesn't it, Mr. Welsh?
Well, it depends on other people's side.
You mean there's something wrong with them?
So I understand. Something to do with gaskets.
Oh, yes, sir. The gasket, sir. Yes, he keeps blowing.
And the pistons, sir.
Ah, definitely.
We had to buy a new one.
6.
6 new ones, yeah. And don't forget the jointage.
Oh, yes, yeah. Nothing worse than tacky jointed, Skipper. Very expensive to put right.
All right. Spare me the details. Just take it out of the repair budget.
Oh, yeah, the repair budget.
Oh, and then there's the socket, sir. Keep cold.
Look, you look after downstairs and I'll look after upstairs, all right? Besides, Mr. Johnson doesn't want to hear all this.
On the contrary, sir, I am most anxious that our precious cargo should get through. Well, since we have such a devout crew, I'm sure the Lord will watch over our voyage.
Any more for any more, Mr. Johnson?
Well,
Captain White?
I don't think so, thank you. Has a most distinctive flavour.
Well, I knew you'd like it because when I made it last Easter, you wolfed it down.
Oh, so you used the same recipe?
No, I used the same fish. I had a few leftovers.
Well, I think we'll pass on to dessert.
I've done you a lovely custard marinier.
Oh, that sounds unusual.
Yes, it's got 7 species of fish in it.
Plum brandy, anyone? Brandy, Mr. Johnson?
Hold! Stay that cork in the devil's flagon!
What?
Do not partake of the juice of the vine!
But it's plums.
Do you not know the miserable pits of despair where to the liquid lane of alcoholism leads?
It was a present from my auntie. She lives in Buxton.
Ignorance, beggary, ruin, usury, filth, sweating, idiocy, excess of saliva, the workhouse!
The only small glasses.
I would remind you, Captain, that this vessel is chartered by the Mormon Mission, and as its representative, it is my duty to ensure that there is no drinking on this ship, leading, as it does, to harlotry, infanticide, shouting, strikes.
All right, the bottle's going back in the cupboard.
Look, surely you'll not deny us a sing-song.
Certainly I won't. And I shall accompany you myself on my gentleman's traveling harmonium. Wait while I unfold it.
Let's have the Turk and the captain's daughter.
No! The biggest mast in Maiden.
Oh, yeah!
Hey, what about that one where Auntie keeps her kippers? How's it go? Where Auntie keeps her kippers?
There's room for plenty more. She keeps her bed and slippers.
No! When Jesus was a sailor, he ne'er would sup a drop, but bade each tar to fill his jar with wholesome ginger pop. Come, sing up! Captain in his cabin, the stoker in his hold. He shows his place to God's good grace and does as he is told. Fortified thus, I withdrew to my cabin with a cheery heart, and quickly fell into a deep slumber. But my peace was short-lived, and for some reason I could not fathom, my guts became racked with devilish pain. The loss of my equanimity was soon followed by the loss of my supper. When I finally slept, my dreams were invaded by feverish visions. I fancied I was Jonah in the belly of the beast, but it was not, as our scripture has it, a whale, but one of Mrs. J's boiled halibut. I was spewed forth in a welter of custard marinara onto a strange shore. There was a great smoke as of a recent battle, and when it cleared, I beheld a great multitude of corpses littered along the strand, men, women, and children. None were spared. And then I was before the gates of Nineveh, a city renowned for its size and for its sinfulness. And on the great outer wall appeared fiery letters, inscribed, as I fancied, by the fingers of a man's hand. And this is the writing that was written. Welcome to Skegness. Oh, my head, and this infernal heat. I found my watch. It was 11:15, yet outside was dark. I must have slept through the whole day. Then I realized why I had awoken. The ship had stopped. We're becalmed. But wait, this is a steamship. How queer. Hello? Ho there! Hello, anyone? Mrs. J's, Captain White, Welch, Bannister? The ship was completely deserted. I entered the mess. The table was laid for the full complement of the Rose Cottage, yet not one plate of Mrs. J's eels matelote had been touched. Had the crew been spirited away? Then, above the gentle lapping of the waves, I perceived a sinister banshee wail.
Mr. Johnson!
What?
Over here! On the shore!
It was Captain White. He was wearing evening dress, top hat, and cape, and on either arm he had a woman as scarlet as the rose behind his left ear.
Do you like it? I grew it myself.
What's happened? Are we in hell?
Almost. It's plankton. Look, I'm not going to shout. There's a gangplank up the sharp end.
Oh.
Yeah, yes. Look, just beside the sweet pea trellis.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's better, isn't it?
Oh, he's really all ready for it, isn't he?
What?
Your nightshirt.
Oh, no, I beg your pardon, ladies.
Well, I haven't been called that for many a year.
Would you kindly explain why we've stopped?
Well, it's all a bit complicated. Mr. Welsh said the engine had busted and he needed to go ashore for some spare or something.
But the mess, the table laid, the food untouched.
Yes, Mrs. Jays gave us a supper, so we decided to go out for something to eat.
We did.
Yeah, well, we should have told you, but you look so green it would have been a shame to disturb you.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that reminds me. I've heard some talk about your Mr. Curtis.
Yes?
It seems he's taken a bit poorly, too.
Yes.
He's getting up to some very rum things, introducing, so they say, certain strange practices. Shut up.
But isn't he leading his flock?
Well, oh, yes. He's made himself mayor of Skegness.
What?
Yes, I gather he's become very popular with the locals. Everyone's going there.
Well, this smacks of heresy. There's no time to lose. We must press on. Where's the crew?
Well, they're just behind. They're a bit more, slow.
My Havana cigar, my Havana cigar. The ladies all swoon when I bring it to town. It's long and it's thick and it crosses off a crown. The people all cheer when I wave it about. 'Cause it's 9 inches long and 4 inches stout.
Stop! Stop this! Stop! Stop! Yes, you stop! Stop! Captain, these men are drunk!
Yes, I expect it's the alcohol.
I thought I expressly forbade the consumption of liquor on board my ship.
Yeah, that's why we came ashore, mate.
Oh, well, it is his night off.
Well, this is the end of it. We sail now to Skegness, and there'll be no more landings. Now get on board. And you, Mrs. Jays?
That's right. Come with me, Mr. Johnson, and I'll do you a nice big helping of pickled trout. Mr. Johnson, I do believe you've been drinking.
I cannot describe the horror of the next few days. But I suppose I'd better. All manner of abominations I had to suffer. Boiled, grilled, lightly poached in dill sauce. The closeness of the heat weighed upon us heavily, and we wondered which would break first, our spirits or the weather. On the 5th day out of Zeebrugge, we had our answer.
There goes the summer. I ask you.
Batten down the hatches! You men, up the bilges! Aye, aye, sir!
Yes, and when you've sorted all that out, I'll put the kettle on.
Look out, Captain! The mast!
Oh, well, bang go my plans for the wisteria.
Cabin, we're shipping water, something terrible in the engine room.
I told you to keep those holes above sea level.
We could do with losing some ballast, sir.
Oh,
Well, we haven't really got anything to lose.
What about them great sacks of compost?
Oh, no, we couldn't do that.
Is there anything I can do to help, Captain?
No, not just now. We're a bit tied up with... Mr. Johnson, you know those Bibles?
Yes.
You need all of them?
No, sir, not the Bible.
Shush. You see, if we don't chuck them over the side, we're all going to die.
No, Captain. We must preserve the word of the Lord at all costs.
No, I must agree with the captain. If there be sacrifices, better ink and paper than flesh and blood.
No. Come on! Get your skates on and we'll be going down with them. Right, I've got the first crate rigged up now. Haul away, Mr. Johnson.
Aye, Captain.
Take your hands from that winch, sir.
What's the meaning of this? They're my Bibles. I'll do as I please with them.
Aye, and it'll please you to leave them in the holds.
Go to your posts.
No, you got.
Go to your posts, I say, or I'll have you licking the deck with your tongue.
You'll make a marvellous captain.
Stand aside, Johnson, unless you want this marlin spike in your vitals.
Never. Get him, lads!
You fools! No winch! What? Those aren't Bibles!
Looks like the cat's out of the crate.
Bottles of French brandy.
Come on, lads. Don't let it run to waste.
Oh, you're right.
What's going on up here?
See for yourself!
Oh, you got them licking the deck then?
The rest of the ballast was quickly disposed of, and as the ship made its unsteady course along the dark coast, I found out that the crew, hearing of a great demand for liquor in Skegness, had substituted brandy for Bibles back in Zeebrugge. So much for the repair budget. Skegness. My mind swam with questions. What manner of fleshpot was this that rivaled Babylon in its worst excesses? What Tower of Babel was Curtis raising against the Almighty? Would they make me eat fish? We were soon to find out.
Morning, Mr. Johnson. Cup of tea?
Oh, thank you. How are the crew?
Oh, they're still sleeping off the incident.
For 3 days?
Yes. But who needs a crew when you're working wonders with the stoking?
Thank you.
I'd give you a hand myself, but I'm a martyr to my blister. Oh, by the way, we've arrived.
What?
Yes, 2 hours ago. I'd have told you, but it seems a shame to interrupt your shoveling. Oh. So look, come up and have a look.
What's that sound? What are they building?
Well, we'll see soon enough when the mist clears.
Well, I can't wait for that. I'm going to row ashore.
Oh, you are brave.
It's all in the service of the Lord.
I was thinking of your poor hands.
By the time I set foot on the shore, the sun had broken through the mist. And then, looking over to the left, I beheld in the distance a terrifying sight. The beach strewn with men, women, and children. The bodies in my dream. I ran, I'm ashamed to say, as if the devil were at my heels, little suspecting that he was ahead of me.
Hey up, Mr. Johnson, remember me?
It was a diabolic civic procession, and there, at its head, was the familiar face of the great Curtis, borne on a popish litter, a chain of office about his neck and a town crier at each corner, accompanied by all manner of brazen instruments.
Did you get the hooch?
What?
You know, Welsh and Bannister, did they bring the hard stuff?
The liquor, sir, has been destroyed.
Oh, well, no matter. It's no use to me. Got a dicky constitution, you see. Have to watch what I have.
Seems to have affected your voice, too.
Oh, the accent. Well, you try your best to fit in.
But what is the meaning of this horror?
The horror? The horror?
Yes, the bodies on the beach.
Oh, they're just people sunbathing. It's quite good on, you know. But hop onto the stretcher and I'll tell you more. Not another one.
With reflected sunlight from his chain of office dancing round his face like fire, Curtis explained his schemes. He planned to turn Skegness into what he called a holiday resort, much like the old English spas, but appealing to a different class of folk, a haven of licentiousness, where they were encouraged to squander their earnings on drink, sweetmeats, and deck chairs, the very antithesis of thrift, hard work, and obedience. But worse was to come.
And there she is, our pride and joy.
Pride?
Well, what do you think?
You're building a Tower of Babel. But sideways?
It's a pier, you daft apron.
What?
We'll have all sorts of amusements on it. A penny arcade.
Avarice.
What the butler saw next.
Lust.
And a grand hall of mirrors.
Vanity. Curtis, think of your mission. Think of your vows.
Think of the money.
Huh?
Oh, yes, we're going to rake in £1,000 a week from this.
Huh.
It's what I've been trained for. Persuasion. Same as you. Any road. I'm off to have a nap now, then have me tea. See you and your friends at the pier for the grand opening ceremony tomorrow morning. 10 o'clock sharp. Take it away, lads.
That night I lay awake, wrestling with my soul. Should a man misuse his God-given talents in such a way? Yet if these talents were a gift from God, was it not right and proper they should be used to the brim of their capacity? The next morning we waited by the pier. All were present. Captain White, Welch, Bannister, Mrs. Jays, and a sizable crowd. But of the central figure in today's ritual, there was no sign.
I say, I don't think much of your Mr. Curtis's timekeeping. He may be the devil incarnate, but keeping guests waiting is downright rude.
An hour and a half we waited. Then just as the band was starting on the Dashing White Sergeant, for the 17th time, the lone figure of a town crier came racing up the pier.
Mr. Curtis!
Yes, what's happened?
Mr. Curtis, he died.
It was true. Mr. Curtis had died that morning after a night racked with fever and pain. A mysterious gift of boiled halibut from a well-wisher had proved too much for what he called his dicky constitution.
But, I mean, well, who could have perpetrated such a vile deed?
Well, Skegness is now a thriving seaside resort, fun for all the family, safe bathing, miles of sandy beaches. It's so bracing. And, of course, special reductions for Mausoleum Club members.
Well, what a road to Damascus that was. Now tell me, how is it that you now heap extravagant praise on a resort you were only now describing in terms that would make Sodom and Gomorrah blanch with modesty?
Well, Mr. Green, I suppose it's civic pride. You gotta stick up for your hometown. Especially when you're the mayor. Any road. Must catch my train. I'll leave you some brochures.
What?
Tales from the Mausoleum Club, Episode 2, Heart of Skegness, was written by Ian Brown and James Hendry and starred Matt Frewer, Jim Broadbent, Richard Pearson, Royce Mills, Sheila Stiefel, Bill Wallace, Ron Pember and Michael Ripper. Music was by Max Harris. The producer was Paul Spencer.
The horror. The horror?
No wonder Mr. Johnson left so hurriedly.
How so, sir?
Well, after spinning such a ludicrous yarn as Heart of Skegness, I don't think I'd wait to have my story further scrutinized.
Well, Mr. Green, if the veracity of our stories perturbs you, you will wish to go home now. Before we discommode you further.
No, it's no hardship for me to remain here until the Mausoleum Club admits me as a member.
Mr. Green is by no means certain that we shall
You see, when I tell a story, I draw on the perennial source of true life tales in my father. Did I tell you he was a High Court judge?
Yes, you did.
But Mr. Green, might I suggest that it is one thing to view the sewer of humanities that flows past your window,
but quite another to sink your arms in it up to the elbows and unblock its sluices with your bare hands.
Yeah. Well, where did this jack-in-the-box spring from? And wearing a Kingston collar in a gentleman's club.
The Mausoleum Club pays no heed to class.
Oh, so I see. and what kind of villain are you, sir, that has such an intimate knowledge of human waste?
Villain, have you not heard of Chalker of the Yard?
Chalker? Of the Yard? Yeah, why, yeah, well, I do believe my father, Lord Justice Green. Yes. Well, I think he has mentioned that name. So, Mr. Chalker, let's hear your party piece.
Gentlemen.
Very well. One more won't do any harm.
Yes, splendid.
Starring Fulton Mackay, Francis Matthews, Roy Hudd, Hugh Paddock, John Glover, Royce Mills, Peter Howell and Karen Asco. Episode 3, A Study in Starlets.
The shocking events I'm about to relate occurred in the autumn of 1890... when I was a police officer of middle rank, middle age, and middling talents. Picture, if you will, that area of London renowned for its theatres and music halls, known as St. Dash's, and particular that thoroughfare you all know, which I'd best refer to as Shaftesbury Dash.
I know it. Shut up. I do know it.
It is, gentlemen, it is Tuesday evening, and the streets are thronging with ladies and gentlemen dressed up to the hilt. The gaslights are twinkling through the fog like a string of stolen pearls. Everywhere there is gaiety, excitement, and anticipation. Everywhere, that is, except in Mr. Lionel Oboe's Melodeon Theatre, where the turns he presents are famed for their consistent quality. They are all rubbish. And now, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen.
What about us?
Don't start, please. We present a leading light of ligneous... talks a lot. Yes, loquacity. An artificial artiste of articulate No, tip of my tongue. No. Never mind. We present a paragon of plywood. P.
Yeah, you should have gone before you came out.
Oh, dear. For your delight, delectation, and something else beginning with a D. William Wood and his little wooden Willie.
Thank you. Come up here.
Oh, dear.
Hello, my little man. Hello, Mr. Good.
Which one's a dummy?
Now, Willie, I believe you've got a riddle for me. That's right, Mr. Good. When is a goer not a goer? I don't know, Willie. Come over here. When is a door not a door? When it's a... Oh, no! This is Carrigal! Mr. Wood! He's been stabbed!
Stabbed?
Yes! He's dead! He's been stabbed to death! Hang on. If he's dead... Oh, glory.
I acted with the legendary alacrity of the Metropolitan Police, and within hours, my constable and I were on the scene.
A good crowd had gathered. In fact, it was the best crowd the Mausoleum had had for years.
Make way there, we are police officers.
Oh, thank goodness you're here, sir. I dare not call you sergeant in front of all these oglers. Come round the back way. I mean, imagine what will become of my business if this gets into the papers.
Never mind that, sir. A man has been killed.
Yes, of course.
I want to interview all your staff at once and everyone who appeared on the bill tonight.
Yes. Please walk this way.
If I could walk that way, I wouldn't...
That will do, Bill.
Sorry, sir, I heard that on a musical somewhere.
The instrument of Mr. Wood's demise was not a mystery. Right at the back of the stage, we were shown a large contraption whose central feature was a giant crossbow. This served as the finale to a knife-throwing display by the amazing Slasher.
Well, governors, I confess.
Oh, you confess, eh?
I confess it's my machine. But I am not the man what committed this horrible felony.
Yeah, but look at this, sir.
Eh?
The machine has a clockwork priming mechanism. Just by turning it here, you can make it go off any time you like.
Oh, dear.
Look at it!
Good gracious. You've injured one of Mr. Presto's performing poodles.
Yes, but not seriously by the look of it.
Yeah, but he won't be performing again.
So, if the firing of the device can be preordained, then once again, all fingers point to you, Mr. Slasher.
Fingers? That was 8 years ago. And it was an accident. She moved her hand.
Come on, sir. It must have been him. He's a proper villain.
Perhaps. But if Mr. Slasher could preset this weapon, so could anybody else who had access behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's true, sir.
Everyone is a suspect. We need to find a motive.
Yes. Who would want to kill two such harmless and lovable troopers as William Wood and his little wooden Willie?
Just about everyone you sold a ticket to. You've seen his act, sir.
Now, that'll do, Sergeant. Please. On with the interviews. I questioned all manner of music hall turns. Bearded ladies, snake charmers, cross-dressers, the pyrotechnic Papageno, he fills the stage with blazing budgerigars, dwarf tumblers, trapeze artists, goat swallowers.
Next!
My name is Crawford Spencer. I am an actor of the highest repute who has appeared before 11 crowned heads of Europe.
Mr. Spencer, time presses.
Of course. Pardon me. Tomorrow creeps in this petty pace.
Thank you. But do you have anything relevant to the murder?
The murder. No. Is this a dagger which I see before me? The handle towards my hand? Come, let me clasp. I have some more pieces.
Next.
Does this mean I...
We'll let you know.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Next.
Bless this house, O Lord, we pray. Make it safe by night and day. Bless these walls so firm and stout.
Yes. All right, thank you. Next. 2 days later, back at the yard, waiting in the inspector's office, Constable Bull and I rehearsed the salient facts. So, Constable, the facts.
There aren't any.
On the contrary, the facts are twofold. Number one, this is an apparently motiveless murder. Number two...
We don't know who did it.
Oh, Constable. Inspector.
Now, Chalker, how are we progressing with the Mausoleum murder?
Well, sir, we've managed to amass 2 facts.
Thank
Number
you,
one.
Bull.
Yes, just as I had surmised. Well, it is not good enough. The papers are talking of little else but this case, and there's the Parliamentary Review of Scotland Yard next month. The public wants results, and results are what we are going to have.
Well, sir, if you have a notion as to how to expedite this investigation, we'd be very pleased to hear it.
Good. Because I have decided that where the professionals can make no progress, we must seek the assistance of the amateurs.
Oh, no.
Therefore, I authorize you to procure the services of that celebrated consulting detective, Mr. Melcroft Dupont.
Not again. Not again. It was with heavy heart and Constable Bull that I made my way to a flat off Regent's Dash, home of that celebrated interfering amateur Melcroft Dupont. You are all no doubt cognizant of this fellow's reputation, having read of his miraculous deductive skills in the Dash magazine. The man who successfully concluded such notorious cases as the Sign of V, the minor scuffles in the Rue Morgue, the Prunestone, and the Woman in White with a hint of apricot. I would not begrudge him his glory, were it not for the fact that most of the groundwork in these cases was carried out by a hard-pressed police force in the unpublicized person of myself.
Yes?
I'm sorry, madam. I must have come to the wrong house.
It's all right. I'm Mr. DuPont's new housekeeper.
Ah, then would you kindly tell him that...
Sergeant Chalker and Constable Bull are here to see him.
What? How did you know our names?
Mr. DuPont's been expecting you, sirs. You'll find him in the parlour.
Try not to look so surprised, Constable. If there's one thing we mustn't do, it's show DuPont he's put one over on us.
Here we are, gents, and no mistake.
What? But there's no one here. I thought you said, madam, that we'd find him in the parlour.
And so you have, gents. If you'll just give me time to unveil myself.
God! Close your mouth, Constable.
Yes. We don't want to show Dupont he's put one over on us.
Yes, Sarge. Does he always wear a frock?
Only when he fancies himself as a master of disguise.
Well, it certainly foxed you, Chalker. Well, cigars, gentlemen.
Oh, yes,
but... No, thank you.
Well, you won't mind if I have one?
No, but I do wish you wouldn't bite the end off.
But, Chalker, you know very well I haven't used a cigar clipper since the case of the stolen cigar clipper.
Now, look here, DuPont. Unfortunately, I have been sent here to seek your assistance.
Ah, but I hardly think I can assist you in the way you most desire.
What do you mean?
I notice you failed to satisfy your wife last night.
What?
You are sporting yesterday's collar, sir.
Oh, yes.
And a man as fastidious in his habits as yourself would ensure that his wife laid out a fresh one every morning. Obviously, you upset her in a particular way.
That's enough from you, Bull.
Sorry, sir.
No, I left the house very early today.
Couldn't stand another minute sleeping on the sofa?
What? How did you know
that strand of horsehair in your whiskers?
Oh! But we haven't time for this nonsense. Time is of the,
Yes, fine. But I must go into the other room and just slip out of my dress.
Rum fellow, eh, sir?
What? Oh, yes. Let's just hope he doesn't bring out his banjo.
Hey?
We'll see who that is, Bull.
Ah, well, hello there. Top of the morning to you, Thorpe. Pick up. It's a Mr. DuPont I want to be seeing, to be sure.
I'm afraid he's in the other room at the moment.
Ah, but I have a package for him, be Jesus.
Well, Mr. DuPont is in my employ at the moment. I will receive the package on his behalf.
But sure, he gave me strict instructions to deliver it into his own hands, and not to any flat-footed Bow Street runners I might find lurking about the house at all.
When I get hold of him, I'll...
You'll... what, sir? Yes, isn't he all along? Uncanny, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll say.
Now, to solve the Mausoleum murder... No, don't interrupt, Inspector. After a week without results, I know that's what you've come to see me about.
Well, the facts...
The facts are twofold. 1, there is no motive. 2, there is no suspect.
But we already...
Hush! Let me think. Let me see now. Aha! And I can now furnish you with a third fact.
Yes?
There is no...
Yes?
Yeah? Victim!
What?
Yes, or rather, no predetermined victim.
What are you playing at?
The banjo. But as for the Mausoleum, I took the trouble to make some elementary inquiries there, as I was sure you would not.
But...
And it seems they have a rather singular method for fixing the order of the evening's entertainment. Since each turn is as bad as the others, its position on the bill is selected by lot. So, the presence of Mr. William Wood on stage at the precise moment that the device was triggered was the work of blind chance. Could have been any of them.
He's right, you know, sir.
Yes. Yes. I know. He's always bloody right.
Pass the cigars, would you? No hands. So easy.
Goodbye, DuPont. And now, for your delight, delectation, and your disestablishmentarianism.
Well done! Give us a rub of murder!
We present a prestidigitator of prestigious... Stop this. Here's a magician.
Good evening. Thank you. Tonight I am going to place my enchanting assistant, Flossie into this box. One box. Take this carpentry saw of the Sheffield steel. And I shall proceed to Sora Inar. Thank you!
Sir, I've been thinking.
Yes, Paul?
If we got no suspects, no motive, and no proper victim...
Yes?
It seems we got no murder.
Eh?
Look, it could have just been an accident, like Slasher said. Slips happen all the time in theatre.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Let's have an early night. Come on.
As the Lord is my witness, I don't know how this could have occurred. I never use a real saw. Oh, my poor Flossie.
Yes, I'm sorry, sir, but we must still include you in our inquiries.
Inspector, can't you see the poor devil is beside himself?
Yeah, and so is Flossie by the looks of it.
Constable.
Oh, sorry, sir, sorry.
Dear gracious me. Someone must have got in and swapped my trick saw for a real one.
Mr. Obo, there's a queer-looking toff leaving by the stage door. A proper wrong, and he looks and all.
That's our man. Come on, Bull, after him.
Do you see him, Sarge?
No. Damn this pea super. Wait. There he is. Quick, grab him. Got you, you blackguard.
Let me go! Let me go! I am a German citizen! Achtung! Chancellor Bismarck will hear of this.
German, eh? Well, what business have you creeping round our theatres dressed up like Jack the Ripper?
Yeah, that was not me. Let me go.
It seems that we have our man, Bull. The handcuffs, if you please.
Oh, no!
I wish DuPont was here so I could see the expression on his physog.
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, if you so wish, Sergeant, then your wish shall be my pleasure. Good evening, gentlemen. Did you enjoy your run?
Oh, no.
Have a cigar.
DuPont, you blithering jackanapes. What's the meaning of this tomfoolery?
It was necessary to lure you away from the theatre.
Lure us away? Why?
Well, we could hardly discuss the case in front of our prime suspect.
Suspect? But we haven't got one. There's no pattern at all.
On the contrary, dear Sergeant.
Oh, no, here we go.
There is, in fact, a most distinct pattern that leads us directly to the murderer.
And who?
I'm sure you'll work it out eventually.
Eventually? But there's no time to waste.
Wrong again, Sergeant. We have precisely 7 days, during which time I intend to turn my talents for ensnarement from criminals to salmon in the braes of Caledonia.
But...
Have no fear. Until next Tuesday. Sergeant, Constable. Could you take these handcuffs off, please?
The next 7 days were downright hell. By day, I sweated and puzzled like a cracksman with an unfamiliar lock. By night, I tossed and turned on our parlour's horsehair sofa. What was the meaning of DuPont's latest taunts? And how much longer would the inspector delay my demotion? The next Tuesday evening found me in the wings of the Mausoleum Theatre. Well met, Mr. Dupont. Enjoy your fishing, did you?
No, indeed. And by your presence here, I take it you've discerned the pattern in the Mausoleum murders,
Certainly I have.
It's no surprise, really. Even the vulgar populace have worked it out. And they're here in large numbers for the regular Tuesday tragedy.
Then hadn't we better arrest our man at once?
Without evidence? No. No, we must wait and catch him manu rubato.
Many who?
Red-handed, my flat-footed friend.
Red-handed, my eye. He always rigs it so as he's never there when it happens.
Don't worry your plodding constabular brain about it. Just be ready with the handcuffs when I give the word.
Dupont, you insufferable interfering...
Thank you. Yes, it's me again. Landlord, your humble host. And now, for your excitement, exhilaration, and inextinguishable ecstasy, we present the Emperor of Extrication, the nabob of non-confinement, the uttermost in unentanglement.
What?
An escapologist, Your Highness. Here he is, the daredevil of Dagenham, Dangerous Dag.
Thank you, and hello. Thank you. As you can see, I am suspended by my ankles over a large vat of boiling acid of nitrates. My assistant, Valerie, is now tying my wrists with 2 venomous cobras. And my head, here, will be encased in this water-filled helmet, here, which is also lined with 23 of Europe's sharpest razor blades. I shall be lowered into the vat and shall thereupon endeavour to escape. Thank you. Valerie, the helmet.
If the murderer makes his move, it'll be now. Come here and watch this, Chalker. You might learn something.
Sorry, Dupont. I stumbled.
You blunderer. I've dropped my cigar.
I'll get it.
Thank you. And now I'm going home for a jolly good bath.
There you are, completely unscathed. Now, I realize that some of you were drawn here tonight by a certain morbid fascination. Fancying that the 2 unfortunate fatalities occurring here are part of some wicked design. I assure you, nothing could be further from the truth. But who knows when the bloody hand of fate will next raise its gory fingers?
Look, it's Mellcroft Dupont, the celebrated detective.
Murder! It was... He's dead! But I don't understand.
Men, seize that master of ceremonies.
Right, there we are, sir. And look what we've found on him.
5 gelatin capsules of cyanide of potash, and the 6th here between the victim's teeth. So Dupont's fate was assured by his notorious lack of a cigar clipper. It's the drop for you, Mr. Oboe.
But I didn't do it.
Can you also deny the murders of William Wood and the lovely Flossie?
No. I confess, those 2 deaths are talked against my name. It was a cruel but effective means of improving my houses. With the name of Melodeon screaming from every newsstand, the public flocked to my theatre like vicarious vultures. Better the 2 should perish than my beloved Melodeon theatre. Yes, those 2 were mine, but I swear I did not kill Mellcroft Dupont.
Tell that to a court of your peers. Constable, take him away.
But this is a tragic travesty of tribunal turpitude, a megalithic miscarriage of premature imprisonment, a calamitous cock-up.
And, of course, you know the rest. Obo was convicted of 3 murders. I was promoted to superintendent after the parliamentary review, and now I enjoy a reputation as the most celebrated detective in the metropolis.
Wait, sir. Now, what opportunity did the murderer have to tamper with Dupont cigars? I mean, he'd only just returned from Scotland.
Oh, it was a simple matter of passing him a prepared cigar while his attention was elsewhere.
You see, when Dupont arrived at the theatre, Obo was front of house, where he remained until his arrest. He never got near enough to effect the switch, unless... unless...
Now, don't worry your honourable brain about it, Mr. Green. Have a cigar, will you?
Thank you. Oh, no, I'd rather not. I don't believe in smoking. I think
Tales from the Mausoleum Club, Episode 3, A Study in Starlets, was written by Ian Brown and James Hendry and starred Fulton Mackay, Francis Matthews, Roy Hudd, Hugh Paddock, John Glover, Royce Mills, Peter Howell and Karen Asco. Music was by Max Harris. The producer was Paul Spencer.
Have a cigar, won't you?
No. Thank you. What an interesting tale. How satisfying to learn the truth behind the Melodeon murders after all these years.
Yes. Do you see now why we admitted Superintendent Chalker to the Mausoleum Club? Even though in your eyes he's not a gentleman.
I think so. But the second condition of membership is still a mystery to me.
Mr. Green, hadn't you better go before it gets too late?
No, it's still lighter. And besides, you must all have a story to tell. I've only heard 3.
Well, we're glad to have stimulated your appetite. What do you suggest, gentlemen?
Miss Primrose.
Yes. Miss Primrose?
Yes,
May we trouble you?
certainly.
This is indeed the queerest club in London.
She has every right to be here, as you shall see. Come, madam, give us your tale.
Oh, my tale. Very well.
Starring Miranda Richardson, Martin Jarvis, Rosemary Leach, Hugh Lloyd, Brenda Blethyn, Phil Nice, Roy Hudd, Royce Mills and Rachel Gurney. Episode 4, The Turn of the Knob.
When, as a young girl, I first entered service, I did so with a light heart. For my mother had assured me that after but a short time I would make the acquaintance of some fine young gentlemen who would put an end to my dependence on toil. But after 7 years and a series of unelevated positions, such as lady's companion to a knife-thrower and elocution mistress to a firm of navvies, my mother's words began to ring hollow. All I could do was await the completion of the London and North Eastern Railway so that I might hurl myself onto its tracks. Then, one day, at the establishment where I was engaged, a colleague drew my attention to a notice in the Times.
Lady. Oh, it's a lovely bunch of...
Here, Lady Mutt, look at this. Looks like it might be up your street.
Oh, thank you, Queenie. You're so kind. Lady wanted for country position. Knowledge of French essential.
Yes, as long as they don't ask you to do Greek.
Oh, well, there's no mention of Greek. But I suppose I could if they really demanded it.
Oh, dear, I didn't realise you were that hard up.
Yeah, you gonna wrap those whelks or what?
Apply to 37 Harley Street and ask for Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright! Queenie, this is the man I've been waiting for these 7 years.
Yeah, almost as long as this man's been waiting for his whelks.
Oh, pray pardon, sir. Here are your whelks, but stay while I detach the advertisement. At last, I can bid farewell to this mean and lowly occupation.
Oi, all me whelks is falling out of the hole.
Farewell, Queenie, my humble but honest friend. I hope you may soon retrieve your children from the pawnbroker. And for the rest of you, I'll love you always. Even the dirty ones. Farewell.
Bye. Good luck to you, dearie. Toffee-nosed cow.
I spent my last 3 halfpence on a hansom cab to Harley Street because I believed that to arrive in style is to create a good impression, whether the journey be 50 miles or, as in this case, 50 yards. As you can see, I was a very stupid young woman. I was ushered into the presence of a young gentleman of a most pleasing and noble countenance. Here was a man I would happily obey, honour, and who knows.
Pith helmet, mosquito net, quinine, a packet of Sturdy's gentleman's requisites. Eh? What?
Your pardon, sir. I have come in answer to your advertisement for...
It's yours. Mango clippers, Hindi primer.
The position,
Yes,
sir.
yes, the position. Take it. Now, where's my gentleman's folding polo mallet?
But my duties...
Eh? Oh, your duties will be to act as governess to 2 little, delightful children.
I see. They shall be travelling with you?
What? Who told them? Damn.
Told whom? What do you mean?
Yeah, nothing. A misunderstanding.
Sir?
Yes? What is it, Shreve?
You're handsome, sir.
Oh, true.
Right, then it's time to go.
But, sir, so soon I will need a little time to gather the equipment for such a long journey to savage parts.
Look, they may be rough out there, but they do have shops in Swindon.
Swindon? But I had understood you to be going to India.
I am. You're going to Bradsworth in Wiltshire. That's where they live.
Your children?
My children? No, my late brothers.
So, you are free of attachments, Mr. Wright.
Yes, free. Or I soon will be.
So, when will you return from your holiday?
My holiday? Oh, a couple of weeks. Oh, Shreve, have you seen my 5-year diary? Anyway, Miss...
Primrose.
Yes, Primrose. Mrs. Stark, the housekeeper, will see to your every need. She has great staying power. Anyway, my cab awaits.
But, sir, where am I to write should anything occur that is outside my competence?
Sydney, Australia. Bye-bye.
Oh, he's left his elephant gun.
Oh, I should hang on to that yourself, miss.
Oh. I journeyed to Bradsworth with joy in my heart and £20 in my purse, which was a lot of money in those days, a quarter of my salary in advance. I had clearly touched my new friend's pocket as much as I believed I had touched his heart. In no time at all, the old house hove into view, a stately Jacobean pile girt about with cedars. A broad lake winked in the sunlight. I blushed and averted my gaze. While in the well-tended gardens I beheld an ornamental brook, a sundial, and a small white gazebo, which I resolved to look up later in my lady's travelling dictionary. So light was my heart that as the fly drew up at the entrance, I barely noticed a shadow pass across the sun, an owl tearing the throat out of a vole, the withered sapling, a 2-headed calf being born in the stables.
Welcome to Bradsworth, miss. If welcome be the word.
Oh, you must be Mrs. Stark.
Yes, miss, I must. And I must be content with my lot.
What a beautiful house.
Do you think so, miss? Yes, so thought they all.
All?
Thought.
Oh. Are the children waiting for me?
Beautiful house, isn't it, miss?
What a queer woman Mrs. Stark was. The gauntness of her face was matched by her sombre dress. My surprise at her appearance was redoubled when she turned and I noticed a sign on her back reading, "I am a donkey, so kick me hard." With what dark country rituals was Mrs. Stark entangled?
More tea, Miss Primrose?
Oh, yes, please.
Jeremy, go and fetch the kettle.
I will not.
Jeremy.
Not the kettle.
It's your turn.
Oh.
Mrs. Stark, who is that sinister man? Does he live here too? How horrible.
Yes, it is. He is my husband.
I'm sorry, I meant no harm.
Harm? They never meant harm.
I think I'm going to like it here. What is that awful sound?
It started.
I must go and see.
No, wait.
It's coming from within this room.
Miss Primrose, don't.
Oh, hello. Look, Ruth, it's the new nanny.
Oh, yes. Hello, Nanny.
Hello, children. What lovely music.
There's no need to patronise us, Nanny.
We know it's dreadful, but we need an art subject to get into Cambridge.
And also, it's very annoying for everyone else in the house.
Children, shouldn't the same person be holding both the bow and the violin?
Oh, well, if you're such an expert, Nanny, perhaps you can show us how it's done.
Now, children, you're getting excited.
Oh, no!
Oh, I think Stark's dropped the kettle.
Yes, that handle can get terribly greasy, can't it?
But not as greasy as the floor.
I expect he's sliding along the floor towards the Welsh dresser where Mrs. Stark keeps her best crockery.
Oh, Lord.
And I wouldn't be surprised if that nail holding the cauldron on the wall was a bit loose.
Oh, me head!
Oh, dear. Mrs. Stark, you really must clean the floors more carefully in future.
Yes, Mrs. Stark.
Well, before you clear up, perhaps you'd show me to my room.
Your room, miss?
Yes.
Then you're staying?
The governess's room was situated in the east wing overlooking the garden. It was bright and airy and contained little evidence of my predecessor's occupancy, save for an open book, a half-empty bottle of gin, and a complete wardrobe of clothing. Such was the urgency of her departure that she had eschewed the use of the door and had effected her egress by the knotted sheets that yet dangled from the window. An elopement, perhaps. My thoughts fluttered towards the radiance of Mr. Wright. I would gladly have knotted all the linen in India, if he had so desired. Before long, it was dark enough for me to undress without scandalizing myself. Then, looking out of the window, I perceived a flickering, dancing glow from the gazebo, a turret or hut erected in a garden so as to command an extensive prospect. I thought no more of the strange lights and slipped between the sheets, having first taken the elementary precaution of unknotting them. The morning sped by. I had never realized that medieval theology could be so fascinating. But then, anything is interesting after 6 hours of differential calculus. As I gathered my resources for the afternoon, walking in the garden and trying to remember everything I knew about the Greek optative, I looked back towards the turrets of Bradsworth and saw, on the west tower, the black figure of a man. Good heavens! Whoever is that? He's staring at me. Can Mr. Wright have returned so soon? Impossible. Then there can be only one answer. It's the mad half-brother from some illicit union who they keep locked in a secret room to prevent him from claiming his inheritance. How ridiculous. I have been reading too many Gothic romances. It must be a ghost. But whose? What dark secret does this ancient pile conceal?
Oi! Help! Let me down!
What manner of being are you? I charge you by God and all his angels, speak!
It's me, you daft bint!
What do you want with me, poor tormented spirit?
Hey, I told you, let me down!
Pardon?
It's Jeremy Stark, the butler! Those flaming perishers have locked me up here while I was cleaning the weathercock. Oh, it happens every time.
What wickedness had this man perpetrated, that 2 such blameless infants had been driven to incarcerate him thus aloft? I knew then that I must keep one eye on this Stark fellow, and the other on my beloved charges. I must get them out of his malefic ambit, once I had consulted my dictionary.
Can we go home now, Nanny?
No, Lawrence. We've only just begun.
Oh, but Nanny, picnics are so weedy. We haven't learned anything for hours.
Nonsense. The countryside is teeming with lessons. What do you think, children? Children? Children, where are you?
Don't worry, Nanny.
We're picking some mushrooms for you to have with your tea.
Ah, but you must be very careful, children. Not all mushrooms are edible.
These are perfectly safe. They're Amanita muscaria.
And these are Lepiota cristata.
You'll love them.
It seemed that the insalubrious vapours of the old house had imparted a chill to my stomach, and I was forced to search the darkened kitchen in the hope of finding some baking powder.
Oh, here we are. Oh, that noise. Could it be rats?
But wait, a hand at the window.
Who is it? Who's there?
Help me!
It was the white figure of a naked man, a sight I never wished to see again. What arcane rituals had found their focus at Bratsworth?
Oh! Let me in, the little horrors!
Oh, what horrors? Are there devils abroad?
I don't know about abroad, but there's 2 in this country. They whipped me clothes while I was in the tub. Hid them in the garden. Let me in, for God's sake.
Not until you find some more decorous mode of presenting yourself, both in your habit and your speech. Good night.
Oh, no! Choppy-nosed cow.
My first duty was to ensure that my darlings were safe. And indeed they were. Peering into their room, I descried 2 peaceful forms curled up beneath the counterpane. But just as I closed the door to their room, my sight was diverted by a strange vision through the grand window on the staircase. Those lights again. The flickering, dancing glow in the gazebo. Had Stark's demonic ceremony begun once more? Or was it my fancy? No matter. It was clear that I must redouble my efforts to remove this evil man's influence. I would begin by introducing them to children of their own age.
So there we are, all of the spoons in all of the glasses. Thank you, children. Now, more magics. Now, we place the top hat over the rabbit, like so, and sim-sada-bim. He has disappeared.
It hasn't actually.
What?
The table's got a false compartment. You find it inside.
No, it's a magic.
Magic? My hat. Look, we can prove it. Ruth, pass me the crowbar.
No.
You are?
No. You rotten little sods, you broke my table. It's not my fault.
Keep the rabbit, Lawrence. It's biology tomorrow.
It's not on, is it?
That night, I retired to my chamber low in spirit. It was then that I remembered the half-bottle of gin on the dresser. In no time, things began to fall into place. The flight of my predecessor, the ease with which I attained the position, Mr. Wright's hasty departure from these shores. Seeking relief from the noxious ambiance of the house, I threw open the window.
Those dashed lights again. That settles it. I shall get to the bottom of this once and for all. Bottom?
Emboldened by something I could not name, I tripped across the lawn towards the gazebo, without even so much as a dictionary. I was halfway across the moonlit garden when my courage began to falter. A cloud slithered across the sickly moon like a surgeon's knife, the ensuing gloom serving all the more to distinguish that ghostly luminescence which oozed pallidly from that ornamental erection. I summoned up all the valour my womanly frame contained and strode forth.
Now, fortitude, onwards to the Garbizo.
Here we are. Now your secret shall be disclosed. So it's log 3.719 over log tan theta, all square rooted, yes?
Right, but don't forget to take into account the perihelion.
Oh, yes, yes, of course. And then we divide it. Oh, no.
Oh, it's stink words.
Oh, I knew it was too good to last.
Children, it's 3:30. Why don't you sleep in bed?
We've got our pillows to do that for us. Sleep's for weeds.
Night's the time for extra astronomy.
Go to bed at once.
No, you go to bed, Nanny. We employ you, remember?
And if you don't do what we say, we'll write to our uncle and tell him about the midnight romps with the naked butler.
Yes.
You wouldn't dare.
Ruth, pass the photographic plates.
See? Oh, now trot along, Nanny, and stop blabbing.
I say, according to these calculations, there should be a ninth planet. Just here.
Oh, Beezer! Let's call it Ruth.
Oh, no, Lawrence would be much better.
No, Ruth.
No, Lawrence.
Ruth.
So you are leaving, miss?
Yes.
Well, you've done better than most.
Have I?
Yes. And as I always say, they'll get their comeuppance in the next world, if not in this.
Excuse me, Miss Primrose.
What?
We're awfully sorry we ragged you last night. It was only a jape.
Not a jape. To threaten to destroy a lady's good name.
Oh, I don't think there's any chance of that.
What do you mean?
Well, our uncle's written to us several times.
Has he?
And he's very impressed with you. I think you may be on the verge of a longer engagement here, if you get my meaning.
What? Oh,
but look here, Nanny, we're both very sorry, and Lawrence took it all very badly, and he went off last night beastly upset.
Oh, and where is he now?
I don't know. I'm so worried.
You'd better hurry if you want to catch that train, miss.
Train? But I am resolved to stay.
What?
And now we must search the house for poor Lawrence. You take the east wing, Mrs. Stark, and I'll take the west. Hurry now.
Lawrence!
Lawrence!
Lawrence! Oh, Nanny, I'm so frightened. Lawrence was so upset, I'm afraid he was going to do something silly.
Don't worry, sweetest. I'm here, and I'm going to stay here forever and ever and ever. Oh! Mrs. Stark! Quick, the music room. Oh, Miss Primrose! Oh, the poor little scrap! I never wished him any harm, as God is my witness. Why, Mrs. Stark, whatever's happened?
There, limp as a rag doll, suspended from the chandelier by a length of sash cord round his neck, was that prepubescent prodigy that but half an hour earlier I was hoping never to see again. An overturned chair bore witness to his method of dispatch, and, studious to the last, he clutched his little violin in one hand and the bow in the other.
Oh, Lawrence, Lawrence, he must have been such an unhappy child.
All he needed was a little love.
Oh, to think that I was angry at his pranks.
Oh, wait, Mrs. Stark, his arms, they're moving.
Ha ha! April Fool, Primrose! Ha 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 ha!
You evil monsters! And it's not even April.
Well, it is according to the Julian calendar.
Which you'd know if you'd studied calendariography.
Yes.
Help me out of this harness, Ruth.
But why? Why do you do all these horrible things? Why?
Well, we wouldn't if we were left alone to get on with the things that really matter.
Like higher maths and cutting up frogs.
Very well. So be it. You shall do as you wish, and I shall do everything in my power to see that you find peace and quiet.
Oh, good. Well, this afternoon we're going on a biology field trip.
I've got a better idea, children. An aquatic biology field trip.
Oh, topping!
Please,
Here we are, children. Lawrence can row, and you and I will steer, Ruth.
The boat only has room for two.
Yes, you'll have to stay behind.
Oh, must I?
Yes.
Very well. I'll wave you off. Give them a push, Mr. Stark.
A pleasure, miss.
Take care, children.
You'll find the best specimens in the middle. Goodbye.
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 Oh, don't be so soppy.
We're not going far.
As the boat drew away from the bank, I stood waving with the others, my handkerchief in one hand, and in the other, the bung from the bottom of the boat. The three of us turned back towards the house, and as we crossed the well-tended lawns of Bratsworth, we listened to the sweet sounds of nature.
Oh, no, my feet are all wet.
Oh, row faster, you prune, or we'll sink.
Help!
Did you hear something, Mrs. Stark?
Me, miss? Not I.
It must have been a skylark.
Ruth, let me stand on your shoulders. Yes, but you're older than me. No, you shouldn't. You smell anyone.
Shall we have a cup of tea?
What a good idea.
Put the kettle on, Stark.
With pleasure.
It seems to have grown quite dark.
Filch, bring more light, but not too much.
Very good, sir. Oh, dear, Mr. Green. You've grown quite pale. Did not our last story amuse you?
Amuse? I'm not one that finds amusement in cruelty. I must take my leave of you, gentlemen. It has become quite late.
Too late, indeed, Mr. Green.
You must stay as a guest of the Mausoleum Club.
No. I can get a cab.
Come, Mr. Green, but 2 hours past. You were most anxious to be a member.
Yeah, well, I was mistaken. I'm a member of enough clubs, thank you very much.
As you wish, Mr. Green. But remaining yet to hear one more tale would not cost you dear, would it?
Well, no, well, I suppose not. Very well. One more. Then I must leave.
Excellent. Dr. Sen, you have been waiting patiently.
Thank you.
What?
Oh, do not look so surprised, Mr. Green. Though in my own country I may be excluded from your clubs, the mausoleum is most welcoming to such as I. But my story. Imagine, if you will, the bazaar in Calcutta. It's the hot season, and the oppressiveness of the heat is redoubled by all manner of unpleasantness. The stench, the teeming flies, and the 2 non-commissioned officers of the Wessex Fusiliers.
Oi, Mustafa, over here.
What?
Come and earn some money. Plenty bucksheet.
Forgive me, gentlemen, I'm otherwise engaged.
Like bloody hell. And it's sob to you. It's time you did some work for a change. Jaldi, Jaldi!
Ah, it was a chance encounter, but of the kind that alters destinies and shortens lives.
Starring Roshan Seth, Michael Robbins, Oliver Cotton, Stephen Fry, Royce Mills, Sam Daster and Michael Ripper. Episode 5, Soldiers 3, India 0.
Now, you listen to me, Ellie.
Yes? What do you want?
Me and Stormy here, mighty big soldier wallers.
Ah, very interesting. Now, if you'll excuse...
Do you savvy?
Yes, but only just.
You baggage waller. Tonight we give you plenty rupees. Yes?
Yeah, but I'm awfully sorry.
What's the matter? Don't you understand English?
Yes, of course I do. I'm Professor of Native Languages at the University of Calcutta.
What's he saying, Stormy?
I hold the chair.
That's the idea. You hold the chair, and we'll pile the packages on top. There we are. Now then, 3 bottles of Ganges water, Taj Mahal peppermill, Sturdy's gentleman's requisites, tiger skin muffler for my Jess back home. Wait a minute. Here's my lucky elephant's foot. Oh, that's better. Now, let's find a drink. Back of water! Jowdy! Jowdy!
It appears that the rogues I had fallen in with were just finishing their tour of duty and were intent on frittering away their wages on all manner of souvenir, the bulkier the better. They were, of course, completely without prejudice. In their eyes, all Indians were equal. So, in their need of a beast of burden, the lot, as you might say, had fallen on me.
Oi, wait up there, Stormy.
Come on, Chai. The bar's just round the corner.
Here, look at this queer shop.
I'm hot and thirsty.
I am Jacob. Curios and oddities.
What do you want to go in there for?
Well, I don't know. Seems like a good idea.
Come on, or I'll drag you by the cullions.
No, just 5 minutes.
Oh, gentlemen.
All right. 5 minutes, and it's off to the Green Monkey for a whiskey peg loud.
Gentlemen, I haven't the time to assist you further.
Come on, in we go, Stormy.
Gentlemen! Gentlemen!
Oh, what a load of old rubbish.
Do you need help, sirs?
Did we ask for it? Sit down and keep quiet.
I assure you, sirs, everything you see is genuine pucker.
Genuine? They got hundreds of these pots in the British Museum.
Gentlemen,
Dr. Sen, it has been too long.
Not as long as my arms, Mr. Jacob.
Oh, leave those things on the counter.
Oi, Ellie Barbar, who said you could do that?
Here, Tiger, look at this.
Sir, that is a porcelain Buddha from the Temple of Charnachat. It is very... It was one of the sole remaining pair.
Well, at least you got another one. You hear that, Tiger?
You what?
I said.
Yeah, I heard what you said. I was looking at this little statue. Hey? Well, it's as if it wants me to look at it. Here, Johnny, who's the girl with the big boobies?
No, that is a figurine of Kali, the goddess of destruction, of whom you are obviously both acolytes.
Aye? No, we're sergeants.
Kali is the consort of Shiva, the Mahadev.
Yeah, she'd make a good wife for anybody.
How's that, Storm?
Well, she got arms enough to cuddle and cook at the same time.
I do not think you would wish to fall into the arms of Kali, gentlemen. But, Mr. Jacob, the arms are in a most unusual configuration, do you not think?
I'm told it's a quirk peculiar to the area it comes from. It makes it all the more valuable.
Valuable? It's for the bricked holes.
They are the settings for precious jewels that have since been lost.
Aye. Jules? Where did you say it come from?
I didn't.
Yeah. Well, maybe you should.
Whoops. Looks like they're a pair again.
I seem to remember it was sold to me by Haji, who's been travelling through Kashmir.
Go on.
And the man who sold it to him said it was forged on the Mountain of Eternal Happiness.
Where? The Mountain of Eternal Happiness.
Yeah, well, they must be happy if they got Jules this size, eh, Stormy?
But the mountain is just a legend. A story told to lull children to sleep when the wolves howl and the wind is high.
Yeah, well, his statue ain't no story sure as eggs is eggs. How much do you want for it, matey?
It's priced at 10 rupees. I can let you have it for 5.
Get out of it. More like 2. Here's 1. Right, come on, Stormy. We are going on a treasure hunt.
What about our drink time?
All right.
Mr. Jacob, I'm so sorry. Here's 15 rupees for the damage and 9 rupees for the statue.
Oh, there's no need for that. I'm glad to be rid of it, as I think was the Haji. But Dr. Sen, how did you get mixed up with these villains?
I'm not sure, but I begin to think that fate has allotted me a task.
Baggage walla!
Oh. Why did I follow them? To this day, I'm not sure. Was I too lured by the Lost Mountain? Was it because, if such a place existed, it needed protection from these 2 ruffians? Or was it because, if I failed to do their bidding, they threatened to twist my lingam into a Kidmagar's chota peg stirrer? But accompany them I did.
Come on, Sen, the train's starting, Jody.
All right.
These Indian trains are all the same. Dirty, smelly, and overcrowded.
Yes, they were built by the British.
Go on, move aside. Queen's business, very important.
Oi, mind where you're sticking that parrot. It's like a zoo in here.
Yeah, and that's just the passengers.
Here, hold on, Tiger. There's an empty compartment here.
Right in you come, Mustafa.
That's better. Open a window, Tig.
Good day, gentlemen.
Yeah. I thought you said the compartment was empty.
Oh, one specky clerk ain't going to give us any trouble. Are you, sir?
Actually, I'm a writer, Lanyard Sapling. You might have heard of me.
No.
Well, I write daily pieces for the Lahore Times.
Oh, we soldiers don't go in much for reading.
No. Soldiers? Are you soldiers?
Eh?
Oh, I say, how thrilling.
Yeah, I'm Sergeant Jack Storm, and this is my distinguished comrade in arms, Sergeant Tommy Tiger Atkins.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet you both.
Here, have a swig.
Oh, I say, hooch, rather. Strong stuff. Ha! But I expect you need it after all your thrilling adventures, eh?
What?
Well, you know, putting down mutinies, wrestling with tigers, shooting people.
Oh, yeah, plenty of that.
Yeah, we do it all the time.
Oh, grand. Then I'll be glad of your opinion on my latest story.
Eh?
You what? It's called The Geezer Watered Drunk Too Much. Cor blimey, exclaimed Private Authoress. Been better for him if he'd shut his mouth. He'll have his head broke in one of these days.
Here,
Too big
Sen.
a liar.
Yes.
What is he saying? You'll have to translate.
Well, it's not a dialect I'm familiar with. For the next 5 hours, we were treated to a variety of Mr. Sapling's jottings, including how the giraffe got his nostrils, how the donkey got his spleen, and how the leopard got his moo. This last, he admitted, needed some further work.
And that, my best beloved, is why the monkey can't sit down. What did you think of that? I say, you fellows, where are you bound exactly? I said, where are you off to?
Oh, blimey. He's talking English at last.
We're on our way north to Kashmir.
Don't tell him.
Nah, he's all right. He's our pal. Have another swig, Sappy, me boy.
Oh, yes, rather. Down the hatch. Oh, dear. That is the stuff, isn't it, eh, boys? Still, what are you going to Kashmir for? Hunting for treasure, I expect. Eh?
No.
Yeah. We're looking for a mountain.
Oh, well, there's plenty to choose from.
No, this one's special.
Storm.
It's called the Mountain of Internal Happiness.
Oh, eternal happiness. Yes, I've heard of it. Oh, gripping. Now, where's my jotter?
You wouldn't by any chance happen to know where it is, would you, sir?
Oh, golly, no. But it's certainly beyond Srinagar, and probably beyond Leh.
Where?
Leh. You'll have to change at Rawalpindi and take the mountain railway. But don't worry, just to make sure you don't go wrong, I'll come too.
Storm, you great pig scraper.
Shut up, we might need him.
Well, there's quite a long way to go yet, but I'm afraid I've completely run out of stories.
Oh, dear, what a pity.
So instead, I'll read you some of my poems.
Now do you see why the compartment was empty?
There's a village on a mountain where the streets are paved with gold, up in the hills of Kashmir, where it's very, very cold. It's not an easy journey. You must travel there by foot. But once you've found this mountain, you can fill your bags with loot. Well, I know it doesn't rhyme. I'm still working.
Day after sweltering day we journeyed on. Allahabad, Kanpur, Agra, through scenery as monotonous as Mr. Sapling's meter. Then, just as we were pulling out of Delhi, the tedium was briefly relieved.
Blimey! A riot!
Oh, gosh, how dangerous.
Break out the pistols!
I say, Sen?
Yes, Mr. Sapling?
Is there room in that luggage rack for me too?
Yes, come on up.
And is there room for my jotter?
A couple of days and 3 riots later, we were 300 miles away, rising into the Shivalik hills where all was peace and quiet.
I say, this makes a change from all that shooting in Delhi, what? Oh, golly, another riot. I'm running out of paper.
It's not a riot, Mr. Sapling. They are rebel tribesmen.
Blimey, they catch us, I wouldn't give 2 annas for our danglers.
2 annas for our danglers.
Stop scribbling, you mad munchkin. Get out the back!
And then Storm said, get out the back.
We followed Mr. Sapling's receding form. The tribesmen were searching the train for British, so we took refuge in the scant undergrowth, hopeful of remaining undiscovered.
I can't be sure we're here. Keep your heads down, they'll soon give up.
Lads, all this excitement has awoken my muse. I have a new poem. Bang, 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 went the rifles roar. Bang, 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 in the hills above Lahore.
Bloody hell!
I heard a noise from over there. Follow me.
Shut your trap, Sapling.
What?
Quiet, quiet, quiet.
Oh, I say that's really rather good. Quiet, 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 Tommy Atkins cried. Quiet, 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 on the day we nearly do...
Aha, what have we here? Little British monkeys. Seize them, Dillip.
Here, San, you speak the lingo. You better talk us out of this.
Well, I shall try. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Ah, Dr. Sen. I'm sorry I didn't see you there. We did enjoy your latest paper on the labiodental fricative in the Kush dialects.
What's he saying, son?
How did you get mixed up with this rubbish?
Oh, it's a long story. They're stupid, but on the whole, harmless.
Ah, well, Doctor, any friend of yours is a friend
Now,
of...
you stand aside, Sen, I'll handle this. I understand these people. Now, you listen me, yes? We very powerful wizards from across the water. Queen Victoria, big white lady.
Oh, no.
Now, you see this? Big magic. We call it Tindy Box. See? We make white man's red flower.
Why does he think we want to see his cigarette lighter?
And this, now, hold it to ear. Ticky-tock, ticky-tock. Now, you let wizards go, and you keepy ticky-tock. Savvy?
I wonder if he has any glass beads. Dillip, the snake pit.
You know, lads, I think we're gonna be all right.
Sapling, you stupid devil! What did you have to poke your oar in for?
Well, if you ask me, it's just as well that I did. Once your little runner started talking native, you can be sure he was about to betray us. And look where we've landed.
20 feet down and surrounded by snakes.
Next time I catch Sin, I'll give him such an horse whipping.
What do you mean, next time? One of those bit me boot.
Yes, that was a crate. It's quite strange to see them so far north. Ah, and you see the big fellow over there? Now, he's obviously the king snake. Oh, look, he's coming to talk to us. Hello, Car.
It's a bloody cobra! The most poisonous snake in the book.
Oh, yes, it reminds me. Did I ever tell you how the snake got his venom?
One just landed on me.
Oh, yes, now, you see, that must be the flying snake. How fascinating.
There's more from above. Gentlemen, climb up quickly. Sen, you rat. We got enough snakes down here without you chucking them at us.
It's a rope, you fool! Hurry up and climb in!
What? Go on, get up there.
Don't forget me.
Oh, as if we want, Mr. Sapling. As if we want.
There we are. White man's red flower.
Oh, we haven't eaten since breakfast. I'm starving.
Ah, I managed to save some leftovers from my supper with the tribesmen.
Looked after yourself, then.
Pucker chow at last. And I shall miss my pipe. I don't suppose...
Of course, Mr. Sapling. My friends gave me these cheroots. Help yourself.
Oh, you're a thoughtful little fellow. I shall put you in one of my books.
That's all right, Mr. Sapling. Virtue is its own reward.
What's the matter, Ty? Not hungry?
Where's my statue?
Ah, well, they took it, didn't they?
Where is it?
What are you worrying about a rusty bit of iron for?
What's your lips stole?
Oi, you got must.
Calm down, Sergeant. I managed to rescue your beloved Kalima as well.
Give me it.
This is queer-smelling tobacco, you know.
You'll be pleased to hear that the mountain of eternal happiness is but 3 days' march from here.
What?
Yes! Not all my pickings from the tribesmen were tangible. He told me that the origin of your figurine is a village, only 20 miles to the northeast of here, just beyond Ladakh.
20 miles? That's not 3 days.
Ah, but the way is not easy. There are many mountains and precipices to hinder our journey.
Yeah, but look at the holes in my collie. I mean, think of the size of them jewels. Yeah. We'll do it.
Lady, on the road to Colwyn Bay, where the
what do we do about him?
Play. Did I ever tell you about the animals? The animals that all have names. The animals that all have names and talk to you. Did I ever tell you about that? Once deep in the forest lived a big grey wolf whose name was Aquila. And she had a friend called Bagheera, who was a panther. And they both wore shorts. And along with their pal Baloo, who was awfully good at knots, they went about the jungle doing good deeds, like mowing the lawn and helping elephants across the road. And one day, they went to visit Shere Khan, the tiger. And because he was so good at brewing tea, they gave him a badge. What a jamboree there was in the jungle that night.
Sadly, I am unable to relate the remainder of Lanyard Sapling's tale, as by the time he reached the second paragraph, we had, as you British put it, done a bunk.
So, chaps, what do you think of that? Chaps? Chaps? Hello? I say. I feel like 3 packets of biscuits.
Don't worry, Sergeant. You'll be fine as long as you don't look down.
Yeah. How much longer do we have to shuffle along with our backs to this cliff?
It's all right. The path is starting to broaden. Ah, there is our guide. Follow that goat. My friends, our quest is over. The mountain of eternal happiness.
Happiness? You call these people happy? Well, look at the state of their village. Look at their clothes. They haven't got two Annas to rub together.
But look at their faces. Have you ever seen such serenity and contentment?
Blow that. I'm telling you, you won't find any jewels here.
Use your beans, Storm. They ain't going to show 'em off like Bourne and Hollingsworth.
Perhaps we should have gone there instead.
We were welcomed with a warmth and hospitality peculiar to the poor. I found the villagers open and unaffected by modern ills. It was a glimpse of India as it must have been before the arrival of the likes of Storm and Atkins. While these two adventurers slept off their latest stupor, I talked far into the night with the village pundit, and I learned many things, including the unique and ancient defense that the village had contrived against corrupting invasions, and to which, now, I grasped the key. The following day saw a parting of the ways.
You've decided then, Stormy?
Yeah, there's no jewels here. There never was. Ali Baba was right at the start. There's no wives' tale. I'm off home.
You give up too easy, Storm. I mean, people don't give you their dosh the day after you meet them.
You stay till they do, Atkins, and you've got a long wait. Me, I've got a girl in Blighty to get back to.
All right. Go on then. Back to your Dorset milkmaid.
I will! And you can go to hell! Goodbye, Atkins!
Yeah, you'll see. I'll be covered in riches. Yeah.
Yeah. So, now we are two, Sergeant Atkins.
Yeah. And you know something, don't you, eh? You've been very thick with that head, Johnny. Where they hiding my treasure?
All in good time, Sergeant. Come with me, and bring your statue.
Where did you say this temple was? I'm fair whacked.
Just here, behind the rock.
Here. Temple? It's just an hole in the ground. If you trick me, Sid...
Well, let us enter and find out. Now, Mr. Sapling's lighter.
Core. Here. It's full of dirty carvings. I hope I don't go blind.
Come on. We must go through. Here we are. The altar of Shiva.
Very nice. But where's the treasure?
Patience. Now you will see why the arms on your little statue are twisted so.
No.
It's like a key, you see. It fits into this slot here.
Yeah, I'll get it. And where there's a key, there must be a door.
So, unite Shiva the Creator with Kali the Destroyer.
Oh, no, you stand aside.
Oh.
Yeah. You're not going to cheat me now. Here. Nothing's happening. Sen? Sen, where are you?
Back here. I don't wish to cheat you of your moment of glory. Try turning it.
Sen? Sen, it's opening. It's opening at last.
I watched Sergeant Atkins disappear under a glittering avalanche of sapphires, diamonds, emeralds, rubies, gold, pearls, all manner of precious stones and metals. So, the avaricious sergeant had achieved his most ardent wish. He had covered himself in riches, and had indeed found the place of eternal happiness. Safe once again from corruption and greed, the villagers restored the treasure to its hiding place, and before I left, led me to a shrine where they replaced the figurine of Kali. And can you guess the inscription above the idol?
Well, something like, the love of money is the root of all evil.
No! It said, price, 10 rupees.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. I've had my fill of your stories, and now I will bid you good night.
Come, come, Mr. Green. We must insist that you stay.
No, no, no. If you don't want my membership, you shan't have my ears either. Adieu.
Oh, dear me.
Yes? What is it, Felch?
A Mr. Sturdy to see you, sirs.
Ah, good evening, gentlemen. May I speak with the chairman?
Well, there's no chairman here.
But this is the Mausoleum Club.
It's a mausoleum.
Ah, good. But I wish to become a member.
Well, unless you're a liar or a fool, you may keep on wishing. Would you care to share my cab?
But come in, Mr. Sturdy. Would I be right in thinking you have an interesting story to relate?
What?
Yes, Mr. Sturdy. Have a drink.
Have a drink? What?
Thank you. Perhaps you could tell us how you came by that curious red mark on your neck.
Well, thereby hangs the tale.
Starring Timothy Spall, Rosalind Ayres, Nicholas Clay, Oliver Cotton, Royce Mills, Jonathan Kidd, Michael Ripper, Michael Fenton Stevens and Nick Revel. Episode 6, Jess of the Bournevilles.
My name is Thomas Sturdy. I come from a manufacturing family in the Midlands, of which you may have heard. Sturdy's Gentlemen's Requisites. Slogan, look before you jump. On the death of my father, his estate was ordered according to tradition. The first son inherited the business. The second son took a commission in the Guards, and the third son took up the cloth. The fourth son, as you know, must get on as best as he can.
So what did you decide to do?
I was the fifth son.
Oh, I say, what rotten luck.
Ha! Imagine the plight of the 11th.
Oh, dear.
You see, it was my father's policy to patronise the company's products. Anyhow, I decided that my future lay in agriculture. My interest having been excited by the reading of some rather splendid novels about country folk in the southwest of England.
Yes?
I'd like a third-class single ticket to Casterbridge, please.
Where?
Casterbridge? It's a county town of Wessex.
Huh?
Yes. First stop after Shurton Abbas.
Never heard of it.
But surely, have a look on the map. It's on page 4 of my book here. Look at it. Casterbridge, eh?
Oh, aye. Looks like it's near Dorchester.
Well, I suppose that'll have to do.
Right, well, there we are. Tuppence 3 farthings.
I beg your pardon?
Unavoidable increases, sir.
Ah, very well. Can I claim a reduction with this Wright's coal tar soap coupon? As I approached Dorchester, the auguries of eventide became manifest. The countryside was already embrowning itself moment by moment. The obscurity of the heavens met the dark vegetation of the earth at the blood-red horizon, and I was gasping for a pint. So, on my arrival, I went direct to a public house called the Creaking Gibbet, a name I resolved to remember in case it was a clever foreshadowing of something that was to happen later on.
Evening, Dorrit. Evening, sir.
Good evening, mate.
And, what's your pleasure, Mr. Beach?
Pint of Natsby, please.
A pint of what?
Natsby, stranger. It's our local beer.
Ah, barmaid. Another pint of Natsby, please.
Oh, that's very civil of you, sir.
Eh?
Are you not having one yourself?
2 pints, barmaid.
Surely, sir.
Cheers. You'll be looking for lodgings, I'll be bound.
Ah, how did you know that?
You've put your suitcase down on my dog.
Pardon me?
No, it's no matter, sir. He's well trained in obedience. Yes, he'll make a rare sheepy dog, that'n.
Oh, you are a shepherd, then?
Who are, and I've been since, last week.
Oh?
Yes, I used to have a turnip farm, but, well, I was getting a bit, what's the word, restricted.
Really? Times are changing, Mr.
Beach, sir. Asriel Beach. Anyway, you'll find good lodgings 2 miles out on the Weymouth Road. Mr. and Mrs. Madden. Down, Grinder.
Are the surroundings agreeable?
Oh, some would say so, sir. Their orphan niece, Jess Bourneville, lives there also. All the young men of the town pay her compliments.
Ah, a lady rich in beauty, eh?
No, just money. She lately learned that she is heiress to the Bourneville estate, and thereupon she changed her name from Bourneville to Bourneville.
What is the difference?
10,000 a year.
Which is a lot of money in these days. Oh, I think I might inspect these lodgings. On the Weymouth Road, you said?
Yes, sir, though you mun beware the strange customs of these parts. Like, what you're drinking.
What you're drinking?
Oh, that's very kind of you, sir. I'll have another pint of Natsby.
Locating the Madding residence proved more difficult than I had first assumed, particularly as Weymouth appeared nowhere upon the map of Wessex. But then neither did Dorchester, and I'd just been there. But you can be sure that by 10 of the clock I was knocking at the door of that lowly habitation.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. You must be Jess Bourneville?
Bourneville, sir.
Oh. Hello. Conversation came easy to us. It was as if we had been marked down for one another by some strange pagan forces. Jess Bourneville. How may mere words convey the beauty of that apparition? Her hair was as gold as well-used sovereigns. Her bosom heaved like a sack of florins. Her blouse crinkled like a wallet full of big white fivers. Even the stain down the front of her dress resembled the signature on a bill of exchange. Her whole appearance, gentlemen, was as fresh and as virgin as an open ledger which is yet to be entered.
Hello?
Hello. I understand you have a room to let.
Oh, I fear 'tis taken by another gentleman, but this last week.
Oh, but Asriel Beach told me there were good lodgings here.
There are, sir, but Asriel Beach has taken 'em.
Oh, well, in that case,
but we can sling him out, sir. It's only Asriel Beach.
Well, don't put yourself out.
No, sir. Just Asriel. Won't you come in? We like our lodgers to treat this place like their own home.
I took her at her word, and by the next day I had appropriated the seat by the fire, left my socks all over the parlour and piled the sink full of dirty plates. My first task was to visit the nearby potato field, over the barrow and left at the standing stones, to interview the good denizens of Wessex about modern agrarian techniques.
Wait, old drivers, stop the glottage, it's nummit time.
No, Art.
Here, me gents, a fair twanky.
Oh, take your nunny warts.
Good morning, stout yeoman.
Art.
What manner of toil do you here?
We be tatty-hocking, sir.
Tatty-hocking? Oh, of course. And this mechanism is the, tatty-hocker?
No, that's the potato bolter.
Oh, what does it do?
Well, it hocks the tatties, of course. Lemon stunflow.
Here, you man be that young Dan who's taken up with the Maddins.
Yes, I'm on.
Well, if you got an eye on Jess, you'd best keep the other looking out for the storm.
What's mean you, sir?
Oh, Granford be talking a sergeant's storm.
Who?
Jess Bourneville's betrothed.
Betrothed?
Him's a great fine soldier who's been a-putting down the Hottentots in India, see?
India, eh? So he's not actually in the country at the moment?
Not at the moment, no. Now make time over, Travers.
Art.
There you be, Dulcie. With your molly horning and come back to your flock.
Good day, Mr. Beach. I apologise for dislodging you, as it were.
Not to worry, sir. Down, Grinder. It's all for the best. I be living rent-free at the moment.
Oh, really? Where's that?
Well, you see that little home there by the dip in the ground?
Yes.
Well, I live in the dip.
Ah. How's the sheep farming getting on?
Oh, fair fess. I got Grinder here trained up good and proper. Want to watch him herd some sheep?
Oh, yes, please.
Listen up now, Grinder.
Look out now, Israel!
What?
The sheep! He's driving them towards the potato cover!
Oh, Grinder! Back, boy, back!
Oh, Azrael, you poor sheep!
Oh, dear. Looks like my fortunes have changed again.
Or, mayhap you angered old Twisthorn.
Twisthorn?
Who's Twisthorn?
Yeah, you pay no heed to them, sir. 'Tis the old ways. Twisthorn be the sheep spirit of these parts, and 'tis no goodly thing for Christian folk to think of.
But I'm anxious to learn every aspect of rural manners. And besides, it may become significant later on.
Eh? Oh, I can't be diddling with all that. I mun be off to look for another job. Cool, what is it, Joby Finshanks? You look fair fussy.
Boss, it's the council, sir. They've had a meeting, and they've made the mayor of Dorchester.
Mayor of Dorchester? Well, I never. Just goes to show, don't it? Supper at my place tonight, lads. It's shepherd's pie all round.
I had learned much on my first morning in Dorchester, of tatty-hocking, of sheep husbandry, and of Sergeant Storm, a lowering cloud on the horizon against which I had best quickly lay into port. Everything conspired in my favour. The apple trees were expectant with blossom. The firs stood purple on the hills, and the rabbits, well, what a wonderful time of year for a secret tryst on Egdon Heath.
Phew. How much farther is this place?
Well, I'm not sure. It must be around here somewhere. Let's look at me map, eh? Here, Egdon Heath.
Well, I've never heard of it. And we've been walking for hours.
You're right. It begins to embrown itself, moment by moment.
Pardon, sir?
It's getting dark. And, well, I'm quite, tired. Aren't you?
Well,
Look! Over there. Evidence of man's former occupation.
What?
A deserted cottage. I know. Let's shelter there.
Oh, but sir, won't you be awfully rough and scrubbing?
Oh, no matter. Fortunately, I have brought with me my gentleman's folding divan. Let's go and have a little lie down, shall we? Everything went as I had planned. Before a 3 month had passed, Jess revealed that she was with child.
Oh, I say, you can. I mean, didn't you? Well, I take the appropriate precautions.
Of course I did. I used one of Sturdy's gentleman's requisites.
Oh, not sturdy enough from the sound of it. Oh, I mean, good Lord.
Be quiet.
It was the one sure way I could think of forcing her hand into marriage and my hand into a trust fund. Time passed. The girdle of the zodiac rolled onward as summer turned into autumn. The leaves began to embrown themselves moment by moment, well, you know, the sort of thing. And Azrael Beach, having lost a mayoralty to his young rival Henchard, took up dairy farming instead. It was September, and the whole community came together to thank whichever god they worshipped for the safe gathering of the harvest.
See my thistles bud grow. See my thistles bud grow. The women folks who when I work to it out. It's long and it's thick and it costs off and rout. And as for the sheep, they all bow and delight. When I play with my thistles far into the night. It's such a whopper, so sharp and yet proper. I love what the top of my thistles bud.
More nuts for Azrael.
No, thank ye. I'll stick to beer. And much cheer to you on your betrothal to fair Jess. No doubt you're looking forward to the happy arrival.
What? Who told you that?
I'm talking about the inheritance.
Oh, yeah, of course, the inheritance.
It's mighty queer how suddenly the scales of fortune may be tipped.
Oh, yes, sorry to hear about the brucellosis and the fire in your cattle store.
Not to worry. I never held much with cows anyway. And besides, I've just won a flock of sheep in a raffle.
Ah, well done, mate. How'd you find sheep farming this time?
It's much harder with this withered arm, sir. And it's the devil's own job to hold a crook and whistle with me fingers at the same time. But I got a new dog, and the sheep are very fertile. It looks as if I'll make my fortune after all.
Azure Beach!
Joby Thinshanks. Well, you look fair squitted.
Your sheep have all strayed into the clover patch, and have all blowed up like bladders.
Oh, dear.
Old Twisthorns marked down, to be sure, Azrael.
The sheep spirit again. This is becoming significant.
Oh, but come on, Master Thomas. There's work to be done.
Good Lord, what's happened?
It's the clover, sir. It don't agree with their stomachs. Does make 'em swell up like footy balls.
Ooh, how can we save them?
Well, you mun take this here tummy spike and prick 'em through to let the gases out.
What will you be doing while I'm doing that?
Looking the other way, sir. Hurry up, sir, or they'll die.
Very well, right. 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3... And another... Well, this seems...
Stop, sir!
What?
Them's taking off! Oh, blimey! Oh, my God, twist
Oh, my God, look! Oh, good grief, that was close.
Look out, sir! It's coming back! That's never happened before.
We watched the last of Beach's flock sail like muddied clouds over her horizon, notched and pocked with ditches and barrows. Then, as my eyes dropped across the close grazed down, I beheld a tiny red speck, which grew and grew, like nothing so much as a spot of blood in a green shirt. As it drew closer, I discerned gold buttons, a pillbox hat, and a pair of cherry pickers, the uniform of the Wessex Fusiliers. The storm had reached my shore.
Which one of you is Thomas Sturdy?
Well, that is...
That's him, Sergeant.
Beat you, blimmin' stun, pal. Well, you're obviously Sergeant Storm. How do you do? Now, you've probably been hearing a lot of idle village gossip about me and a certain young lady.
I have.
Well, I have to say it's not true at all. But if it is, I've done everything properly. And the baby she might be having, I'm not saying she is, mind, but if she is, has a baby, it's got nothing to do with me. No, nothing. No, all right. You know, our country folk talk.
Yes, sir. We talk the truth.
Look, I'm sure we can settle this like gentlemen.
Of course, sir. No need for any unpleasantness.
Oh, good. I'll be quite happy to settle for an appropriate payoff.
Very well. Pistols at dawn. Maiden Castle.
You mid hang on to that tummy spike if you like.
Is this your second, then, Sturdy?
Well, it's about the 7th, actually, but nobody else wanted to do it.
Well, with everything you've done for me, sir, the lodgings, nice sheep and all, I wouldn't miss this for the world.
This is my second, Corporal Fairfax, who will now remind us of the rules of engagement.
Copyright. Her Majesty's Stationery Office.
Get on with it, Fairfax.
Rule 1. Should the bullet pass clean through the trunk without taking any of the internal organs with it, it shall be deemed a let, and play shall continue.
Oh, God.
Rule 2. Should the bullet enter one of the nether limbs below the knee, it shall be deemed leg before, and play continues.
God, hallowed be thy name.
Rule 3.
Oh, stop! Stop this madness!
Jess!
Let not a drop of blood be shed for my sake.
Go home, woman.
Well, I don't know. I think she's got a fair point there, friend.
Oh, please, I beg you, think again.
Take her away.
Ah, you come along with me, my dear. Now, come on, you don't want to be mixed up in any of this.
Rule 3. Should either the legs be detached from the body during the course of the duel, a surgeon shall be called to decide whether the combatant be fit to continue. Now, lads, I want a good, clean fight, no swearing, spitting or low tackles. Choose your weapons.
Well, I don't know. Sport for choice, really.
You have used one of these before, Sturdy?
Of course, I'll have this one.
Are you sure?
Got you.
You're holding it by the barrel.
Oh, yes, I am.
Look, that's the handle, that's the safety catch, and that's the trigger. And now we stand back to back. Take 10 paces.
Hold on.
Yes.
Did you say this was the safety catch?
No, that's the trigger.
Sergeant Storm. Oh, my.
Said it, then.
On the contrary, this is murder.
As I sat in my cell, I mused on how a man's fortunes may rise and fall without the least warning. Witness Azrael Beach and his many peripeteia on the wheel of fortune. I was confident that something would turn up, and was not at all disheartened when I was found guilty. Ah, Padre, I didn't expect to see you here. Does this mean that the church has intervened on my behalf?
In nomine Patris, Filii, et Spiritus Sancti.
Follow me, Mr. Sturdy.
With pleasure, jailer. Well done, Padre. It was not until a couple of moments later, as I stood in a trap door with a noose around my neck in Dorchester Market Square, that I realised my prospects were looking slightly uncertain.
Come on, Hangman, do your stuff.
Get on with it.
It's all right. It's not 8 yet.
Oh, no.
The sooner I'm replaced by a machine, the better.
Got to move the times, Hangman.
Oh, yes, love, and your time's 8 o'clock.
Hurry up.
Oh, well, can't stand around nattering all day. Mind the gap.
It is a far, far better thing that I do now.
Nice one, Hangman.
No, the flying sheep.
It be the sheep spirit. Twist on. He sent us a sign.
He's angry with us. It's a sign.
Cut him down. Cut him down.
All right. Keep your hair on.
Master Thomas.
Master Thomas, wake up.
Can you hear me? Master Thomas. Beach. Jess?
Yes, Master Thomas. How's your neck?
Oh, as well as can be expected. But I'm alive!
It's funny how your fortunes change when you least expect it.
Yes. And now I have my life. And must marry you, Jess.
Oh.
And claim my 10,000 a year. You know, Beach, if your sheep hadn't strayed into that clover, I'd be a dead man.
Yeah? And if you hadn't had that duel, I'd still be a bachelor.
Yeah, but we'll talk about that. What?
Yes, sir. The moment we heard the verdict, Azrael and me got married.
That's right, sir.
What? What?
It's funny how your fortunes change just when you least expect it.
Azrael Beach, you dirty, stinking bat! So, gentlemen, that is my tale.
And it is a worthy one. How strange the twists and turns of fate.
Yes, especially since my 4 elder brothers were killed in a railway accident and I inherited the family business.
And now you may add membership of the Mausoleum Club to your achievements.
Ah, thank you. Membership? But this is absurd. What could qualify this parvenu, and not a man of breeding such as I am?
Oh, dear, you still haven't guessed, Mr. Green, the nature of our second condition of membership.
Well, why, it is to be able to lie, and to lie at great length.
Wrong, Mr. Green. Think what it is that may unite highborn and low.
That may unite man and woman.
That may unite Sikh and Christian.
What deed have all our storytellers been party to?
Think.
Yes. Now I see.
Yes, Mr. Green. We are a club of murderers.
Of murder? What?
And as the most wretched of damned souls, we must seek solace in each other's company until it is our time to be called.
And, Mr. Green, it is your time to be called.
What do you mean?
Come now, since your insatiable curiosity has forced us to reveal the secret of our club...
Which you are, however, unfitted to join.
We could hardly let you carry our confidences into a frowning and disapproving world.
No, wait.
Miss Primrose, bolt the door.
No, I'm a gentleman. I promise I won't breathe a word.
Nor shall you. Dr. Sen, Superintendent Chalker, hold him down.
Oh, no, don't. Oh, no, don't touch me there, please.
Mr. Sturdy, his mouth.
Oh, no.
Now, Dr. Bates, the needle.
Relax, Mr. Green. You won't feel a thing.
Keep your hand up.
You're pushing it. Gentlemen, a little more respect would be in order.
But he's an heavy one, Mr. Filch.
Oh, say so. Curious for one so full of wind. But hurry, I scent the daylight.
1, 2, 3.
Good. Here you are, gentlemen. 1 guinea apiece.
Oh, but hold on, Mr. Phelps. This club you work for, what does it do?
Oh, tut. Gentlemen, we agreed, no questions. You know where to curiosity leads.
Eh?
Very deep water. Very deep water indeed.
Oh, you mean no offence, Mr. Phelps.
It's just that this toff's been round, asking questions like.
Has he? And what did you tell him?
Nothing.
We don't know nothing.
A toff, you say?
Yes, Mr. Filch. A tall, thin geezer with a broad-brimmed hat and a cane and everything.
You've done well. Here's another 2pence. And by the sound of things, gentlemen, I will have more employ for you shortly.
Written by James Hendry and Ian Brown, starring John Nettleton, Jim Broadbent and Peter Howell. Episode 1, The Pet and the Pendulum.
And so the grey, sluggish waters of Father Thames resumed their relentless flow, and the empty prattle of the Honourable Clarence Green was never heard again.
Well, thank you for retelling the story of that young whelp.
It's a pity nothing has happened to match it these past 18 months.
Aye, it's already Whitsun.
Yes. What neck he had. Not content with transgressing our portals unbidden, this ill-mannered fool extorted from us our grisly secret.
To say nothing of 6 of our finest tales.
Ah, yes, our tales. Shall we greet the morning with yet one more? Oh, come, Archbishop. We've not heard your story for many a year.
Oh, no. No. Very well. Settle back in your deep leather armchairs, and let me tell you the strange and scandalous story of King Victoria and the surgeon's secret.
Fetch, bring some savouries.
Very good, sir.
It all started many years ago, when I was a young curate in the icy wastes of northern Canada. I was paying a pastoral visit to the cabin of an old fur trapper when I came across a... Good Lord! Who are you?
Pray continue, Archbishop. I have long waited to hear one of this club's singular tales.
Who let you in?
I let myself in, gentlemen. With this.
Good Lord! Filch! Throw him out! No, wait! This could be the very anchovy on tonight's woodcock. I suppose you wish to become a member.
Take care, sir. This isn't the Garrick, you know. Though we have but 2 conditions of membership, they are both very exacting.
Have no fear on that count. I have sent many a man to an early grave.
Lord. Then you know our second condition.
There is very little I do not know about the Mausoleum Club.
Wait, we are getting the hansom before the horse. We are first a club of storytellers. Where is your tale of qualification?
My very person is a perennial source of true life tales.
Ah, for all your arrogance, I warrant we have a tale that'll outqueer any you might tell us.
Do you think so?
Send for the Reverend Penny.
Yes, Reverend Penny. He tells a real flesh gooser.
Did I hear my name?
Yes, Penny. Seat yourself here and give us your tale. We have a perspective, remember.
Then he shall hear a tale of jealousy and metaphysics, a tale of mystery and, shall I say, menageration. A tale I call The Pet and the Pendulum. My name is the Reverend Charles Penny, late of St. Dorothy's College, Cambridge. And for some years I had been engaged in a friendly debate with an esteemed scientist, a Dr. Friedrich Westler, late of Heidelberg. My contention was that the soul is unique to man, whilst animals are born soulless. Dr. Westler maintained the contrary, and had even gone so far as to claim clinical proof of the same. Ha! I thought then. The debate raged long and hard in the columns of Theological Quarterly, then was carried on in the Lowestoft Bugle, and continued to stimulate for some years in the classified section of Practical Woodwork Monthly, incorporating the Gentleman's Shelver. Finally, a letter published in Thrilling Wonder Stories invited me to journey to Dr. Westler's mountain retreat, where he would demonstrate his theory in a most concrete way. Intrigued, I decided to bring my usual tandem holiday forward to the Easter vac, and set out for Carpathia with my beloved books, a young companion, and the smell of blood in my nostrils. Nothing like cycling for cleansing the soul, eh, Peter?
No, Mr. Penny, sir.
And I might add that your soul would be cleaner if you pedalled a bit harder.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm tired. Oh, can we stop for lunch?
Certainly not. I'm most anxious to reach the village of Schreckheim before dark. Dr. Westler is expecting us for supper.
But, sir, might we not get there faster?
Yes?
Oh, nothing, sir.
I'll join the pedalling presently.
Might I at least have a sandwich, sir?
A sandwich? You're a lazy, tiresome boy.
You did remember the sandwiches, didn't you, sir?
Yes. Vividly.
Oh.
My, it is getting dark, and it's only 3 o'clock. Oh, dear. Faster, Peter, faster. August? It's more like September. Peter, I said... August,
look, sir!
Like...
Look there, sir! On the right, there's a tavern. We could shelter there.
It's very bad manners to interrupt.
All I said...
I know. This tavern will provide some excellent shelter.
Yes, that's what I was
Don't interrupt. Wait for me here.
Sir, the rain, I don't think...
Oh, and make sure the books don't get wet. Good afternoon, stout landlord.
Good afternoon, St. Clergyman. What were you wanting, sir?
Well, with all that cycling, I'll have a small sweet sherry.
No, sir. No sherry.
Good gracious.
We've got snaps.
Oh, then I'll have a packet of those. As soon as this rain stops, we must be on our way.
We, sir?
Yes, Peter is waiting outside. He's my nephew.
You left him outside?
Why, yes. A spot of cold water never did man harm.
It's not so rain, sir.
Get the boy inside. Oh, the poor lad. Why did you leave him out there?
Well, he's too young to drink in pubs.
But not too young to be snatched away.
Hush yourself, Inga.
What do you mean, snatched?
This is a dangerous place, sir.
We shall be quite safe. We're staying with Dr. Beastley.
Vestler?
Yes, Beastler. Why not?
Because he is a...
woman, you've said enough.
And I'll say more. For too many years now, you men have stayed silent while Vestler has torn from us our loved ones, our young, our old, even our animals.
Animals?
Yeah. We used to have a lovely little rabbit. White and fluffy he was, but even he was snatched away.
Yeah, he was just ready for the pot and all.
Animals. I'm more concerned about people. Come on, Peter. Oh, Peter, pull yourself together.
Castle Schreckheim perched atop a giddy crag, overshadowing the village, like some grotesque raven brooding over a cadaver. It seemed the sole approach was by means of an aerial cable carriage. We paid our fare to the carriage's taciturn driver and commenced the vertiginous journey.
I say, can't you hurry this thing along? I have an urgent appointment with Dr. Vestler. Dr. Vestler, yes? Oh, never mind. What's the matter, man? Cat got your tongue? No, stop it. Down, get down, boy.
When in the cloistered calm of St. Dorothy's, I had first planned my summer vacation, I little imagined it would include being chased around an 8-foot cabin by a 6-foot congenital idiot. I was cruelly reminded of a certain unhappy sailing holiday off Broadstairs. Not a moment too soon, the frightful journey was over, and we stood before the grim turrets of Castle Schreckheim.
Hello there!
Ah, Reverend Penny.
Oh!
Forgive me, I was just collecting flies for the gardener's supper.
Come again?
Get down, Bella.
Dr. Vestler, I assume.
Indeed, and this must be your nephew.
Yes, I'm afraid he's rather stupidly caught a cold.
Oh. Well, that shouldn't matter. Come in, won't you?
Your man?
You mean Bella?
He seemed a little agitated.
Pay no heed. He needs walking, that's all.
As the cable carriage driver lolloped away into the shrubbery, I was conducted into a cavernous vestibule by the startling Dr. Vestler. He was a grizzled giant of a man. From the firmness of his handshake, I deduced that his advanced years belied a preternatural strength. I thanked Providence that the forthcoming fight was on the mental and not the physical plane.
First, I imagine you wish to refresh yourself.
Rather. I'm exhausted after all that peddling, eh, Peter?
Then I shall see you both at supper.
In preparation for supper, I laid out my favourite arguing togs. A loose dog collar to allow free shaking of the head, college cufflinks to convey authority, and a good pipe to stab vigorously at my distinguished opponent. Ha! Vestler would rue the day he crossed swords with the D'Artagnan of St. Dorothy's.
Pray be seated. Your nephew won't be joining us for supper.
I think Peter is best placed to answer that question.
It wasn't a question, Reverend.
My fellow diners were indeed the queerest folk with whom I had ever broken bread. One pulled at his collar, another scratched at his neighbour's belly. Not one sat up straight in his seat, and their eyes darted hither and thither, not wishing to meet my gaze, nor yet that of the manic Dr. Vestler.
Very well, my children, you may begin.
I have never been so scandalized in my life. As my soup spoon froze rigid above the bowl, the guests fell upon the repast like wolves. Cutlery flew aside unneeded. Plates and cruet were butted across the table in a battle royal for command of the lukewarm slops. I quickly lost my appetite. My soup had long been annexed by my neighbour. If good table manners are the sign of civilized man, then what were these? These people are little better than animals.
Tell me, Penny, amongst your companions at Cambridge, do you have a reputation for being somewhat of a dullard?
Aha! First blood, eh? Now tell me, Vestler, you hold that animals are blessed with souls.
Yes.
And you also deem animals suitable subjects for vivisection?
Indeed.
In that case, why not go further? Why not practice your skill on living humans, eh?
Why not, indeed? Now that's enough, Zoltan.
But the human soul is eternal, whereas whatever animates a beast dies with its body.
Ah, you've been reading the work of Professor Phillips of Trinity.
Nonsense, it's my own idea, and I stand by it.
You sound very sure of yourself, Mr. Penny.
I have great faith.
Then you will sleep soundly till the morrow, when I suggest we begin our debate.
Begin? But we're in the very midst
Good
of
night, Mr. Penny.
In my musty quarters that night, I slept the sleep of the righteous until...
Huh? What? Who's there? Help! There's a bat in here! Oh! Get away from me! Shoot!
Who's a lazy Tarzan boy? What? Penny is a pig. Peter wants a sandwich.
Peter, what is it? What's he done to you?
Look, I could fly!
With this, the fluttering phantasm disappeared through the open casement, leaving me alone with my fear. How was it that this strange bird could repeat that which had passed between my companion and me but 6 hours before? I rushed into Peter's room, but of my callow companion there was no sign.
Vestler, where are you? What's going on? Vestler! Down! Get away from me, you brutes! Down! Vestler! Help! Vestler!
It was then that I noticed, amongst the seething rabble, something that set my nape hairs a-bristle. There, hopping moronically, his eyes as dead as those of his patients, was Dr. Vestler himself. He was nibbling the end of a large, juicy carrot.
Hi, Vestler! Help me!
Seeing me dart towards him, the demented scientist gave a violent twitch of his nose, dropped the orange tuber, then darted away down the gloomy hall in a succession of 8-foot leaps. Squirming free of the throng, I seized the first weapon that came to hand, a half-eaten carrot, and gave chase.
Ha! Gotcha!
But I reckoned without Vestler's inhuman strength. With one hop he was free, and as I lay winded from a boot to the abdomen, he vanished from view down a monstrous hole in the ground. All that I could discern was the glint of his watch chain in the first rays of the sun. Curiouser and curiouser. I must follow him and see where all this is leading. And follow him I did, groping my way through the enveloping gloom.
Vestler!
You're wasting your time, Squire.
But Vestler, I have to.
That isn't the real Vestler. That's just his body. Peter wants to crack up.
What do you mean, just his body?
Exactly that. His mind is elsewhere.
Yes, well, he was certainly behaving distractedly. But what am I doing talking to a parrot? This is quite ludicrous.
Not ludicrous, Penny, and not a parrot. Just his body.
What's happening? Who are you?
Dear, how soon they forget. Do you not remember your trusted companion, Peter?
Yes, I remember him. It's thanks to his stupidity I'm in this mess.
You think you're in trouble, Squire? I'm trapped inside a parrot.
Peter, is it you?
Good old Penny. Slow but sure.
Peter, what has he done to you?
It's quite simple. Whistler has discovered a technique whereby the human soul may be isolated and transposed with the soul of an animal.
But this is a mockery of heaven. Whistler must be a genius of satanic inspiration.
Yes, and if he published his proof in the Gentleman Vivisector, your career is finished.
Is it? Where is he?
Oh, Whistler's the rabbit, you idiot!
It was all becoming clear. That bestial dinner party, and of course Bella, the strange cable carriage attendant who had gone wild at the mere mention of cats.
Come on, Penny, get a move on.
Are you sure this is the way?
Yes, this is the way I escaped from Vesper's laboratory. Look, try this door.
Beyond the door was a narrow passage, from whence I discerned the screeching of 1,000 caged creatures.
Help me! Help! Penny, don't pass by.
What?
Don't you know me?
A talking baboon.
Don't you remember Hargreaves, your old tutor from Queens?
Hargreaves? How did you get mixed up in this?
A tandem holiday in 1842.
Oh, then you can help me. How does one defeat Whistler?
If I knew that, Penny, I'd be back in Queens instead of in this cage, you great thunderhead.
Well, I think I'll move on.
No, Penny, don't leave me, you blundering son of a strumpet.
We've got to catch Whistler while he's still contained in his weaker body. Quick, his surgical laboratory is through this door.
My eyes were met by an eerie sight. There in the cavernous chamber sat Whistler in his rabbit body at the head of a silent, staring regiment of animals. Backing away in horror, my legs were entangled by a slithering sargasso of vipers.
You got him? Yes. Tight fast, Stephen.
Yes, Cecil.
Let me go, I say.
Any further protestations I might have voiced were immediately silenced by the amply proportioned hamster, which leapt headfirst into my mouth. Then the air was crushed from my lungs by a Russian bear.
Where am I? My head, it feels as if it's clamped in a vice.
It is clamped in a vice.
What?
Welcome back to the land of the living, for the time being at least. No, don't struggle. The thongs are quite secure.
Let me go. What do you want of me? You rabbit. What's this? What's happening?
Don't struggle, Penny. This is the means by which your soul, if you have one, will at last be free of the body's incarceration. I give you my most ingenious creation yet.
Looking upward, I surveyed the ceiling of my prison. I now observed, with what horror it's needless to say, a huge pendulum whose nether extremity was formed of a crescent of glittering steel, about a foot in length from horn to horn, the under edge evidently as keen as that of a razor. With each swing, the blade slashed closer to my thudding chest. I could barely suppress a cry of outrage.
You fiend! This isn't your idea.
What?
You stole it.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You thief.
I mean, what do you mean?
Plagiarism, that's what I mean. Pendulums, axe heads. It's a terrible old chestnut.
Oh, but I mean, two people can have the same idea at the same time, can't they?
The same time? Huh. Poe got there 40 years ago.
All right, I confess, I stole the idea from Poe.
Huh.
Now shut up and die!
Devil, you fiend! You plagiarist!
Oh, you cut me to the quick. Won't be long now. What? Who's this? Bella, who let you out? No, Bella, down, boy. Down! I'm your master. I'm not a rabbit. I'm Beastley. Back, Bella. Back!
The Truniculine genius scampered from the chamber with Bella the Houndman in eager pursuit. And so I was saved. Or was I? Yes, I was. For no sooner had Vestla departed than a small bundle of fur landed on my chest. It was Sonia, Vestla's wife, who in her feline form had no difficulty in gnawing through my bonds.
Hurry up, woman!
I'm doing my best.
Oh, why couldn't you have been a goat? Ow!
Sorry.
Hurry!
So, gentlemen, can you imagine what happened next?
Yes, the cat gnawed through your bonds, and you rolled from the table just as the pendulum sliced it in two.
Oh, how did you know that?
It's a terrible old chestnut.
Well, no sooner had I got rid of the cat than I was in the cable carriage, speeding across the valley to home, safety, and a jolly good bath.
Phew! Well, at last that's over.
Not quite, Penny.
Vestla, will I never be free of your... But wait, you're just a rabbit. You want to fight? Very well, we shall fight. Ha!
Must we?
Yes.
Very well, but to make it fair, you must take on all of me.
No! Get back!
I should have known Vestla in his weaker form would never travel far without the protection of his mighty thewed human body. In a flash of lightning, I was gazing at the sickening prospect of the sharp rocks 300 feet below, as the giant's branch-like arm dangled me from the carriage like a ripe fruit ready to drop.
Next time, Penny, remember to check under the seat.
Oh, don't let go! Don't let go!
What shall we say? 2 submissions and 1 fall.
Please, I'll do anything you want!
Oh, God, I want you to die! Let the wretch fall!
No!
With that fleetness of thought reserved to those in desperate straits, I pulled from my waistcoat pocket the first weapon that came to hand, a half-eaten carrot. With the superhuman strength of the Assurient, my adversary hauled me and his unfinished lunch back into the cable carriage.
Ha-ha!
Once I achieved the safety of the cabin, it was a simple matter to drop the carrot by the open doorway, and as the rabbit man bent forward to grasp the vegetable prize in his teeth, out you go.
Oh, no! No! What's the matter, Vestla? Afraid of a clergyman? You may be sure I will deal with you justly.
It's too late for that. You see, my body has gone, and when the body dies, so does the...
The spark of life in the rabbit's eyes flickered and went out. There he lay on the floor of the cabin, cold, motionless, and quite delicious, as I found out later that evening.
What a horrible end.
Not so. It's not everyone who settles an academic debate by eating his rival.
Good yarn, sirs. But I fear you have been playing me a blinder.
Are you calling me a liar?
Not at all, sir. Though I fancy your face is less well known in the groves of Academe than it is on the London stage. And I would venture to guess that there is no such establishment as St. Dorothy's College, Cambridge.
Blast you, sir.
No, gentlemen. Instead of trying to gull me with fairy stories, why did you not tell me the truth? It's far more impressive. You might have told me of the Mausoleum murders, or of the Inaudible Man, or of the slaughter of 2 innocent children at the hand of their cold-hearted governess. Or yet of the Honourable Clarence Green, who came to your portals seeking amity and association, and instead met his death.
then you know.
There is very little I do not know about the Mausoleum Club.
Mausoleum.
Yes, every nuance of every detail of every murder has been assiduously collected and brought together in a single portfolio of incontrovertible evidence. Before you attempt anything rash, you must know that the catalogue of your crimes is deposited with my attorney at law, and in the event of my demise or disappearance, shall be passed to Inspector Cadbury of the Yard.
Lost you, sir? I believe our visitor wants something.
Indeed, how refreshing plain talk is after such poppycock. I want you to do exactly and completely as I say. Otherwise, gentlemen, it's the rope.
Miss Primrose, there's been an accident.
An accident? Oh, dear.
It's the General.
He's dead.
Oh, dear.
Stop blabbering, you two. We got to clear it up.
Before the relief column arrives.
Clear what up?
Have a look in the tent, miss.
Oh, dear. How on earth did this happen?
Don't know, miss.
Watch where you're treading. Ugh. Savaged by a lion, most probable, miss.
Ah, a lion, yes, of course.
Stand aside, miss.
Mop-tails.
Carbolic.
Coming through.
But wouldn't it be tidier to burn the whole tent down?
What? Completely? So there's nothing left?
Yes.
Right, I've got one stick. I've got the other. Two's all we need. Get rubbing.
I must leave for England at once.
Oh, miss, aren't you going to stay at what?
No, Buckets. I have an appointment to keep.
An appointment, miss?
Yes, Buckets. With the queerest club in London.
The Fall of the Mausoleum Club, written by James Hendry and Ian Brown, starring Alison Steadman, Robert Stevens and John Machikisa. Episode 2, The Charge of the Boys' Brigade.
Welcome, madam. Welcome back to the Mausoleum Club.
Thank you, Filch. Am I late?
Others are later, madam. May I take your muff?
Thank you. Is there any chance of a...
Of course, madam. I'll bring it through to the large library where your colleagues are waiting.
And is he with them?
He has not appeared yet, madam.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Ah, it's you, Miss Primrose. Well met. And well travelled, to judge from your complexion.
Can't we open a window? The air in here is most insalubrious, not to say thirst-making.
This room has not been used for a year. A year and a day. Yeah.
Then we are all returned.
All but Woolcott, Pigeon, and Tilly.
Tilly.
Well, some have had a difficult journey. We hope they may appear soon.
I hope and pray. Else that stranger will turn us all over to the gallows.
But where is...
the tormentor to whose tune we dance?
Late.
On the contrary, gentlemen, I have been here for quite some time. And by your presence, I assume you have accomplished the tasks I set you.
Of course. Now hand over the portfolio.
Yes.
What? Is it a simpleton you take me for? No, the portfolio remains with my attorney at law, with instructions that it be opened in the event of any foolishness on your part.
Treachery.
One does not take chances with a club of murderers. First, I must be satisfied that you have done what I ask.
Then you shall give us the dossier.
If I am satisfied.
Ah, damn you!
Perhaps. But time presses. Let us get on. And as gallantry is not dead even here, let us have this lady's report first. Have you fulfilled your grisly task?
You shall hear. But before I begin... thank you, Filch. My name is Elizabeth Conformity Primrose, and after the unfortunate double drowning in Wiltshire, which you, sir, detail so assiduously in your foul document, I relinquished my position as children's governess, partly through grief, but largely because the children were both dead. Same again, please. Oh, thank you, Filch. After a break between jobs, which lasted some 6 years, I took employment as official dressmaker to the Parliamentary Liberal Party.
Madam, I ask for two things, brevity and relevance. The former above all, it will soon be dawn.
And then I got to Africa. In my lady's folding escritoire, I carried my letters of introduction as an army nurse, together with your orders to seek out General Sir Joseph Leander Cheeseman and murder him.
Felch, bring the cake board.
Very good, sir.
At Fort Albert, in the newly founded state of Rhodesia, I learnt my quarry was many miles away across the Limpopo, high in the Mateki Hills. A dangerous territory in that dangerous corner of the globe. He was on a camping holiday. Are we nearly there, Mackintosh?
About another half-mile, madam.
Half a league.
I said half a mile.
Half a league onward. Into the Valley of Death Road, the 600.
There are 5 of us, and we are going uphill. What is in that bottle, madam?
This? It's Dr. Collis Brown's chlorodyne. Cures cholera, dysentery, palpitation, toothache and hysteria.
So what is the tonic water for?
Malaria.
And a slice of lemon?
Scurvy, of course.
Ah. Well, you must stay alert in these parts. This is Boer country.
Oh, it's all right. I brought a book.
I was speaking of the Voortrekkers, madam. They are all...
Waka waka, howdy doody, mister.
Oh, no, here we go again.
The strange apparition that had startled the horses so was a creature the like of which I had never seen before. It was completely naked, carried a small shield and spear, and its skin was a curious purple colour from the feet to the leg tops, and from the head down to the midriff. Of the other part I have no knowledge. I learnt my anatomy from the bowdlerized edition.
Gonyama! Invubu! Invubu! Yabo yabo! Any tuck going, Mackintosh?
Yeah. This should keep you going till it wears off.
Thanks, Maccas. You're a gent. Pip pip.
Mackintosh! What on earth was that extraordinary thing?
One of my corned beef sandwiches.
No, that purple thing that was jumping around like a jack-in-the-box.
Well, you are a nurse, aren't you? Oh, you mean the boy?
Yes! Why was he purple?
Purple? That is not purple. It's lilac. It says so on the tin.
What are you talking about?
When a Zulu boy comes of age, he is stripped naked, painted white, and cast out of the village. Until the paint wears off, he has to fend for himself. But if he is spotted by his fellows before that time, he is killed.
That boy wasn't a Zulu.
No.
And he wasn't painted white.
No, it just so happens that lilac is the general's favorite color.
Ah.
And what's that bottle for?
It's for my health.
Your health?
Cheers! As we rattled on through the dust, I mused that there were things in the dark continent beyond the ken of civilization, and some of them were lilac. Chin-chin. We breasted the cop, and there before our panting horses lay General Cheeseman's camp. My thoughts turned to rifles, bayonets, and the many mature burly men at war who would require tender and frequent ministrations.
Good evening, miss.
Help you down, miss.
Oh, thank you.
Step on my back, miss.
Oh, yes.
Unpack your bags, miss.
Oh, yes, thank you. But take care not to spill anything. The sight that met my eyes was a fitting end to a strange journey. The campsite was swarming with young men, none of whom was over 14. There were boys tying knots, boys boiling kettles, boys engaged in physical jerks, boys lighting fires. All activity ceased when they saw my wagon, and the diminutive troop hurried to form a welcoming party in the shape of a human pyramid.
Miss Primrose, we welcome you to Matiki Camp.
Thank you, young man. Now, would you lead me to General Cheeseman?
Yes, miss. But first you must hear our troop howl from the top.
Crikey!
We'll climb a tree.
Or make you tea.
You can use us as a mat.
We'll light a fire.
Or form a choir. So what do you think of that?
Crikey! Very nice, boys. Now, where's General As the earth trembled under wave upon wave of plummeting youngsters, I decided to find my own way to General Cheeseman. You know, Mackintosh, that troop howl seems awfully dangerous.
That's the whole blinking point, Nursey.
Hello?
In the tent.
Oh, I say.
Yes. You see, a boy who hasn't lived dangerously hasn't lived at all. And a man who hasn't lived is no sort of Johnny to have in a tight spot, if you take my meaning. And if you can't find danger, why not invent some, eh? Makes sense, eh, Nursey?
Well,
Oh, Mackintosh brought the cold water.
Yes,
Good
General.
boy, pour it in. Buckets.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the way.
Do you mean to say we've carted this water all the way from Fort Albert just so that you can have a cold bath?
Pour it in, buckets. That's what's built the empire. Cold water and shorts.
But who are all these boys?
Well, there's buckets, sandbags, bottle, spoon, and buckets.
But where are all the soldiers?
You see, I reckon if you give a chap a queer nickname, it's a real moral gooser, you know. And if a fella needs punishing, you take the nickname away again and it works. Doesn't it, Buckets?
I'm sandbags.
Are ya? Good man. Now your first job, Nursey, is to see to that lad over there. Buckets, I think.
Certainly. What's wrong with him?
Well, he's feeling a bit giddy.
Then why don't you cut him down?
Smart thinking, Nursey. Cut him down. Come over here, Buckets. Now I think you know how painful it is to hang upside down by one leg.
Yes,
And I think you know why I did it. Good man! Off you go!
General Cheeseman, no one's explained to me what you're doing here.
What does it look like?
Well, a group of boys on a camping holiday.
Exactly. And what doesn't it look like?
Well, anything I've seen before.
Exactly. Confuse yourself and you confuse the enemy. Confuse the enemy and, No, it's gone. More music, sandbags! Right. Your time over. Time for a fry-up under the star.
These fry-ups on the veldt were jolly affairs, with bangers, spuds in their jackets, beef tea, and, of course, the fire-walking contests.
Yes, well done! If Jack Ball were watching this, he'd be saying, "Not by any means would I wish to be caught in a tight spot against a Johnny like him. No, thank you, sir." Right. Ready, boys?
Peacock, wacka, wacka, howdy-doody, mister. Pickpock, dacka, dacka, see you later, chum. Bim-bom, golly, golly, letter from your sister. Rum, silly Billy, toffees from my mum.
Righto! Who wants a fight? Come on, come on, come on!
Tell me, Mackintosh, what's Cheeseman up to?
It looks like he's teaching sandbags the half Nelson.
You got it?
Yes, you got it. Yes,
I mean,
I've got it now,
this
sir.
isn't really a camping holiday.
And maybe I'm not really a chef.
Explain yourself.
Cheeseman was sent here by Mr. Cecil Rhodes in order to scout out the land. You see, this is Boer country, but now the British believe there's gold here. They want the territory back.
But a camping holiday?
Yes, this is a very delicate operation. The sight of soldiers would provoke a war. Instead, Cheeseman was put in charge of Her Majesty's Upper Fifth, a regiment of underage volunteers.
But who would volunteer for this?
About 3 of them. The rest were conscripts from the dormitories and tuck shops of Albion.
But this should be stopped.
And it soon will be, after I file my next report to Mr. Cecil Rhodes.
You mean you're a spy? I think I feel cholera, dysentery, palpitation, toothache, and hysteria coming on. My head swam with confusion and Dr. Collis Brown's emollient. There was I masquerading as an army nurse, Mackintosh pretending to be a chef, a military expedition pretending to be a holiday, and General Cheeseman pretending to be sane. Indeed, the very remembrance of it makes me quite weak. Ah, thank you, Filch.
Pin back your lugs now, boys. Now imagine, if you will, you're out on the veldt, all alone, unarmed but strapping fit. And just then, over the brow of the Kopje appears a band of boors, every man jack of them dressed as a pirate. Now, suppose you wanted to infiltrate them. What would you do?
Dress up as a pirate, sir.
That's exactly what they'd expect you to do.
Ow!
Now, you dress up as a wizard, with a big pointy hat covered in lilac stars and planets. Confuse the enemy and you confuse yourself. Makes sense, doesn't it?
I don't think I can take much more of this.
Well, you have had 2 bottles already.
Well, I've got to pop off for a while now, but here to entertain you from another camp is Corporal Smythe, and I hope you'll give him a very warm welcome.
Cheeseman vanished, and no sooner had he gone than he reappeared, wearing a badly fitting boater and a layer of burnt cork on his face.
Oh, the camp down ladies sing this song, doo-da, doo-da. The camp town racetracks file by long, all of the doo-da day.
Oh, who is this talented stranger?
Hooray for Corporal Smythe. He's topping.
I'll say.
But where's General Cheeseman?
Had you fooled this time?
Oh! Who would have thought it? It was General Cheeseman all along.
Yes, and now you know why the Zulu call me Kintikobo, the wolf with a dressing-up box.
For the next few days, my hands were busy with the routine of camp life, treating grazes, tending burns, cauterizing stumps, embalming. But have no fear, sir. My mind was also busy thinking how best to fulfill the obligation under which you had placed me. For not only was the General dangerously unpredictable, but he was permanently surrounded by an adolescent shield of loyalty. I decided that the best way through this armour was the piercing weapon of friendship. Ah, there you are, Buckets. A nice new eye patch.
But, miss, I'm Sandbags.
Come, child. Forget those silly nicknames. What are you really called?
I can't remember.
What?
It's so long since we've been out here.
They only know the names Cheeseman gives them.
And even he gets them wrong.
What do you call Cheeseman, then?
We call him Mad Bloody Butcher.
And my people call him Kintekobo.
Ah, yes, the wolf with the dressing-up box.
A more accurate translation is Mad Bloody Butcher.
By the way, where is the General? I haven't seen him for a day and a half.
He's over there.
Where?
There. He thinks we haven't seen him, disguised as a rock.
Oh, yes. You can see his sandals poking out.
He's been there for hours.
I felt sorry for him a while ago. I left him a cup of beef tea.
As we watched the rock move almost imperceptibly towards the steaming mug, I was struck by an idea which I would bring to fruition that very evening.
Aha, at last you come to the point.
Why not try combining the contents of my bottles? Thus it was I made several advances in medical science. A Collis Brown colada, a Tom Collis Brown, a Brown Lagoon, a Tequila Brown Rise, and a slow, comfortable brown between the sheets. The next morning, I had a headache.
Nursey, wakey, wakey. Brought you a cup of warm water. It's perfectly clean, just washed in it myself. Now, come on, get your frock on. I've got something to show you.
Within moments, I found myself slung beneath a huge bloated tumescence. It was a hot air balloon.
There. What do you think of that view, Nursey?
I'm not sure. I can't see very well.
Buckets, take her up a bit.
Righto, sir.
Look at that, Nursey, the veldt. The borderless veldt.
It was an awe-inspiring vista. The mountains, the herds of wildebeest, a scattering of lilacs in a circle round our camp.
Lilacs? There is no such flower on the veldt.
Indeed not, sir. These lilacs were not to be found in any botanical catalogue. These lilacs had arms and legs and had once had breath. These lilacs were the victims of Cheeseman's deranged ritual of manhood. I suddenly realized the true scale of Cheeseman's dementia. Here was a man who killed children by the score, making my own achievement seem paltry.
We're losing height again.
We'll have to throw something out.
Like what?
Well, one of the sandbags.
Good idea. Come here, sandbags.
But I'm Bucket.
Oh, come on, play the game.
But I am Bucket.
Come on,
wait.
Come on. Over you go, Bucket! Brave boy! Brave boy! Now that we're alone, Nursey.
Stay away from me.
Don't worry, I'm not that sort of chap. There'll be none of that until after we're married.
Married?
Yes. I like the cut of your canvas, Nursey. You stand up straight, you don't whine at hardship. And you know how to get dried blood off a pair of shorts.
But you're mad.
Mad? They said Caligula was mad. Miss Primrose, do you know why I'm really here?
Why, yes. To win back the Transvaal goldfields for the British Empire.
The British Empire? Ha! No, this land belongs to me. It has been pledged to me by my good friend, Mr. Cecil Rhodes. And out of the coming conflict with the Boer will arise a new nation. Cheesemania! Excuse me a jiffy.
At this, he pulled from one of his capacious pockets a cardboard crown of magnificent dimensions. Wearing this, he danced a merry jig of triumph, his enormous shorts flapping around his stick-like thighs. There, I said it.
Tick-ock, wacka, cow, cow to your master, big buck, dacka, cheeseman shall be king!
At that moment, there was a jerk, as the balloon's tether pulled taut. Seeing my chance to rid the world of this would-be tyrant, I made a lunge at Cheeseman's spindly legs.
Whoa! Steady there, Nursey. Not until we're married, you remember?
Damn you,
I say, you... Strike me, lilac. Look over there.
What?
Over there.
I followed his gaze, and my heart sank like a balloon. On a distant ridge, almost too far to be seen, we beheld a column of swaggering Boers, armed to their grinning teeth and relentlessly advancing on our camp.
Hurrah! Time for a Barney. Pull the string, Nursey.
Oh! Oh!
Pay attention! Pay attention now! I want buckets, and you three buckets to come with me to the hammer dump. Nursey, you take buckets, soap, bottles and buckets to the outer stockade.
We set about with alacrity to prepare our fortifications, my own being a stiff shot of Collis Brown's. General Cheeseman's defences, as you can imagine, were most meticulous and singular.
Hammer.
We need more wood. Cut down that tree, Kettles.
Chop.
What goes on here? What are you doing? Where's the wall?
Wall? Wall? Who needs a wall when you've got play acting? There ain't no wall. But Jack Ball won't know that. And why? Because we behave as if there is one. Makes sense, doesn't it?
But of course they will know. They'll see straight through it.
Aha! Not if we hide in the ditch.
Dig.
Oh, my heavens! Would it not be better to surrender?
I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Good. Here they come. First rank. Aim. Fire!
Bang! 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 Bang!
Well done, Buckets. Very convincing. No, not so good.
Cheeseman, you monster! We are all going to die!
Nonsense, Nursey! In fact, I have an inkling reinforcements are already on their way.
Really?
Now, where is it? Yes, that's the stuff! Here they come. Oh, brave boy, Auntie, brave boy. Well, never mind. See what you make of this one.
There's only one thing a sensible person can do when under fire. Run away and hide. Into the jaws of death. Into the mouth of hell. Into Cheeseman's tent. And there stood Mackintosh, the chef. Cannon to the right of him, cannon to the left of him, cannon in front of him. Well, rifles, actually.
Yes. I found them in Cheeseman's dressing-up box, under the Widow Twankey costume.
You mean to say he's had them all the time?
Right. Step lively, lads. Now, you wear the Robin Hood outfit, and I'll be Wild Bill Hickok. And you... What the devil's going on?
Stand back, Cheeseman.
Look, guns! And you hid them, sir.
You blinking bloody blighter, sir.
Dish 'em out, Mackintosh.
But no, that's cheating.
Shut up, Cheeseman. We are in charge now.
Oh, brave boy, brave boy. Don't tell Auntie about the biscuits.
Right. Time up for now, boys. We have got a battle to win. What do you say now, Cheeseman?
Cheeseman? Who is this, Cheeseman? Me no speak the English.
With Cheeseman safely confined to his bath, the boys fought on with a savagery born of murderous resentment. I mustered all my remaining spirit and put it in a bucket with a couple of oranges and a dash of Angostura. When I woke up, the sounds of battle had ceased. But what had roused me was the patter of junior plimsolls in the purple South African night. Quiet!
What's going on? Buckets? Oh, nothing, miss.
Just boiling up some water. Go back to sleep, miss.
But what are you doing with all that string? We've got some vital knots to tie.
Don't tell her. She'll have forgotten it all in the morning. Look at her eyes.
Forgotten what in the...
What happened next?
Oh, Miss Primrose!
What? Hello?
Felch, bring some black coffee.
Very good, sir.
Yeah, just walk around a bit.
Breathe in.
The night. What happened in the night?
I had this strange dream about a man turning blue in an ever-tightening web of bowlines, sheep shacks, ducks' heads, granny, and reef knots. Then I saw a haggis in a boiling pan. The water boiled. The haggis swelled and swelled and swelled and...
I see.
Feeling better, Miss Primrose?
So what became of Cheeseman?
Oh, nothing I could recognize. But you could say he ended his life as he lived it. A man of many parts.
Excellent. Another felon is at last brought to justice, and your first commission is completed. But what of the four that remain?
You'll hear soon enough, sir. But first, we have some questions of you.
What is your name?
You still have the advantage of us.
Indeed I do.
And why have you done this to us? Why have you forced us to kill these people?
Are the enemies of yours?
All who evade justice are my enemies.
And you are from the police.
The police? No. Let us just say that I am from a higher authority.
What higher authority?
All in good time, gentlemen. All in good time. Now then, who has the next report? Remember, I must be satisfied that all 5 missions have been successfully concluded, or else the catalogue of your crimes will be placed in the hands of Inspector Cadbury of the Yard.
You blackmailing cur.
Steady. He may have a knife at our throat, but we must never forget that the Mausoleum is a club of gentlemen.
I move to beg your pardon, sir, but since we're all under the threat of the noose, would it not be gentlemanly of you to explain why 5 of our finest murderers have been forced to rekindle their art?
And why on these 5 particular victims?
Victims? How droll. I merely sent you to achieve what the law could not. Justice. And what better way to serve justice than to set murderer against murderer?
Explain yourself, sir.
Consider the case of a desperate villain, a pirate chief, perhaps, who for 20 years has terrorized the Caribbean seas with pillage, murder, and other crimes. At last he's brought to trial. But the night before his execution, he feigns his death and is smuggled away by his confederates. What is the next recourse? Justice must be served, even though the means be extraordinary.
And I believe I am those means. Acting upon your compulsion, I confronted the man of whom you speak face to face. And let me tell you, my friends, if villainy may be given a name, its name is Trevor.
Written by James Hendry and Ian Brown, starring Martin Jarvis, Richard Pearson, Robin Ellis and Melvin Hayes. Episode 3, Trevor Island.
My name is not important, for I am better known as a humorous illustrator for Punch, or the London Charivari, where I draw under the pen name Ziz. After that fearful night in this very room, when you, sir, first made your demands, my spirit was burdened with worry. I would need leave of absence to execute your will. But as an indispensable mainstay of that hilarious publication, how might I persuade my editor to grant it?
Enter.
Excuse me, sir. Might I have a word with you?
Ziz, I want to have a word with you. What is this?
It's one of my new cartoons.
Read it out.
Oh, certainly, sir. Mistress to lazy servant who has knocked over one of her best vases during an unwontedly vigorous bout of spring cleaning.
Oh, really, Daisy, this is much too careless. Breaking a vase would be sufficiently tiresome, but was it not Wednesday last that you broke another such vase exactly the same as this one?
Ziz, I don't really think...
And the lazy servant replies, "Ho, indeed, mum, seeing as how I had broke the first, I had assumed that a break in the second would be no grievous loss, seeing as how they would now be a pair." Servant evidently subscribing to Dr. Johnson's view that to double a tragedy halves the damage.
Ziz, where's the picture?
There is no picture.
No picture.
I'd run out of space.
Yes, well, judging by your previous efforts, perhaps it's for the best.
I say, sir, I'm in the most dreadful pass.
Yes, indeed.
I wonder, might I beg a temporary leave of absence from this office?
Leave of absence? Certainly not. It's out of the question.
Oh, why, sir?
Because you were fired 12 seconds ago.
Oh. Pausing only to withdraw my life savings of £200, which is a lot of money in these days, I began my manhunt in Bristol, one of Trevor's old haunts. Ah, Bristol. Bristol. Gateway to adventure, romance, and the Bristol Channel. It was here I discovered that my piratical quarry was abroad once again in the West Indies. I need hardly describe my excitement at the prospect of sailing savage seas, sketching exotic flora, and maybe even discovering a new species of servant joke. But how to get there? Yes, gentlemen, I decided to hire a ship.
Barman! 5 pints of rum! I said, barman! 5 pints of rum!
5 pints of rum, what?
5 pints of rum, or I'll run you through with this marlin spice!
That's more like it. I've no time for fancy folks.
Excuse me, sir. Might I have a small glass of spa water?
A glass of spa water.
Yes, please.
I see. Anything else?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes. I'd like to charter a ship to the West Indies.
Lads, take this gentleman out the back and give him what he's asking for.
No, wait, I've got a better idea.
Oh, what's that?
Look who's just walked in.
Wow! Here, sir. You're not a timid man, are you?
Me? Oh, gosh, no.
You're not feared of danger?
I should say not.
You don't mind living in fear every day God sends ye, sir?
No.
Well then, we've got just the ship for you.
Oh.
Captain White!
Ahoy there, shipmates.
What can I get for you, Captain? The usual?
Yes, please, Sydney. This time do use a strainer. That's it. Well, the cup to cheer.
Here, Captain White, sir. This gentleman's looking for a ship.
Ah, what's it to be? Trip round the lighthouse?
Well, no. It's a bit further than that.
Oh, lummy. Not Minehead.
Well, no, past Minehead, the West Indies.
The West Indies? Well, gracious, I'm not going there.
I understood you had a boat.
But, yes, sir.
Then what's wrong with it?
Well, nothing's wrong with the boat. It's the water. There's an awful lot of it. The salt plays merry heck with my skin complaint. Besides, the place is riddled with pirates. Not unlike Bristol.
I do have 200 guineas at my disposal.
Well, are you coming or not?
Eh?
Look, Slippy, or we'll miss the tide.
Oh, coming. And, gentlemen, I'll see you again.
I doubt it very much, sir. Very much indeed. Look, Fudge!
Come along. Take no notice of them. They're just big scamps, really.
So, Captain White, when do we set sail?
Well, let me see. I've just got to assemble the crew, lock up my bike and shoot round the shops, you know, soap, toilet rolls, a few magazines, and then we'll be off.
Oh, one moment, Captain White. Where shall I meet you?
At the ship. You can't miss her. She's down at Broad Quay, the SS Poodle.
The SS Poodle, I was soon to discover, was a fine ship, tall and proud. It distinguished itself from the clippers and ketches on the bustling quay by the tallness of its mast, the whiteness of its sail, and its deck, swaddled from rail to wrought iron rail with deep pile axminster.
You like it? It was my Aunt Jess's idea.
Oh.
She hates the thought of anyone tripping up and hurting themselves. Anyway, give me a hand with the shopping and we'll pop down and meet the gang.
Right.
Hello, I'm home.
Hello. You should have told us you were coming. We'd have piped you aboard.
Pipe me aboard? What do you think I am, whipped cream? No, just joking. Now, gentlemen, this is Mr. Ziz, the noted humorous illustrator.
Hello.
Humorous, eh?
Well, I do my best.
Well, what do you think of this, eh? Sniff my flower.
Oh.
You weren't expecting that, were you?
Oh, Kipper is our entertainment officer.
Oh, indeed.
Here's a hanky.
Thank you.
Now, this is Mr. Bannister, the first mate.
Hello, mate. You'll excuse me if I don't shake hands.
I'm afraid Mr. Bannister lost both his arms in an accident.
Oh, well, I'm sure he's still a vital member of the crew.
Oh, no, completely useless. Oh. Mind you, he does a frightfully good hornpipe. I brought you some magazines.
Oh, well.
One hates to travel without something to read. Here we are. Blackwood's, Young Folks magazine, Reynolds Miscellany. Who's for the Strand magazine?
Oh, me! I love that!
No, me!
And Punch.
Oh, no, it's gone right off.
Especially the cartoons.
Welsh?
Yeah.
Shush.
Well, is that it?
Well, they didn't have the Cycling Gazette.
No, I mean, is that the whole crew? We'll hardly get to the West Indies with 4 men, one of whom's got no arms.
No, that'd be silly. No, I let Peggs hear how the rest of the crew.
How do, sir?
Peggs is the ship's dentist.
Dentist?
Well, I wouldn't cross the Atlantic without someone to see to my impacted premolar, would you? Which reminds me, what time do we shove off?
We set sail 2 minutes ago, Captain.
Oh, gumdrops. I'm glad somebody's on the ball.
It was clear from the start the voyage of the Poodle was to be no ordinary expedition. With a man of Captain White's experience at the helm, adventure was never far away.
Scissors! My cap! Quick, somebody catch it! Don't let it go over the side!
And since his navigating skills were quite exceptional, we put into Ilfracombe 3 times in the first week, he relinquished the helm to somebody with more marine experience, the ship's dentist.
So, Master Pegs, how goes it?
Oh, not so bad, sir. We're drilling hard for Madeira, then we'll slip through the cavity between the Canaries, making a secure foundation for our bridging work to the Bahamas.
So we're making good time?
Aye, sir. As sweet as a brush across a set of pearly white incisors, sir.
Oh, marvellous. I can't wait to sketch the natives.
To say nothing of the pistols and sabres.
What?
Well, you must have heard of Trevor and his band of pirates.
Pirates? Never said there'd be pirates. Soak me dentures.
Yeah, his gang was wiped out by the revenue men, but their booty never found.
Booty, eh? Tell me more.
What's that, Bannister? Someone take that teacup from him.
Yeah. Well, the Summers say the treasure's still out there waiting to be dug up.
Buried treasure, eh? Well, where is it?
It's not worth thinking about. Trevor and his men are all dead, and no one's going to know where it is now.
Well, yes, I suppose you're right. If they are all dead.
Pigs, what are you doing?
I'm sorry, Captain. I'm turning this ship around. Pirates, treasure. I'd sooner have gingivitis.
Pigs, I've told you there are no pirates.
Captain! Pirate clipper on the starboard bow! No, only joking.
Really?
Oh!
The orthodontic helmsman, having been mollified with a dozen back issues of Punch for his waiting room, we made good progress thereafter. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks turned to fortnights, the skies grew clear and a tropical sun beat down on our tender English necks. The ship became a sea-born furnace.
Ooh. Would anyone object if I took off my blazer?
Captain, look at this.
Good Lord. A treasure map?
Well, no, actually, it's a drawing of you.
I'll fall out of my deck chair. You really mustn't.
I'll say you mustn't. That's about as funny as cannibalism.
Well, really, for an entertainments officer, you've got a pretty poor sense of humour.
Oh, come on. Only a joke. Let's shake on it.
Well, very well.
Oh, come on. It was only a joy buzzer.
Yes, but you kicked me on the knee.
Yeah. Weren't expecting that, were you?
What? All the...
No. Settle down, everyone. I think we're all getting a bit hot and a bit tired. Kipper, why don't you organise something to goose up morale?
Oh, yeah. Why top an idea?
And so it was that the very next day, the voyage of the Poodle was enlivened by a grand dental event, at which the ship's dentist gave a virtuoso display of his skills.
Heave! Heave!
It was a glorious affair. The afterdeck was festooned with bunting, and Bannister had dressed up in his best wooden arms.
42 teeth in the bucket!
Hooray! That was my best gold filling.
Shut up, you're delirious. Thank you, and now, scaling and polishing, blindfold.
Oh!
But even this cheery occasion could not dispel the aura of oppression and unrest which enfolded the Poodle as she neared the bleached shores of the Carib Isles.
My goodness, Mr. Ziz, I don't know what's got into them. I caught this one with his boots on the sofa.
Oh.
Most peculiar. Almost as if someone's been going round stirring them up. Right, that's enough. And if you do it again, you can beat all the downstairs carpets as well.
Oh, no fear, sir. I've learned my lesson.
Yes, well, time will tell. So, Mr. Ziz, this is the Caribbean. Well, which bit are you after?
Ooh, which bits are there?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know either.
We make a fine pair.
Might I make a suggestion, Captain?
Yes, Pegs, far away.
Well, if it's sketching desert islands Mr. Ziz is after, then I know the very place.
Oh.
Tombola.
Tombola?
Aye, 'tis a small island, but 30 leagues from here. Plenty of sand, plenty of trees. Nobody lives there, not even pirates.
Well, just right for an artistic temperament.
Well, then, looks like it's Tombola ahoy.
Tombola. How that name stirred my spirit of adventure. And yet, at the same time, with what dark misgivings my stomach churned. If Trevor had truly slipped the noose, might he not have amassed another pirate gang? In which case, what use was our ragtag crew against a hardened criminal army? That night in my cabin, I tossed and turned without rest or repose. Kipper had made me an apple pie bunk. So, unable to sleep, I tiptoed my way to the moonlit poop. The tropical night is so beautiful. I must fetch my sketchbook and draw the stars. Hold on. Who's there?
Oh, Mr. Zez, it's you. I was well nigh feared for my life.
Oh, Pegs, what are you doing out so late?
I thought I heard something.
Pirates again, eh, Pegs? No, it was just a bad dream. You go on back to your bed.
Oh, yes. I feel better now that I know you're watching over us.
So, matey, are you for us or against us?
Oh, well, I'm for you, Mr. Welsh, sir.
I should hope so. Well, you'd have Trevor to answer to.
Trevor? Oh, never fear, Mr. Welsh. I'm for you.
Well, it seemed the afterdeck of the Poodle by night was a regular Regent circus. In order the better to eavesdrop on my mysterious co-noctambulists, I determined to conceal myself in a nearby apple barrel.
Mr. Ziz, what you doing in that apple barrel?
Well, well, it's quite simple.
Well, they say there's a rotten one in every batch. Out you come.
What?
The tough-turned spy, eh?
I won't tell anyone.
No, nor shall you. You'll be as quiet as the grave.
Pegs! Quick! Fetch the captain, Pegs!
Mr. Ziz, what is it? Oh, pirates!
No, Pegs, it's a mutiny. Run for help. Pegs? Why are you looking at me like that? Pegs?
Come on, Mr. Ziz, let's not be so formal. You can call me Trevor.
You? Trevor? But, Captain White will have something to say about this. I'm going to fetch him this minute.
I wouldn't if I were you. These are loaded.
So are these. And so are these.
So is the pear sticking in my back.
Captain!
Oh dear, another mutiny. You'd think you'll get used to them, but no. Well, what's the worry this time? The food, the pay, the decor?
The ship.
I'm afraid it's the only one I've got.
Aye, and I'm having it.
No, but just a minute, this is my ship. I chartered it.
And very conveniently, too. There I was, in Bristol, penniless, shipless, and parted from my treasure by 3,000 miles of salty tears. Then what do I hear? Someone's going round asking questions about me. A revenue man, most like. So what do? I put it about that Trevor's in the West Indies, knowing that you'd hire a ship to go after him. No sooner have you done that than I offer the good captain the services of both myself and my former shipmates. Hey, presto, a free ride to Tombola.
Devilishly brilliant.
You know I could kick myself sometimes.
I could save you the bother.
So what's to be done with him, my merry molar?
I can dance Davy Jones' jig. Hang on from the mizzen.
Come now, me boys, you're being too hard. We're not without pity. Cast him adrift.
Cast him adrift in an open boat.
Yeah! And cast adrift we were, without food, water, or sketchpad. Captain White, myself, and the one crew member who had remained loyal to the last, the faithful Bannister.
I'm only here because I couldn't hold a gun.
I shall pretend I didn't hear that.
And in case you get bored, Mr. Revenue Man, here's something to keep you amused. The ship's entertainments officer.
No, wait! I was on your side. Ah! Oh! Didn't hurt a bit. Hello.
Hello.
Here's pick a card.
Right.
Hey! Gets them every time.
Well, here's a prize pickle. No food, no water. Lord knows how long we've been drifting aimlessly like this.
I'll make it about 10 minutes.
Gosh, is that all?
Yes, it does seem longer, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I do hate missing breakfast. It throws me out for the rest of the day.
Yes.
Anyone bring a book?
Here. This'll cheer you up. Sniff my flower.
Oh, no.
What are you looking like that for? It's only water.
Water? Why didn't you tell us you had some water?
'Cause it would have sported a surprise.
No. Settle down. We may be going to die, but we mustn't forget our manners.
No.
Now, does anyone know any good stories?
I know one. It was Christmas Day. A huge goose was roasting in the oven. Brussels sprouts it was. And
shut up.
All right. Try this one.
It's not about food, is it?
No. It's about these 3 traders what got iced up in Baffin Bay, right? So they got no food, and they got hungrier and hungrier and hungrier.
Oh.
Anyway, the 3 of them decided on a plan, right? So the traders crept up on the other one.
I say, I think I've heard this story.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, so have I. Have you heard it, Mr. Ziz?
Why, yes. I do believe I have.
Well, that's better, isn't it? Pardon? Oh, scissors.
What is it?
No serviettes.
Oh, it's so frustrating.
I say, I do dislike greasy fingers.
No, I was talking about the island.
What?
Well, look, there's Tombola. We can see it, but we just can't reach it.
Yes, I'm afraid without oars, we're like a boat without oars. Sorry, I must be raving.
Yeah, oars. Even a couple of bits of wood would do.
Yes, a couple of bits. I say, Bannister, you have a couple of bits of wood.
What? Are you raving now?
No, I mean your arms.
My... Why, you pup. These are my Sunday best. You lay hand on these and I'll...
You'll what, Mr. Bannister?
All right. Unbuckle them.
Yeah, it's a shame we didn't think of this before we,
Well, not really.
No. Jolly boat in weather, and an eye.
Not a moment too soon, eh? How long is it since Trevor set us adrift?
About 2 hours. So we'll swing together.
As we rowed lustily towards Tombola, I devised a plan of campaign. All I had to do was reach the island, kill Trevor, overpower his band of buccos, commandeer their ship and sail it home, perhaps finding the treasure along the way. But it would be a close-run thing. Captain White could feel his rash coming on.
Right, here we are. Just in case someone thinks of pinching the boat, we'll chuck away the oars.
Oi!
Oh, sorry.
Now, where do you suppose the pirates are hiding?
There's a light coming through those trees. They most probably lit a fire.
Right, come on. Now we'll have to creep up very stealthily and pick them off one by one. So whatever happens, we mustn't make a sound.
What's happened?
Captain, are you hurt?
Not badly. What a stupid place to leave a hole. Give us a hand up, Bannister. Oh, sorry. Here. Up. Oh, thank you. Oh, look, I've snapped my favourite bra.
Never mind that. Somebody might have heard us. Now, please look where you're going.
See? It's not easy, is it?
I struggled out of the hole, and the 3 of us peered into the encroaching tropical dusk. To our surprise, the entire foreshore was peppered with giant holes and massive mounds of earth, like the burrowings of some freakish mole.
They haven't got a map.
What?
Yeah, they haven't got a map. They don't know where the treasure is, so they're digging blind.
As I always say, cheats never prosper.
Come on, let's creep up on their camp and find out what's going on. We crept towards the pirates' stockade, avoiding the holes wherever possible. Oh, honestly.
Look where you're going.
As we drew near, the others took up my suggestion that we hide ourselves in the thick undergrowth surrounding the camp.
Oi! What are you doing in that undergrowth there? Well, stump me, it's the revenue man. Come on out with your hands up.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, dear.
Line 'em up.
Don't push.
So, this is how you repay my clemency. Well, you won't be so lucky this time. You'll be boiled in oil, then strung up and quartered like buttocks of hound.
Oh,
but
Lord.
first, pass me my bag, Welsh. We wouldn't want to send you to heaven with bad teeth.
Oh, Lord.
No, we're really for it.
Don't panic. I think I've seen the way out of this.
Yes?
Run like fun!
And run we did, hotly followed by the wild-eyed bandits of the Main. Thanks to my hygienic upbringing, I quickly outstripped my pursuers and paused for a rest behind the first convenient rock.
Don't bother to retrieve your breath, Mr. Ziz. You won't be needing it again.
Trevor, but how did you catch me up?
I took a shortcut.
Oh.
Now, die, taxman.
All right. But first, smell my flower.
Ah! Oh, my eyes!
Salt water.
Where are you, you worm?
Over here.
Where?
This way. This way.
I can't see it now. Whoa!
And down he fell, down onto his twin antique flintlocks, which had once expelled their deadly charge into their master's chest. So, that was the end of Trevor, dental scourge of the high seas, the victim of an unfilled cavity.
But the treasure? And what about the treasure?
Aha, I was just coming to that. The pirates, now rudderless, turned to the one man on the island who had the natural bearing of a leader of men.
Now, all right, you chaps. First things first. It's quite obvious there's no treasure here, so we're all going home. But before that, you must bury your late friend.
Bah! Let him rot where he lies for all I cares.
Or be like that, then. Go and wait on the boat. Mr. Ziz and I will be an hour and a bit.
So it was left to the two of us to observe the decencies. We dragged the former pirate captain a little way inland, and there prepared his final resting place.
Well, at least the soil's nice and loose.
I don't know about that. It seems quite solid just here. Hello? What's this?
Ha-ha!
So far, so satisfactory.
Will you take a port, sir?
No.
Madeira, sir?
Nothing.
As you will, sir.
So, gentlemen, how do you feel now? Well, thanks to me, you have rid the world of General Cheeseman, a power-crazed autocrat, and of Captain Trevor, that black-hearted shark of the sea lanes. Is this not a worthier occupation than preying on innocents like Clarence Green?
Yes, indeed. Then this is your purpose, to deal with retribution when the law is deficient.
Yes, that is my purpose for the present. Take Sir Courtenay Massingbird, a pillar of the economy.
Ah, yes, I've played bridge with him.
A gentleman of means who founded his fortune upon the importing and distribution of prunes.
Massingbird prunes, of course.
Who could be more respectable? Who could be more worthy of society's approbation? Yet he, even he, is guilty of a crime so monstrous that it is yet to be brought within the compass of the law.
What?
Go on.
An act so vile that it may not be described even here within these crime-soaked walls.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes, I shall be glad to learn the manner of his passing. Who was charged with the dispatch of Sir Courtenay Massingbird?
Miss Walcott and Mrs. Pigeon.
Yes, that's right. It was us.
No, Pigeon, it was we. The compliment is in the nominative.
Isn't that a little pedantic, Lydia?
Oh, I do hope so.
Enough of this petty squabbling. The sands run through. Have you accomplished the task that I set you?
Of course. And more.
No. I'm keen to hear every aspect of your undertaking.
Then let Mrs. Pigeon, my constant companion and chronicler these past 15 years, recount the tale in her usual grandiose manner.
Starring Peggy Mount, Dorothy Tewton, Hugh Paddock and Jonathan Cecil. Episode 4, The Prunestone.
My name is Mrs. Eustacia Pigeon, lately teacher of calisthenics and hygiene at Lady Jane Grey College for the Daughters of Servicemen.
Just get on with it, Pigeon.
But I am best known as the constant companion of the celebrated classics detective, Miss Livia Walcott.
Late teacher of Latin prose and verse composition at a variety of feminine gymnasia.
Just get on with it, madam.
No.
You may have read my accounts in the Strand magazine of such notorious cases as the affair of the murdered subjunctive, the case of the butchered meter, and the adventures of the misplaced gerundive.
Which baffled the police of their day as much as Pigeon's convoluted prose style.
I understood, Livia, that you wished me to get on with it.
Yes, yes.
As ladies well known in society, an invitation to Massingbird Hall was not hard to procure.
I say, driver, stop here.
Eh?
We'll walk the rest of the way.
But it's almost 100 yards.
Well, you're a gym teacher, aren't you?
Well, you're a Latin teacher. When did you last speak to a Roman?
Si vis me fliere dolendum est primum ipsitibi.
Pardon?
Come on. I want to get a good look at the grounds. Ah, the great country houses of England. Well-tended lawns, fountains, oops, mind you don't tread on that dead tramp.
Oh!
Topiary, peacocks, and here the master of the house waiting on the steps to greet us in person.
Welcome to Massingbird Hall, ladies. Have a prune, won't you?
Oh, yes, please.
No, thank you. It would mar our appetites for dinner.
I think my appetite could probably survive a marring.
I dare say. Will you show us to our rooms, Sir Courtney?
Of course, Miss Wilcott. There are, of course, a number of other house guests. My son Horace is lodging with me at present. Then we have Mr. Taylor, a local gentleman, and Captain Carver of the regiment and his lady. But, of course, we'll meet them all at dinner.
Oh, good. Excellent.
Yes, I think you'll like my friends.
What friends?
I say, are you really detectives?
Yes.
How absolutely fascinating. Perhaps you could help me find my missing monocle.
Certainly. It is resting in my brown Windsor.
Oh, so it is. Gosh, how astonishing. Did you see that, Captain Carver?
Yes.
Wasn't it the most extraordinary thing you've ever seen?
Yes.
More soup, Carver?
No. Yes.
I'd like some more, too.
Pigeon.
I say, you're a pigeon, are you? Well, I'm a bit of a pigeon fancier. Do you speak pigeon English? I could send you a billet doux by pigeon post. Plump little pigeon.
Don't be such an ass, Taylor.
No, it's not of the slightest consequence. I assure you my companion is somewhat ample.
There you are, you see. I like a bit of meat on my bird.
I think perhaps it's time for the ladies to withdraw.
But, Father, we're only on the soup.
Yes, that's all there is. Someone appears to have cleaned out the pantry.
Pigeon?
It was just a snack. I think I'll withdraw. Is it this way?
Oh, capital. Now the ladies have gone, I think we may let off steam a bit with some ripe gentleman stories.
I came across an amusing anecdote just the other day.
I say, what you doing here?
While leafing through the Tusculane Disputationes, it seems a young man returned to the family farm after a year away at war.
Yes.
And he went up to his father and said, "Father..." And then the 14th old man gave the father 3 geese, saying, "Take these, sir, it may do thee good." To which the boy's father replied, "Silent enim leges inter ama."
Yes, perhaps it's time for the gentleman to withdraw.
I think so.
Of course, the young man wasn't having any of this.
At length, at great length, we repaired to our room and considered how best to hasten the demise of Sir Courtney Massingbird. Phew! That was a near thing, Livia.
What was, Pigeon?
That dreadful Mr. Taylor has been pressing his attentions on me all evening. I've only just got rid of him.
Good night, sweet ladies.
Yes. Good night, Mr. Taylor. Phew.
Well, did you find out anything useful?
Yes. Chef's making an iced plum cake for tomorrow's tea.
No. I meant, did you find out anything that will help us to dispatch Sir Courtenay and escape unpunished?
Oh, I see. No.
Well, no matter. We'll do the deed and set a false trail afterwards. It wouldn't be the first time.
Oh.
So, what's it to be? Something with a classical flavour?
Of course, Livia.
Then, what about mushrooms?
Oh, no, I couldn't eat another thing.
Not you, Sir Courtenay. We'll poison him with mushrooms.
Ah.
Do you not recall the exploits of Augustus's wife, my namesake?
Walcott?
No, Livia. Oh, why do I bother?
What about hemlock?
No, too slow, I fear. I want to be away by tomorrow.
Oh, but the iced plum cake.
This is not an enjoyable task, but as Cicero says, Jucundi acti labores. Completed labours are pleasant.
Do you know any quotes about P.E.?
Apply your mind to the deed.
I know. Why don't we drop a tortoise on his head, like Euripides?
It was Aeschylus. And where are we going to find a tortoise at this time of night?
Near Bristol.
What?
I believe there is a zoological garden.
Oh, pish-tush.
Or we could contrive to shoot a poisoned arrow into his heel.
I know. The asp.
No, it was the heel.
An asp, concealed in a bouquet of flowers.
I'd have thought a tortoise easier to find than an asp.
Pigeon, pass me my suetonius. Less noise, Pigeon. You'll wake Sir Courtenay.
I can't help it, it's my stomach.
But you've just had an enormous dinner.
That was 4 hours ago. It's looking forward to its breakfast now.
Oh, really? These are Sir Courtenay's boots, so this will be his room. Pigeon.
It was the door. There's our man sleeping the sleep of the just.
Ah, the just about to die. How fitting. An old libertine smothered in his chamber by an embroidered cushion. But this time Tiberius Caligula shall not fail. Pigeon, hand me the weapon.
Oh, you will be quick, won't you?
Of course.
I haven't finished embroidering it.
Yes. Now we place the gentle agent of destruction over that gaping mouth and treacherous nose, and just press down and...
What is it? What's happening? Hello, ladies. What on earth are you doing here?
Well, it's like this, you see.
We heard a scream and came to see if you were all right.
Yes.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you.
Sir Courtenay! Oh, excuse me, ladies.
Quelch, what the blister's going on?
Well, it seems there's been a most unfortunate incident, sir.
Incident, man?
It's Mr. Taylor, sir. He's been murdered.
Oh.
Well, it wasn't us.
I think we'll find out the culprit soon enough, eh, ladies?
I don't know what you mean.
With such a celebrated pair of detectives in the house.
Yes, indeed. And our first task must be to view the body.
We entered Mr. Taylor's room, and I must confess, it was no easy task to hold my gaze upon the grisly tableau that greeted us. Everyone else kept jostling for a look. The unfortunate Taylor was slumped over a folio of artistic views of Paris. His scrawny, betalcumed gizzard constricted horribly by a thin leather cord. Mr. Taylor was indeed dead, throttled by his own monocle.
How ghastly! Quelch.
Yes, sir?
Who discovered the body?
Katie, the chambermaid, sir.
Indeed.
The first question I might ask is what she meant by entering Mr. Taylor's room at such an unseemly hour.
Well, we need hardly look far for the answer to that one.
I don't follow.
Well, no matter. The police must be called and the proprietors observed. See to it, Quelch.
Very good, sir.
And I suggest we all go back to our rooms and make up for lost sleep. Off you go. Miss Walcott, Mrs. Pigeon.
Yes?
Don't think I don't know what you were up to in my room.
Oh,
He's tumbled us, Livia.
And what were we up to, Sir Courtenay?
Well,
I would guess that you and Miss Pigeon have certain designs upon my person.
Very well. It's no use hiding it. We have.
Yes, the Mausoleum Club.
That's my girls. See you tomorrow night when the fuss has died down. I leave me door unlocked.
Well, it's an ill wind that blows no good. The disturbing events of that busy night meant that few of the household had the stomach for breakfast. What have you got left then, Quelch?
We have kedgeree, kippers, porridge, devilled kidneys, an assortment of grilled meats, and, of course, prunes.
Splendid. That will do.
Very good, madam.
So, Olivia, who do you think did for Mr. Taylor?
Well, as usual, I've drawn up a list of the suspects. There's Katie, the chambermaid, Horace, the quick-tempered son of the house, the taciturn Captain Carver, his lady, and, of course, Sir Courtenay himself.
What about us?
Oh, don't be stupid, Pigeon. We're the detectives.
Oh, very well. Which of the people on that list would wish to kill Mr. Taylor?
I don't know. Let's just say the butler did it.
What, Quelch? Who would believe that?
Everyone. Everyone believes what we say.
Do they?
Naturally, because we've always been right in the past.
No, we haven't.
Perhaps not. But everyone believes what we say.
Yes. Yes, they do. Even that time when we had to tamper with the evidence to suit our conclusions.
Ah, yes. You are referring to the case of the unholy conjugation?
No, it was the case of the irregular ending.
Or was it the declension into hell adventure?
One has to admit we have done it with embarrassing frequency.
Well, one has a certain reputation and a living to maintain.
Indeed. The butler it is, then.
Your breakfast, madam?
No, Quelch. You are. That morning promised to be a busy one. First, we had to defend our detective reputations by implicating the butler in the murder of Mr. Taylor.
Then we had to contrive the destruction of Sir Courtenay and escape unpunished. Under the guise of investigating the mystery, we set out to survey the grounds of Massingbird Hall. A visit from the constabulary was imminent, and it was our intention to help their inquiry in such a way as to make the butler's guilt seem undoubted.
But whilst examining the east wing from the Dutch garden, we were inconveniently surprised.
A magnificent prospect, ladies. All paid for by prunes.
Ah, Sir Courtenay.
I trust you've remembered your riding gear.
Oh!
There's to be a hunt this afternoon.
A hunt? Given the circumstances, might not Bloodsport appear somewhat tasteless?
No. Couldn't stand the chap myself. And besides, it's not a real hunt, just a drag.
A drag?
Following an artificial trail.
Ah, a practice Miss Walcott and I are closely familiar with, Olivia.
It sounds most intriguing, Sir Courtenay, but Miss Pigeon and I have much still to do.
Oh, don't worry about that. The police will be here this afternoon. They'll soon sniff out the culprit.
Perhaps sooner than they think.
We'll see you this afternoon, then, Sir Courtenay.
2 o'clock on the large parterre.
Aha. Excellent.
What?
Don't you see, Pigeon? A hunt.
A hunt?
Yes, an ideal chance to do what we came for. Right. Are all the clues laid, Pigeon?
Yes. The bicycle is upside down in the ha-ha. 3 feet away is a page torn out of the Calcutta Railway timetable, and inside the house is a false moustache pasted to the back of the bust of the Duke of Wellington.
We didn't forget the stockings in the Iphigenia clock. Oh, never mind. We have enough to make a case.
And the other matter?
I have laid a second drag, more strongly scented than the first, over to the west. That should lead Sir Courtenay straight to his quarry.
Huh?
The one with the 60-foot limestone cliff.
Ah.
You sure you won't change your mind, ladies?
Thank you, no, Sir Courtenay. It all seems terribly dangerous.
Nonsense. Perfectly safe, so long as you keep a sound head on your shoulders, Carver.
Yes.
Nag too lively for you?
No.
How many fingers am I holding up?
Yes.
Exactly. Pure hello! Keep up, Horace! Yeah!
That's right, Sir Courtenay. Lead from the front.
Goodbye! We watched the swarm of pinks disappear over a prune-purchased hill. It was a stirring sight. made all the more so by the knowledge that Sir Courtenay would never see Massingbird Hall again.
Aha! They're back. Wake up, Pigeon.
What?
Remember, we know nothing.
About what?
That's the idea. Now compose yourself. Here's Horace.
Who's Horace?
Messingbird's son.
Miss Walcott, Mrs. Pigeon, there's been the most terrible, horrible, ghastly accident.
Oh, really? Goodness.
It really is the most awful thing.
Oh, you poor boy. What has happened?
Captain Carver, he's been killed.
Oh, no. With your poor mamma so recently passed away, you are now... Captain Carver?
Yes, a wire stretched between two elms took his fine military head clean off his shoulders.
Did you do that? No. Well, it wasn't me.
Oh, funny.
What fiend could find it in his soul to perpetrate such a cowardly and heinous affront to heaven?
Believe me, Horace, we shall do our utmost to find out.
Afternoon, ladies. Splendid ride. A shame about old Carver. Still, you'll think of something to take your mind off it, eh? Oh, what's the matter? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
It was clear that our designs on Sir Courtenay were being obstructed by an unwitting rival in murder. It was the rummiest case we'd ever perpetrated, and its solution seemed further away than ever.
Still, at least Massingbird Hall had its consolations. Tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor... Oh, no, don't fancy that. More prunes, please, Quelch.
Certainly, madam.
Tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor...
Oh, this is impossible. Everybody's dying except Sir Courtenay.
Tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor...
And the whole situation is getting thoroughly perverse. Not knowing who this mysterious murderer is could bring our scheme to utter ruin.
I thought we decided the butler did it. Oh, thank you, Quelch.
No, I'm talking about the real murderer. Until we know who he is, it would be unsafe to continue with our own design.
I don't understand. A tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor...
We may have to do some genuine detective work.
Oh, but we haven't done that since the adventure of the Easy Solution.
Exactly. We're stumped. Unless... Quod tibi nihil redendum, sibi falcus, Falernium quisque.
Oh, jolly good. What's it mean?
Nothing. It's gibberish. That's how much trouble we're in.
Oh, golly. Tinker, tailor, soldier, sailor...
Dash it all, Pigeon. Will you quit that blithering racket?
No.
Just a moment. Say that again.
But you just told me to stop it.
Never mind. What was it? Tinker, tailor...
Soldier, sailor, rich man, poor man...
Beggar man, thief... Brilliant.
Oh, thank you. I didn't make it up, you know.
These murders are taking place according to a scheme. Don't you see? Captain Carver, he's a soldier. Mr. Taylor, he was, well, a tailor. And then there was the tinker.
What do you mean? Nobody's killed a tinker.
Did you not notice the dead tramp who's been cluttering up the grounds these past few days?
Certainly.
And might not a tramp be described as a type of tinker?
Why, gosh, yes.
So, we have a tinker, then a tailor, then a soldier, and then what, Pigeon? What comes next?
Pettifours.
No, you do not come near. The next victim in this murderous pageant shall, there is no doubt, prove to be a sailor.
Ah, but who's killing all these people, and why?
It doesn't matter, don't you see? After sailor comes rich man, and the richest man for 7 leagues in any direction is Sir Courtenay Massingbird.
I see.
All we have to do is bide our time, and the deed is done for us by whatever madman is behind all this.
Oh, in that case... I'll have some more prunes.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon, Horace. Can I press you to a prune?
No, I'm not of a prunous disposition just now. Are you any nearer unmasking the fiend that has been staining our verdant acres a murderous red? I fear for my father's life.
Don't trouble yourself, my boy. The matter is very firmly in hand.
Then you solved it.
Well, the matter is in hand.
I knew it.
A gun.
Yes, a gun. It was me all along. I had hoped to remain undetected, but you, the most famous detective in Junior Academe, you were much too clever for me.
Why, what has she done?
Yes, if it hadn't been for you, Miss Walcott, I'd have got away with it.
Got away with what?
Ha-ha! You don't fool me with your feigned fat-headedness.
I've no need to feign, sir.
You knew that I hated Carver.
Carver?
Ever since that bloody day at Khartoum, when he sent me into the thickest press of battle, hoping that I would be slain, that he might thrust his fleshly attentions upon my dear fiancée, Miss Letitia Plover of the Gables, Wimbledon. But The Lord ensured my survival, that I might be the agent of his wrath against that sinner, the odious Carver.
What? Captain Carver?
Yes. Is this not a concise digest of your findings?
Yes.
Then you must die.
I mean, no, we didn't know any of that.
Didn't have a clue.
Ah, well, you have now. So still you must die.
One moment before you do that. What of the tinker and the unfortunate Mr. Taylor?
Ah, therein lies the genius of my plan. I had hoped to veil my motive by making Carver's death one of a nightmarish sequence. Thus would the police be thrown off my scent and onto that of some imaginary lunatic.
Surely.
But thanks to you, my plans have been cast awry. The Cherbourg packet sails at 9, but before that, I must ensure that any intercourse between you and the constabulary is placed beyond the realm of possibility.
Sir, it already is.
Pardon?
You see, we wish you to continue.
Continue?
Yes, Horace, feel free to carry on.
Well, at least as far as the rich man.
What? No, the sequence is finished. To continue would be a needless waste of innocent life.
Not so. Not needless. If you would kindly lay that weapon aside, I have a suggestion that may be of some interest to you.
That afternoon, Miss Walcott and I made an arrangement that would see our task through to a successful conclusion and save Horace's neck from the noose.
So, Pigeon, you've been married. Where does one find a sailor?
Oh, I don't know. I'm given to believe they frequent public houses.
Ah.
Where do you want a sailor?
Oh, Tinker Taylor sold his sailor, rich man.
Oh! Well, hello there, ladies.
Ow!
Seen Horace anywhere?
No, we saw him this afternoon, but not since.
How queer. I shall inspect the pergola.
Sir Courtney, is there a public house in the neighbourhood?
Why, yes, there's the Ash Tree at Galabray. It's a bit rough, though.
So much the better.
That's right. Nothing like a drink to loosen your stays.
Beg your pardon.
10 o'clock tonight. Remember, the door's unlocked.
Missed. Oh!
The ladies all swoon when I bring it to town. It's long and it's thick and it costs off a crown. The people all do.
Good evening, landlord.
Evening.
We'll have our usual, please.
Who are you?
Oh, sorry. 2 quinine waters, please.
I wonder if you might help us. We're looking for a sailor.
What?
A sailor.
Well, you won't find one round here. We're 50 miles inland.
Blast. Oh, well. Down the hatch.
We killed the landlord, dressed him in a sailor suit, and positioned him in the Massing Bird Arboretum.
But this is monstrous. Once more innocent blood is spilled.
It was simply a means to an end, sir.
An end to which you had ineluctably impelled us.
The end. That is where all wrongs shall be righted.
Anyway, it was our plan that any blame for the crime should be laid with Horace.
Yes, where was Horace?
All in good time, sir. All in good time.
In the interim, Miss Walcott and I hurried to keep our tryst with the lascivious baronet. We tiptoed gingerly to Sir Courtney's room, and then...
Yes? Well, what happened next?
This.
Oh, ladies! Ladies!
He succumbed to a coronary seizure before we set foot in the room.
Oh, I mean good.
Meta quamvis obliqui attincta erat.
I beg your pardon?
Our goal, though indirectly, had been achieved.
The next morning, Horace's body was discovered in the library.
Aha, so you were responsible.
Next to a note explaining his reason for the Massing Bird murders. Evidently his father had cut him off from his dried fruit fortune, leaving him without a prunestone to his name.
Having dispatched Sir Courtney Massingbird, what more fitting culmination could there be to his grim cycle than the murder of a poor man? And what poor man was closer to hand than Horace Massingbird himself?
Not very convincing, is it?
No.
Still, justice has been brought to a brace of vipers, father and son. But surely the police would have some questions to ask of you, hmm?
Indeed they had, sir. Indeed they had. Hurry up, Pigeon. The carriage is here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's these iced plum cakes. Oh, thank you, Quelch. Goodbye.
Goodbye, madam.
Onwards, driver.
Just one moment, ladies.
Ah, Inspector. We're just on our way.
I'm sure you can spare me a moment. I just feel you may know more about this business than you've heretofore disclosed.
Well, I am a celebrated detective, after all.
Yes, we are.
That was not my meaning. Remember the affair of the murdered subjunctive? The case of the irregular ending?
Why, yes, but...
And now this? How queer that you should be here in the wake of not one, but 6 suspicious deaths.
Well, what's the problem, Inspector? You've got your man, haven't you?
Yeah. Mr. Horace's body appeared in the library this morning, but the doctor assures me he's been dead for a day and a half. A very lively corpse, wouldn't you say?
Well, that is...
There's a perfectly simple explanation, Inspector. Inspector, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Inspector Beggarman at your service, madam. And this is my assistant, Constable Thief.
Oh, really? How very convenient.
More savouries, gentlemen?
Yes, Felch, and bring a board of toasted fowls.
Yeah, very good, sir.
This is no time for breads. The sparrows are stirring all over St. James's. There is very little time. And 2 reports yet to deliver. Which of you was sent to destroy Dr. Julius Venn? He was the most dangerous of the 5, and I'm most keen to hear of his demise.
Well, it wasn't anything to do with it.
Well?
It was Mr. Tilley. Oh, he's late. You surprise me. Well, if we persist in allowing common tailors to join...
But it's our proudest tradition that this club should have but 2 conditions of membership. And Tilley, although he be common tailor, fulfills them both admirably.
Then the club's tradition should be re-tailored to fit the time.
Oh, but how can you begin to...
These petty squabbles about your club's administration are diverting, but given Mr. Tilley's absence, purely academic.
What do you mean?
You agreed you would fulfill my 5 commissions, and in return the dossier of your indiscretions would not be sent to Inspector Cadbury at Scotland Yard. Since you have failed to keep your side of the bargain, it's the Newgate jig for you all.
No, I say listen.
Farewell, gentlemen, ladies.
Seize him.
Don't let him get away.
And if you were thinking of impeding my passage in any way, don't forget I still have this. You are very wise. Goodbye. Great powers.
Hello.
Tilly!
I'm not late, am I?
The Fall of the Mausoleum Club, written by James Hendry and Ian Brown, starring Roy Kinnear and Patrick Allen. Episode 5, The Tea Machine.
Well, gentlemen, I think you may resume your seats for the time being.
Tilly, will you not sit down?
I don't think I can, actually.
I've seen it all now. Trousers made of metal.
Oh, they're not trousers.
Hurry up! Mr. Tilley's sartorial taste has no bearing on the report he must now deliver.
Well, on the contrary, sir, its bearing could not be heavier.
Then speak up and stop wasting time.
Time? How ironic. But you'll learn why soon enough. A year ago, sir, you set me the task of destroying a noted mathematician, Dr. Julius Venn. And as the days turned to weeks and the weeks turned to months, I considered how best to seek out Dr. Venn and dispatch him.
Surely I gave you his address. Did you not visit his house?
Oh, yes. But he was out. Anyway, time passed, and as the day set aside for this meeting drew inexorably closer, my apprehension at not fulfilling my mission turned to something like anxiety, until the moment for action could be put off no longer.
So, it was yesterday morning...
Yesterday morning.
At my bachelor lodgings in Kensal Rise, I resolved to strike while the iron was hot.
Another kipper, Major Fairfax? Or some more of Massingbird's finest prunes?
Well, I fear not, good lady, or I shall miss the 8:17 Whitehall omnibus. Time and tide, good day. Morning, Tilly.
Oh, yes. Mrs. Boyle, just a 3-minute egg, please. No, I'll have a kipper. No, I'll have an egg.
Oh, yes. Them's as pays no rent, don't eat no eggs.
Jolly good. Kippers it is.
You'll have nothing till you settle up, Mr. Tilly.
Well, it's all for the best. I've no time for breakfast today.
Oh, got some work at last, is it?
In a manner of speaking. I might leave it till tomorrow.
Well, here's a job you mayn't put off till tomorrow.
Hey?
Here's a card for you. Come by the 3rd post this morning.
Oh, well, put it in the rack for later.
Dear Mr. Tilly, I wish to be measured for a gentleman's evening suit with accessory pockets. Please come to my house at 2:30 this afternoon.
Oh, dear. Who's it from?
Yours, etc., Julius Venn, Doctor.
Venn?
2:30 this afternoon.
No, I mean... Ooh.
Now, what would you like for breakfast?
So the fish was baiting the angler. It was clear I must act with all speed. 2 choices lay before me, careful thought or further consideration. I swiftly came to a decision.
Oh, yes, and don't come back till the rent's in your hand.
Righto, Mrs. Boyle. Cheerio. The journey to Dr. Venn's Kensington villa was painfully brief. Despite a detour to acquire some instruments suitable for the task ahead, a pair of scissors, a number 9 cloth knife, some pinking shears, bag of lead, packet of razors, a Paddington comforter, Major Fairfax's service revolver, and a 2-handed broadsword I picked up in some curio shop. Oh, this is the moment, then. Oh, heavens, I'll never get away with it. He's bound to notice the broadsword. Now, where's the bell? Oh, there's no bell. Oh, I better go home.
Ah, Mr. Tilly. You're late.
I'm not Mr. Tilly.
Come in, please. And don't forget your tools. You'll be needing them, won't you?
Not necessarily. I followed Dr. Venn into his parlour, a room filled with all manner of queer and ingenious devices. These he demonstrated with horrible relish, as I nervously noted his corporeal dimensions.
And see here, Tilly, an electrical apparatus for the mixing of pastries, slicing of vegetables, and pulping of fruits.
Could you raise your arms, please, sir? 36 inches.
What's the matter, young man? You seem a little nervous. One would think you were measuring me for my coffin.
No. That's not what I'm doing at all.
Well, this device, thanks to the inhalation of air by means of a vacuum...
your collar measurements,
will
sir?
make the carpet beater a thing of the past. Go on. Why don't you?
What?
The tape is tight around my neck. Now's your chance,
I don't know what you mean.
Now, come now, Tilly. We can be frank even though we can't be friends. I know full well of your grisly intent.
Oh, what?
I know who you are. I know why you're here. And I know all about the deadly confederacy you represent. Oh, Mr. Tilly, you've dropped your tape measure.
How do you know?
You'll find out soon enough.
Right. All right, then. You forced my arm. Damn, where's that gun?
I'm waiting, Mr. Tilly.
Now you shan't escape me.
Of course not, Tilly. You are eager to do your job.
Yes, I'm very eager indeed.
But before you do, I have one more machine to show you.
A machine?
Yes. I call it the tea machine.
Well, all right. Just one, but be quick. No tricks.
Of course not. Come this way.
A tea machine. Already I'd developed a keen interest in an apparatus for dispensing that most sustaining of beverages, and still clutching Major Fairfax's service revolver, I was guided down a dank, ill-lit stairway. Surely another 10 minutes' delay would do no harm.
Oh, really?
We paused outside a heavily bolted oak door. I've changed my mind. I haven't got time for this.
My dear Mr. Tilly, we have all the time in the world. Please, step inside.
I caught my breath as the scent of damp infested my nostrils. The cellar was a temple to neglect. Peeling paint, broken floorboards, and a dreary rag of a curtain twitched, only once, but enough to betray the presence of rats. Oh, what a mess.
Excuse the state of the room. I have been, absent for some while.
Why have you brought me here?
The reason, Mr. Tilly, is directly behind you.
I spun round, fearing some burly, cudgel-brandishing confederate, but instead saw a superb manifestation of Dr. Ven's technology.
I give you the tea machine.
It resembled nothing so much as a small Arc de Triomphe, constructed of enamel, metal and glass. Set into the keystone of the arch was a prominent dial displaying the figure 1973. I immediately surmised that this was the number of teas so far dispensed by this wonderful contrivance. But who had been consuming the refreshing cups? Had the devilish Dr. Ven been drugging innocent victims with some mind-sapping potion? I prayed my conjectures were unfounded.
Come closer and tell me what you think.
Oh,
what's this? A loose floorboard. There, that's fixed it. You wouldn't want me to trip over and injure myself, would you?
No, of course not. Now, see here, Ben. Stop funning me. What's your jig?
Just this, Tilly. Watch.
So saying, he turned and ran, dashing full pelt through the arch of the tea machine. There was a nervous blue flash of flame as a dozen glass valves incandesced. A silence followed, and of Dr. Ven there was no sign. Fearing some secret escape route, I gathered my last ounce of determination, closed my eyes, and plunged through the shimmering arch.
I give you the tea machine. Come in, please.
Don't come back!
You're late.
Grandpa, hurry up!
We have all the time in the world.
I might have been killed by that thing. At this point, it became clear that the tea machine was not a device for the dispensing of drinks at all. No, sirs. The tea machine, I was soon to find out, was nothing less than a contrivance for projecting a traveller, body and soul, forward into posterity.
Good Lord.
Yes, of course. We scientists use the letter T in our arithmetical deliberations to denote the dimension of time.
Indeed. And as I passed through Ven's machine, I felt as if my whole life were passing before my eyes, even those years I'd not yet seen. When I emerged from the arch, the room was exactly the same as it had been a moment before. There was nothing in the least remarkable, save in one important respect. Of Dr. Ven, my teasing quarry, there was no sign. There being no other exit, I quickly remounted the cellar steps and pushed my way through the open door to be greeted by the first of many perturbations. In the few minutes I'd been in the cellar, Dr. Ven's house had been completely removed and replaced with a colonnaded hall of colossal proportions, not unlike the South Kensington Museum. But this is madness. Who are all you people? Hello? Hello, sir?
Yes?
What is this place? Where's Dr. Ven's house?
Dr. Ven? What business have you with him? This fellow is looking for Dr. Ven.
Yes, indeed.
Dr. Ven?
The upstart. Now be off with you. I lurched round the crowded hall, drunk with confusion. It seemed I'd stumbled into a gallery of statues, full-sized figures, moulded in shining reddish metal. So lifelike was each portraiture that one might almost think one was in the presence of its subject. In fact, as I paused before the perfect replica of a young man, Did I not see his hand move ever so slightly? Bending closer, I learned the truth. There, from the tiniest of tiny holes in the statue's hand, writhing, spiralling, groping, came a bloated white maggot.
Psst, Grandpa, hurry up.
Pardon?
Grandpa, there's no time to lose.
Let go of me, and mind your manners. I'm not your grandpa.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but you are.
What?
Keep your voice down.
We managed to decoy the police, but only for a while.
Hey, this isn't Tilly.
That's queer. It's a dead ringer for him.
Oh, they've already seen through Freddy's disguise. Damn.
Mind your language.
Come on.
Before I could find the revolver, my abductors had thrown a blanket over my head and bundled me out of the building. I am unable, therefore, to draw more than the haziest sketches of the journey that followed.
Come on, Grandpa. Jump on.
Huh?
This is the automotive promenade. It's the way most people travel about, thanks to the great Dr. Venn.
Yeah, there's a network of them all under London. My brothers and I helped dig them.
Here, step on to the next one. But be careful, it's somewhat faster.
That's it. Now, when we reach the innermost belt, we'll be travelling at a full 28 miles an hour.
Good heavens.
This is Marble Arch. Not much further, Grandpa. Then you'll be safe enough for the time being.
Well, I am immensely pleased to hear that. Now, will you kindly stop calling me Grandpa? I'm no older than you are.
But you are our grandfather, Grandpa.
This is the 7th of August, 1973.
Come again?
The 7th of August, 1973.
Remember that. It's important.
Yes. Oh, here we are. Regent's Park. Step lively.
The Regent's Park of tomorrow, gentlemen, is not the broad, salubrious garden we know today. As we emerged from beneath the streets, I beheld a dismal array of cramped, squalid tenements. All that was likely to flourish here were the dark blossoms of crime and cholera.
This is us, Gloucestergate Towers.
Say, it's very tall. Are you sure it's safe?
Oh, yes, safe as houses.
Oh dear, there goes Duck Pond Lodge.
Yes, it's the tunnelling that does it. Weakens the foundations.
Tunnelling?
Yes, the automotive promenade we've just been on is one of many, each dug by a rival tunnelling company.
Come on, then. Let's go up.
Up?
Here we are, 17th floor.
Oh, call that an elevator?
No, it's a basket on a piece of rope.
The builders ran out of money.
I might have been killed by that thing.
Well, you most certainly would have been killed without it.
Venn knows you've escaped, and his men will be scouring the city for you now.
Look, who are you, really? What's going on?
Look, I'll make it as simple as I can. I am Bertie.
And I am Honesty.
But who are you?
We are your daughter's children.
But I have no daughter.
Well, make sure that you do, for she has to bring us up to expect your arrival on this very day, the 7th of August, 1973.
If you don't, we wouldn't have been there to save your life.
What?
You see, Venn is an important man in society. Most of the marvels you see around you today were developed from his inventions.
But, as our mother explained to us from an early age, the true foundation for Venn's success was his ability to travel in time.
Exactly. The T-machine allowed him to tamper with our past and your future, so contriving an unfair advantage for his own inventions.
But how?
Have you ever heard of a man called Marconi?
No.
Nor shall you ever. He was just one of the score of geniuses who were murdered so that Venn might prosper.
Do you follow so far?
I think so.
Good.
Quiet. Someone's coming.
Oh. Hello there. How are you all for soap? It's Freddy.
Another grandchild?
That's right.
I'll board up some cow's feet. Now then, when you emerged from the T-machine, Venn had arranged for the police to arrest you and have you done away with.
So, we used this photograph of yourself.
Yes, don't forget to have that taken.
And disguised our brother Freddy as you, his grandfather.
He acted as decoy for the police while we bundled you off here.
Say, how clever.
Well, it was your idea.
I see.
You won't forget it now, will you?
No, look, now, I really am most grateful, but if I can rely on your help just once more, I'd like to return to my own time.
Not until you have killed Venn.
What?
We made it very simple for you. You've got Major Fairfax's revolver, yes?
Yes.
Then you shoot Ven and escape to the past.
Well, I don't know. I'm getting to quite like it here, surrounded by my family.
Are you sure this is him? I thought Mum said he was a boxing champ.
Look, we're not asking much of you, simply to repay the risks we've already taken on your behalf.
But I'll never be able to find him.
See here. The court circular says that Dr. Julius Venn will attend a performance of the Royal X-Ray Ballet at Covent Garden tonight.
So?
So, you'll be there too. Here's your ticket.
Oi, there are two bogies down there, knocking on doors.
What? You better clear out, Grandpa.
But you said...
No. You'll be safer on the move.
Where will I go?
With me. I'll show you the sights. Get in a basket.
Grandpa?
What?
What's the date?
The 7th of August, 1973.
Good.
The afternoon passed all too quickly, and at 8 minutes, I was in the newly refurbished crush bar of the Royal X-Ray Ballet House, Covent Garden. Hadn't we better go in, Bertie? The ballet's about to start.
No, damn it.
What?
Ven hasn't turned up.
Oh dear. We might as well go home.
Oh, blast you, Grandpa, you dithering old fool, don't you see? Ven has obviously sniffed our jig.
There he is, officers.
Oh, no, the beef's up, it's the bogies. Oh, run!
But surely not, I mean...
Arrest this man. He is a threat to the Empire.
Now, look here, Dr. Venn, there's no need for all this unpleasantness.
Yes, there is.
I don't want to kill you. I mean, I did, but now I've changed my mind.
It's too late, Tilly. 75 years too late. 75 years.
Listen, couldn't we come to some agreement?
Mr. Tilly, I hardly think you are in a position to bargain.
Much as I was loath to admit it, Dr. Venn was quite correct. You see, gentlemen, my position was suspended by my wrists 20 feet above a galvanic bath of sulphate of copper, having previously been painted with a solution of nitrate of silver.
Now, Mr. Tilly, it is my turn to fit you for a suit.
Eh?
A suit which will last you the rest of your life. All away, lads!
As I was lowered slowly into the bubbling vat below, Dr. Venn courteously explained the result of this fascinating chemical process. I was to be coated in a copper sheath of exceptional strength and durability.
Don't feel singled out. We treat all our criminals like this nowadays.
As the solution reached my knees, I remembered with a shudder the rank upon copper rank of perfect statues in that vast gallery where I first made my entrance into this fearful age. Then, as the solution reached my waist...
What's happening?
The building's collapsing! Run for it!
But he's only half dipped. Come back, you cowards!
Are we in time?
Yes, but only just.
Pull him out and get him into the auto-propelling tunneler.
Dear Lord, look at him.
Can you walk?
Yes.
Then get into the tunneler with us.
Is it? What? You must escape from here and kill Ven.
You must be joking. I'm chopping off home.
What? No, stop here.
No, stop.
Come back, you coward. Come back.
I made what haste I could, given my newly becopied condition, and breasting an archway, I found myself in the very hall of statues where my nightmare had begun. You may imagine, gentlemen, my joy, for this meant that Ven's cellar and the tea machine it contained were directly below. There was the door, and yes, it was unlocked. The fates were with me, I thought. Then... But as I stood once more before the miraculous tea machine, I realised why my entry had been so simple.
Hello there, Tilly.
Eh?
Yes, I got here before you. And so did I. And so did I. And so did we.
But who are you? How can this be? But which one of you is Ben?
We all are.
But
I am Julius Venn from 5 minutes into the future.
I am Julius Venn from 15 minutes into the future. And I am Julius Venn from 40 years into the future.
Ah, yes. Well, I don't think we'll be needing you.
Oh, all right. But you don't mind if I watch, do you?
It would be a pleasure, sir. It'll be nice to know that 40 years from now, I will once again savor the moment of Tilly's dismemberment. Seize him!
Help! I apologise.
Don't you see, Tilly? The very fact that we exist 5 minutes,
15 minutes, and 40 years into the future
proves that your mission to destroy me will end in failure.
Indeed, Tilly, I am destined to survive to be a very, very old...
What happened? He simply vanished into thin... I know what's happening. We're all ceasing to... Yes, ceasing to exist one by... Blast you, Tilly. Somehow soon, in your blundering stupidity, you will succeed in killing me.
Me? Oh, no, I'm sure I wouldn't.
Well, I'm not finished yet. I have the power to start afresh from the beginning.
So saying, he set the controls of the T-machine for the very afternoon I called at his villa in Kensington, a few minutes before I was first projected into that hellish future. Just think, gentlemen, this man had the power to go back and undo his errors. Who would not use such a power? Once more, Venn vanished through the arch with that familiar blue flicker, and I, seizing my chance of returning to saner times, followed him, after a minute's hesitation.
Still trapped in the future?
No, I'm not. I'm here. Here.
The rest of your life. The rest of your life.
Seriously?
The rest of your life.
Might as well go home.
It's too late, Tilly. 75 years too late.
40 years.
15 minutes. 5 minutes.
I appeared in Venn's cellar, where everything was as it was when I first left. But for one thing, there, sprawled on the floor at my feet, was the twisted corpse of Dr. Venn. So hastily had he run from the arch that he tripped headlong on a board sticking out from the rotting floor and broken his scientific neck. As I bent over Dr. Venn to assure myself of his decease, I was startled to hear voices and footsteps descending the stair to the cellar. I've changed my mind. I haven't got time for this. For the first time in my life, I made a speedy decision and concealed myself and the late Dr. Venn behind the dreary rag of curtain I had noticed earlier.
My dear Mr. Tilly, we have all the time in the world.
I held my breath as two familiar figures entered the room.
Oh, what a mess. Excuse the state of the room. I have been absent for some while.
Why have you brought me here?
The reason, Mr. Tilly, is directly behind me. I give you the T-machine. Come closer and tell me what you think. What's this? Loose scoreboard. There, that fixed it. You wouldn't want me to trip over and injure myself, would you?
No, of course not. Now, see here, Ben. Stop funning me. What's your jig?
Just this, Tilly. Watch.
I waited a moment, then, true to history, my former self followed the older man through the incandescing arch. As soon as it was quiet, I emerged from the curtain and went home. But before I did, I took the precaution of destroying that paradoxical invention. And so it was, gentlemen, that all Venn's willpower was turned into one big won't.
Oh. Why, that's the queerest one yet.
Yes, too queer by half. I, for one, do not believe a word of it.
Well, look here, sir. You have my legs as copper-bottomed evidence. And the body of Dr. Venn, which, thanks to an anonymous postcard, will be discovered by the constabulary this afternoon.
But see here. If you destroyed the machine, how on earth will it exist in the future that your future self may affect his return to the present?
That's a very good point.
Well, it doesn't matter. I've already returned, haven't I?
Yes, you have, but you haven't, because you'd only just entered the machine.
So you're still trapped in the future?
No, I'm not. I'm here.
What?
No. It's best not to think about it, gentlemen. More savouries, Felch?
Very good, sir.
The Fall of the Mausoleum Club, written by James Henry and Ian Brown. Starring Stephen Moore, Mark Farmer and Ron Pember. The final episode, Bleak Horse.
So, General Cheeseman, Trevor, Sir Courtney Massingbird and Dr. Julius Venn. All are brought to book. That great book whereto we must all be brought, eventually.
So you are content?
Content? Can you not count? A year and a day ago I sent you to deal justice to 5 enemies of society. You have given me 4.
Ah, Felch. Breakfast, where is it?
Forgive me, sir. I was arranging the transport.
Transport? For whom?
I had understood, sir, that you would be leaving soon.
Nobody is leaving, until I am assured that Mr. Joshua Farley, the industrial murderer, is dead. If I am not, Inspector Cadbury of the Yard will read of your club's crimes this very morning.
Not Inspector Cadbury.
I'm afraid so. Now then, who has the 5th report?
Aye, sir. Timothy Tamperton at your service.
Then give your account, sir, and may brevity be your watchword.
Very good, sir. There once lived in a sequestered part of the county of Kent one Mrs. John Tamperton, a good wife who, her husband having purchased a small farm near Tunbridge Wells, gave birth to 8 fine daughters and 9 strapping sons. Of the latter, the 7th was, after a not undistinguished career at law, destined to be the father of your humble narrator.
God's teeth, get on with it!
But I wish to present a full picture of my beginnings, that the foreground may be illumined and offset by the broader detail.
Please, brevity. We have but half an hour before... We have but half an hour.
Oh, very well. Farley was dead, to begin with. Farley, that Midas among misers, that Croesus among cheese pairers, whose meanness was as famous in Limehouse as Farley's rope was renowned throughout the empire, a man so parsimonious he made his clothes from hemp, for hemp could be bought wholesale, was dead. Farley had foreclosed his last foreclosure, cheated his last cheat, for Farley was dead. Yes, I had been sent to kill Farley, and Farley was already dead.
Yes, I think we've got the idea.
Yeah, but wait, it is not as simple as that. Before this was disclosed to me that he was dead, I went, on your orders, sir, straight away to Quilly's Wharf Limehouse and the rope manufactory of Mr. Joshua Farley. Excuse me? What? I'm looking for Mr. Farley. Why? I wish to make his portrait.
Ah, and artist, eh? Where's your easel?
Ah, I need no easel. Look.
Oh, and photographist.
That's right. Now, keep still, little chap.
What are you doing?
Taking your picture. I am keen to record every aspect of the modern industrial scene, even the very dirty ones. Now, look spiritually impoverished.
Ah, my eyes.
Now, where's Mr. Farley? I wish to be done with him quickly.
Then you'll be needing a spiritualist.
Eh?
Mr. Farley passed away, but 3 days gone.
No.
Yeah, but don't worry, it's all been cleared up.
What has?
The mess. And most horrible occurrence indeed, my friend. But buy me a tankard of half and half, and I might relate you the details.
What exceptional good fortune! I thought then Not only was Farley dead, so making my murderous mission redundant, but here, in this ragamuffinly street Arab, I'd found the very perfect subject for my twin preoccupations. Social improvement and photography.
Morning, Dipper. What can I get you?
Pint of the usual, please, Nogsy.
Right.
Here, that's not my usual.
No, it's mine. Cheers.
Don't thank me. This gentleman's buying, and I'll have the same.
Righto.
Yes, and I'll have a...
Oh, a most unnatural happenstance it was, Mr. Farley's death. One night, alone in his chamber, he suddenly burst into flames.
Good Lord, how convenient. I mean, how queer. Barman, may I have a...
This is the funny thing, sir. Seeing as he was too mean to have any sort of lamp or fire, he must have just burst into flames by himself.
Really?
Spontaneous combustion, the Crowner called it.
Uh-huh. I'll have a pint...
And all that was found in the morning, sir, was 2 blackened leg stumps burnt off at the knees. Horrible, as I say. All charred and blistered they was, still wearing the stockings they went to bed in.
Yes, a pint of half and half, please, Nogsy.
Oh, thanks very much, sir. All that talking's fair parts me throat.
But what a terrible thing to happen.
Well, no one much grieved about his passing. Not a living soul. Unless you believe as animals have souls.
Animals?
Yeah. The only creature to mourn after him was his old workhorse Humbug. And he was only upset because Farley had the key to the hay-shed. You can see him now, sir. A ghostly grey nag wandering the streets, with a face as long as a coffin nail.
How interesting. Nogsy, a pint of half and half.
Oh, thanks very much, Chef.
No,
4 pints of half and half at 3 farthing, that's 1 and 6.
Ah, very well. Oh, I seem to have mislaid my wallet. Dipper, could you possibly lend me... Oh, Dipper? Of the loquacious tyke there was no sign. Doubtless he'd been called away to look after his sick mother and his 7 starving siblings. Pausing only to wash up 3 beer mugs and a quantity of pie dishes, I stepped, unblinking, into the yellowing Limehouse afternoon.
Here, mister, what's in your bag?
Ah, more urchins. Hold still, lads, while I set up the apparatus.
All right, mister, but it'll cost you.
Oh, look, it's Humbug.
Yeah, get away.
Go away.
Even brick at him.
No, wait, this is most fascinating. Hold still, Humbug. The occasion for my delight will be readily understood by those of you who follow the turf. It has long been debated along the White Rail whether the hooves of a galloping horse all leave the ground at the same time, or whether at least one hoof is always in contact with the sod.
Oh, really?
And now I, a keen experimenter in the science of photography, had an opportunity to settle this matter once and for good.
Good Lord, man, your capacity for digression leaves me weak. What has this to do with the death of Farley?
Much, sir, as you will shortly gather. Hold still, Humbug! Oh, it's galloping! Hold still while I change the plate! Humbug! Humbug, come back! So the opportunity had come and gone. But there would come another, I mused, as I spent the next day making photographs in the area of Limehouse, adopting urchins, and in general improving those parts of society too unsightly to photograph. The horse was known to haunt the district, and it was only a matter of time before... You won't escape this time, ho there! Humbug!
Go, you claybrain, I've dropped me bottle of 14p.
Gold, it's the top.
Dipper, my young companion, are you hurt?
Oh, don't go to the police, Gov. Please, I'll give you back every penny.
You're concussed, poor lad. Come with me to my garret.
Oh, you won't go.
The young man had been sufficiently weakened with poverty for me to conduct him with ease to my Whitechapel lodgings. I was loath to have his young death on my conscience, though it would make an excellent tableau. Besides, I was eager to enhance the scallywag's moral well-being by exposing him to the uplifting qualities of art. And this is one I took in Leatherhead, depicting the new town hall.
I can't see nothing. It's all blurred.
Yes, I'm attempting to emulate the style of the French Impressionist movement.
Oh, yeah?
And this one, if you recall, is the portrait I made of you in the rope factory.
Well, how do you know it's me? You've missed me head off.
Well, that's deliberate, of course.
Yeah?
Yes, I'm constantly trying to push back the boundaries of this new field.
Are you sure?
Yes. Now, look at this one. It shows my good friend, the Punch cartoonist Ziz, sketching a servant.
And what's that great white thing looming in front of him? Looks like a ghost.
No, that is my thumb. I purposely included it lest the spectator forget that this is a photograph and not the real thing.
Well, there's not much chance of that, Gov. Not with your pictures.
Well, as I say, it is a new field.
Well, I'll say where there's fields, there's cows flop.
I'm sorry?
And what's this?
Now, this is the photograph I made yesterday of the late Mr. Farley's horse, Humbug. It will demonstrate once and for all whether a galloping horse keeps all its hooves on the ground. There we are, Dipper. What do you reckon?
I reckon it's a shame you couldn't fit his legs in the picture.
Yes, well, as I said, this area of research is highly experimental.
Lord love a pony, Governor. Look.
Yes, the tree coming out of his head is a deliberate emulation.
No, not that. Beside the pillar box.
I followed the line of the ragamuffins' filth-encrusted digit, and there, on the far side of the highway, stood the faint, shadowy figure of a man.
It's Mr. Farley.
Farley? But Farley is dead.
God, and a haunted photograph.
But this is perfectly splendid, Dipper. This must be the first photographic record of a visit from beyond the veil. Just think what an exhibition of such spiritualist plates would do for my reputation in society.
It'd be clinking hard to damage it.
I shall take some more this very night. Now, let me see. The time now is... that's queer. Where's my watch? Dipper, have you seen my... Dipper? Dipper? No doubt my young charge had hurried off to buy more gin for some wastrel relative, but I had work to do. As a veteran of many psychical investigations, I well knew that a spirit is most inclined to revisit that place wherein he met his death.
Stuff and nonsense.
You scoff, sirs. But only those who have no experience of the other side would treat such matters so lightly.
Then I suppose you have such experience.
Mr. Tamperton, pray continue.
Thank you. That night, I found myself in Mr. Farley's former abode, where his landlady showed me his tawdry quarters.
My pies and pastries, Mr. Temperton. This is a thick gravy indeed. Do you know what time it is?
I'm afraid not, Mrs. Quiver. You see, I've lost my...
will you not come back in the morning?
No, it must be at night. Have a shilling.
Oh, Lord. Thank you, sir. This is the room where it happened.
How the smell of burning lingers.
You should have been here 4 nights ago. It stank like a tray of pikelets been left on the hob. And I found him, sir, or rather what was left of him. 2 shin bones and a pair of striped bed socks.
There's a florin for you.
Oh, thanks very much.
With Mrs. Quiver's help, the psychic camera was speedily erected. It was near midnight, and could only be a matter of moments before the spirit of Joshua Farley walked abroad. 2 hours later...
That pulls an aspect, Mr. Tamperton. My leg's fair gone to sleep. Besides, it don't seem proper. Not proper at all. Some things are best left untouched.
Hush, Mrs. Quiver. Do you not feel that sudden chill?
Oh, yes.
There. This is it, Mrs. Quiver. Hold up the powder bar. Stop shaking. You're spilling the powder.
Mr. Timothy Tamperton.
Now.
Oh, my eyes! Seize him, Constable! Don't let him get away!
Yes, gentlemen. It was the constabulary in the persons of Sergeant Bull and Constable Dribblespout who had...
Dribblespout?
Yes.
See here, Mr. Tamperton, to come across a lady called Mrs. Quiver might just seem plausible, but Constable Dribblespout smacks of invention.
Well, it's just that Mrs. Banks and Constable Thompson didn't seem to have the right feel to them.
Well, proceed.
Shut the door, Constable Dribblespout. You're letting the cold air in.
Righto, Sergeant.
Mr. Tamperton, can you explain what you are doing in the late abode of the deceased?
Why, of course, Sergeant. I was looking for a ghost.
Indeed. Are you sure you weren't looking for this?
A handkerchief? Why would I be looking for a handkerchief?
Well, sir, it is yours.
How do you know that?
By a monogram, sir.
Oh, but come now, any gentleman may share the same initials as another.
Really? Timothy, Albert, Thomas, Frederick, Septimus, Joseph, Wilberforce, Shaftesbury, Patricia, Tamperton.
But where did you find it?
We found it but 2 days ago.
In this very room.
But I was never in this room in my life before tonight.
Well, this kerchief tells a different story. Eh, Dribblespout?
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
No! That's the Queen's evidence.
Oh, sorry.
This was a most wretched happenstance. The finding of this handkerchief focused the all-seeing lens of Scotland Yard upon my person. How ironic. I had come to murder this rope-maker Farley only to find him already dead, and now found myself implicated in his murder. Still, suspicion is not evidence, and the police were constrained to release me into the smut hazy dawn. But as I made my way homeward, I saw, or thought I saw, vanishing into an ill-lit shop doorway, a shadowy figure, clad from head to foot in hemp.
Hi! Who's there? Hello? Talking to yourself, Governor?
Dipper!
Hello. How you off for soap?
Dipper, did you see that man in the doorway?
No.
You must help me. I'm being followed. I think it's the police.
The knockers? God blazes, what you been doing?
Nothing.
Nothing? I once got 6 months for doing that. You want to be careful.
Indeed. Listen, do you know a place where I can lie covey for a few days, just until I can find out who is blackguarding me?
Let me cogitate. Aha. I know just a place. Nah, perhaps not.
Please take me there. Anywhere will do, be it the lowest, vilest den of insalubrity and vice.
Don't worry, Governor. It is.
The rambling collection of riverside shacks whither the young mudlark brought me was indeed the blackest pit of degradation, teeming with all manner of spuds, dollywicks, and cleaver-men. But none of these had fallen so far as this man-made Acheron's wretchedest denizens, whose blank eyes told of lost souls wandering adrift on the purple clouds of the poppy. Oh, vicious opium! The place induced in me a hideous despair. I had left my camera behind.
Hold up, lads. It's the Dipper.
What you got, Dipper? A customer?
No, lads. This, gent will be staying with us.
What?
For a bit.
What is this place?
An alchemist's laboratory, sir, where base elements are turned into gold.
But I don't understand. What are all these watches, purses, umbrellas?
Well, take this watch, sir. An ordinary watch, to be sure, but passed through the right hands will become half a sovereign.
Just a moment. That watch?
What about it?
It's very similar to the one I've just lost.
Well, it's yours for a finny, and not a word to the knockers.
Well, come along there, Governor. You look like you could do with a kip. There's your cot.
But there's somebody in it.
That's all right. That's the broker, sir. He won't mind. Sleep well.
I perched gingerly on the edge of the bed, which was occupied by a whey-faced wreck with drooping lids and pinpoint pupils, but whose dress and manner spoke of respectable employment.
Wig me up at Surbiton. I'm already late for a wigging.
Could you move over a bit?
Yes, I know it's first class. I've got a season, damn it.
I say, sir, you're raving.
It's a tragedy.
Yes, indeed it is, sir.
Every week I come here, hoping to be wafted to Elysium or to trip the slopes of Ida with the muses. And what do I dream of? The railways.
Is this place safe?
It is, since Tommy Queerfeet disappeared.
Tommy Queerfeet?
He used to be the governor here, a scrawny goat who used to wear frightful striped bed socks.
But surely that's not his real name.
Indeed not, sir. He was called Tommy Queerfeet because he had queer feet.
Oh, I see.
Hence the bed socks. He'd sell his own grandma for £1.
Really?
What do you think of her? Quite a bargain, huh?
Hello.
Good morning, madam. Yes, indeed. This Tommy Queerfeet, what happened to him?
Well, he was like a father to these boys.
Yes, always beating them and stealing their money.
Then one day he went out the door and never came back.
Oh.
Of all the thieves' kitchens in London, he was the master chef.
So where is he now?
Who cares? Doubtless being roasted by the greatest chef of them all.
Oh no!
What?
I can't find my ticket.
Though the air in that room was brown and smoky, my predicament at least was becoming clear. The artful Dipper had evidently stepped into Tommy Queerfeet's queer shoes, and of that ragged battalion was now the ragged general. That watch, I now knew, was mine, and I also knew by what agency my handkerchief had made its progress from my pocket to Mr. Farley's residence. I decided to wait no longer. I had no wish to discover whether the Dipper would emulate his mentor in every respect.
He's in here, Sergeant.
Thanks, Dipper. Here's a florin.
We said £5.
Did we? Oh, fancy. Dribble spout?
Yes, sir.
You know what to do?
Yes, sir. Timothy, Albert, Thomas, Frederick, Septimus, Joseph, Wilberforce, Shaftesbury, Patricia, Tapperton.
Patricia?
You are charged with the murder of Joshua Susan Farley on the 24th of September of this year.
But
Yes?
I didn't know the man. Why should I want to kill him?
We know only too well why, sir.
Well, then perhaps you will enlighten me, Sergeant.
Certainly, sir. Mr. Farley's last will and testament was read this morning, and it seems that you, sir, are named therein as the sole beneficiary.
But that's impossible. I never... Listen to me. By some demonic means, I know not which, the true murderer has altered Farley's will. You're being wrong-footed.
The law does not concern itself with demons. It's the Paddington Frisk for you. Dribble spout, your cuffs.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir. I haven't got an hanky.
No, you fool, I'm in... Oh, my stars! He's bunked!
You will have deduced, gentlemen, as I did, that the approaching hoofbeats signalled the arrival beneath the window of Humbug. A simple matter it was to calculate the precise velocity and angle that would carry me through the upper window and directly and firmly onto the horse's back.
Missed. Hey, what? No, come back, you stupid animal! Come back!
I sped after the receding fetlocks with what celerity I could muster. Up streets, down steps, over hedges, through restaurants.
Ah, my Saveloys!
I realized now that the benighted horse wished me to follow it, and hoping it would lead me to the solution of the mystery, I pursued the nag, up alleys, over bridges, through parlours and card games, into churches.
No pets on Thursday, please.
Till at last the forlorn horse mounted the spiral staircase leading to the belfry of St. George in the East, Limehouse.
Aha! Timothy, Albert, Thomas. Oh, Mr. Templeton, you are under arrest for the murder of Joshua Farley.
Of course, Sergeant, but hadn't you better arrest this man as well?
Who's he?
Why, Joshua Farley.
Damn you, Templeton!
But I've seen Farley's body. Or at least I've seen the legs.
The legs, as I think Mr. Farley will confirm, are those of Mr. Thomas Queerfeet, who, as was well known, clad his feet in distinctive striped bed socks to conceal his eponymous deformity.
Oh.
Damn you, Templeton, and damn that wretched horse! Bah! Humbug!
You see, gentlemen, Mr. Farley had by some means, I don't know what, been forewarned of my mission to dispatch him to eternity, and how better to evade one's murder than by murdering oneself in advance. It was he who had altered his own will in my favour and bought my handkerchief from Dipper so that all evidence pointed to my guilt.
Ingenious.
Yeah, I must make a note of that.
But that was not the end of it.
Joshua Farley, I arrest you for the murder of Thomas Queerfeet.
Arrest me? Not while I still have one of these! Stand aside!
I engaged the Revenant, and there was a bitter struggle between the two of us, which continued. Farley got the upper hand, but I regained the advantage. Finally, he teetered high over Limehouse on the outer ledge of St. George's Spire.
Yes?
Yes.
Well, what happened then?
He was arrested and hanged for murder. Oh, yes, hanged by the very rope that made his fortune. And of course, the will having quite legally been altered in my favour, of Farley's fortune I am the sole beneficiary.
Oh, so justice was done, and justice shall be done by us, I trust.
Justice? Justice. What does that mean?
We have fulfilled our side of the bargain. The Empire is rid of these 5 unnatural villains.
Her Majesty's loyal subjects shall sleep soundly a bed.
Yet our sleep is still haunted by the shadow of the rope.
So it would appear.
The dossier, sir. The catalogue of our crimes that you promised to return to us once we had complied with your demands.
Let us have it. I have your attorney send it at once, that we may put its loathsome pages to the flames.
It's not as easy as that. You see, my attorney is not in the best of health and has gone to Switzerland for 2... 6 o'clock. I need spin it out no longer. I can now tell you, gentlemen, that the dossier is not with my attorney.
Then where?
Last night, before coming here, I placed it in the hands of my good friend, Inspector Cadbury of Scotland Yard.
Treated as you are.
You betrayer!
One does not honour bargains with murderers.
Inspector Cadbury of Scotland Yard.
Cadbury, are your men in place?
Yes, sir. The building is surrounded. No one must leave.
Then this is the end.
Indeed, and now my revenge is complete.
Revenge?
Yes. We have spoken already of a young man who visited your club, a man called the Honourable Clarence Green.
Green? That young whelp who attempted to join our ranks unbidden?
Yes, and whom you murdered most foully for no more than curiosity.
But Clarence Green, he was but a worthless fop, a nuppence. What is he to you?
Gentlemen, I am Clarence Green.
It can't be.
Clarence Green is resting at the bottom of the Thames.
True enough. But his father, Lord Justice Clarence Green, stands before you.
Then all is explained.
By setting outlaw against outlaw, you succeeded in destroying both.
Yes, and thanks to my ingenuity, you have provided the means to your own end.
Damn you!
Oh, as my man is outside with my carriage, I leave you to the full rigour of the law, Inspector!
Thank you, sir. Good night.
So, Inspector, this is the end.
Yes, sir. No jury could fail to convict on the evidence of this dossier.
So, you will waste no time in doing your duty?
Of course not, sir. Here it is.
Thank you. Burn it, Templeton.
With pleasure.
Just one thing, sir.
Yes, Inspector.
I think I'm behind with my subscription.
Ooh. I think we'll waive it this time, Cadbury.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, now, what about a story? Archbishop.
The Fall of the Mausoleum Club, the final episode, Bleak Horse, was written by Ian Brown and James Henry. Starring Barbara Atkinson, John Baddeley, Mark Farmer, Peter Howell, Stephen Moore, Lawrence Payne, Ron Pember, Stephen Rashbrook, Michael Ripper, John Sampson, Richard Tate, Joan Walker, and Bill Wallace. Music by Max Harris. The producer was Paul Spencer.
You know, Hobson, it'll be a cunning snake that gets the better of Lord Justice Green.
Oh, indeed, sir.
Oh, yes. Hobson, you missed the turning to Gray's Inn.
Yes, sir.
This is the way to the river.
Indeed, sir.
Hobson, just a minute. Who are you? Where are you taking me?
Haven't you guessed, sir?
But, the door! What's the jig? Let me out!
No, sir.
Are you